Usually Gail does it, but I think we were all kind of shocked wondering what was going on, and we're like, okay, I might as well just ask the questions.
Done a really good job, man. I mean, I was impressed, man.
Yeah, you need to be up though, man. You were asleep.
You know, hey, you know what makes me laugh, yeah? You know every time when I'm asleep, you know that. You know. Yeah, how you doing, fans? EJ Boxing Live here with Daniel Kupati. We're back. Jorge Linares is about to start. I'm just trying to get the boys in. Fight back. Who's that? Who just jumped in? Charlie Brown?
Yeah.
We're on the troublemaker. Charlie Brown.
Don't call me that, man.
Hey, bro, Spencer. Hey, where'd that come from?
I'll talk to you about that later. We won't ruin the hangout, man. We'll make.
Fair enough.
Okay. Listen. Yeah. They're taking a long ass time. Like, I'm guessing there's a fight in between right now because Showtime is re-airing right now the round 6 of the first fight.
Yeah. I'm gonna give Daniel. I'll give you the outside hangout. I'll give you the outside thing so you can in the chat. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, let me add some guys in.
I just muted.
That's cool. Yeah, man. What was that fight saying? Any good?
Armfield? Jack Armfield.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good, man. Very close. I thought Brian Rose won it though, but I need to probably watch it again because it was very, very close.
See, one of them ones, yeah.
Yeah. Give a shout out to Miguel in the chat. What up, man? Jump in. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Miguel, what's up? Yeah, Miguel, man. What's up, Miguel? Jump in, Miguel. TNC King, Truthful as well. Yeah, man. Everyone, I just come back from a show, innit? Hey, what happened to you? Hey, what happened to you, thing, man? You were supposed to come to the club this week.
Who, me? Who, me?
That's you.
Obviously me.
You're supposed to come to the club. Yeah, I was at the club and I was like, all right, cool, no worries.
Now, what I'll do, it'll be next week. I applied for all the stuff that you sent me, and I only heard back from your call.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'll do, next week I'll come because I have to work out what times I'm available.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
When you can, yeah. When you can. That's right. All right.
But I'll be there soon, though.
Yeah, when you can. Let's see it. That's gonna put the screen. I gotta go Tesco's, man. I'll just come back and you guys gonna have to hold down the hangout. You know what I mean? Hold it down for a bit.
There should be no problem.
Man. Daniel, man. Me and Daniel, boy. Hey, that's the thing about it. We can debate, go hard, but it's all about respect at the end of the day. Because it's over. That was last week. Me and Daniel went hard last week. I was listening to it. I was like, Mr. Doc's over on Beats' hangout right now. We went hard. But it's entertainment for anyone listening. It's just pure entertainment, you get me? You know what I'm saying? No. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's got a different. You know the funny thing is, on Beats' hangout, yeah, everyone agreed with Beats that they gave it to I think everyone gave it to Thing last week. Triple G, except for Beats. And then everyone and over here, but actually, yeah, it was mixed. It was mixed. I
gave it a draw, and some people said it was close.
That just shows you how subject the cards are, man. You know when you're judging the cards. But I was winding up Daniel and Mr. Doc through the whole thing. I know I was. Daniel's like,
you were going Doc hard because he chilled in the next round.
I know I was winding you. I was doing it purposely. I was just doing it to entertain. I know what I'm doing. I was winding you up. Daniel's like, nah, man, base slip, talking for your base. I was like, yeah, well, Daniel, it's only because I won. I was talking, bruv, you know what, Daniel? Do you know the last time I won, yeah? The last time I won a fight was bloody Ronda Rousey or Tyson Fury. That's the last time I won a boxing match, bro. So I was happy, bro.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. He was riled up when that one happened.
I was pumped. But you know what? When it came down to the scorecards, to be fair, I didn't think I wasn't sure that it was going to win, you know? I was like, oh, man. But when he got it, I was like, yeah, man. But you know what? I'll be fair, like them fights are all close, and I'm just winding up, man. So it's what you see in it. So
yep. Speaking of which, actually, that pay-per-view did like a close to like 170,000 buys. I don't think they're counting in the streaming though.
People say it was shit though, man. The thing is, for Triple G, Let me turn on my TV. 1 minute.
That was
People said
rubbish,
it was-
though, man. 130,000. Rubbish.
I don't. I think that's good, man. Honestly, like for Triple G,
Good money. It's good money, but
it's not like Kell Brook, though. It's not like Kell Brook in the UK. I think that done more, man. I don't because Eddie hadn't released it.
yeah.
I don't know how much.
Kell Brook did.
Well-
Kell Brook did what? That must have done close to 500,000, something like that.
Yeah, not much more. So they can say Golovkin didn't sell, but the everyone thought. Remember, everyone thought it was a mismatch. To be fair, so why would it sell? If you thought the guy, it turned into an interesting
I
fight,
think
innit?
it's because the story of Jacobs, in it, the miracle man, he beat cancer, blah blah blah. Nice guy at boxing.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it doesn't even sell here. Like in his home state, it doesn't even sell much because, unfortunately, Al Heyman, for by design, does not promote his guys well. So
I don't think none of them promote their guys. To be fair, I think Al Heyman's type of guy. He lets the fighters do that. But I think none of the promoters promote because whoever was doing the tickets, they done a terrible job. And that wasn't Al Heyman's show. That was a thingy show, K1 show. You know what I'm saying? Al Heyman's shows have been selling out. Keith Berman, Danny Garcia, I think that sold out, and the rest of them.
No, the Triple G fight sold. In fact, what happened is actually Michael Montero actually pointed this out. They sold a section of the seats that was supposed to be given to media. They sold it to fans, and they left a lot of the media up in the upper decks.
Yeah, but you know what? Over here, Matchroom, Eddie Hearn does that all the time. Eddie Hearn always does that, bro. He wants the tickets. He wants the tickets. He don't care about the media. You can put it on your lap. So Michael Montero sitting there trying to look all comfortable, having a great seats. Nah, man. Watch the fight on the screen like everyone. That's what I had to do. And if you want to, because in the day, they're not there. Because the thing is, remember, it's K1. It was K1 who decided to do. That's Golovkin's people.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we have British Michael Buffer now on the TV.
Yeah.
You call him British Michael Buffer.
All the time. See, Daniel, listen, Daniel's a UK resident. We must have Daniel move over here. You know that.
That's right. Yeah, I was thinking that. You know.
Well, no. If you guys give me some of that orange juice, yeah. If you, because that orange, that's probably the second. Yeah, the second best orange juice I've ever tasted in my life. It'll never top Florida orange juice, though. I can never top Florida orange juice. No.
All right, we're ready, man. Yo, guys, we're ready. We're ready.
Yep. Like right now, they're showing the montage for Linares and Crolla. Yeah. And this is, like I said, this is one of the things I like about Showtime when they do international boxing. They let the main broadcasters handle the thing instead of having the other guys call it in the studio.
Crolla's got a chance, man. He just needs to keep it close. That's the last thing. Crolla just got to keep it close.
He can win this, you know. But Linares is very, very skillful, man.
If you can cut Linares early, Crolla's got a chance.
Hey, that would help. That would help.
There he is. Anthony $1 Million Crolla.
Yeah.
Followed by
he went comfortably 12. He went comfortably 12 rounds of Linares, you know, comfortably. You know what I mean? So,
no, that's why I said it. That's why I said on Thursday it was a close fight. But the problem is Linares, once he knows he can outskill you, he'll do that. He just then gotta outpunch him.
yeah.
Meanwhile, Anthony Crolla is just waiting for his cue to come in.
Is that your TV, Daniel? Is that your one? I got my one up already, you know.
If you're hearing Brian Custer, then it's my TV.
Yeah, it's your TV. Now, you want to hear in the UK, you want to lock that, you want to turn yours down. I got my one nicely.
There we go.
Yeah, we need to bring these guys over here, man.
Now we got it.
Popping.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. Now we have Crolla walking in. Green shirts. People already trying to throw beer at him. Wow.
Nah, whatever. Nah, we don't do that over here, bro. We throw cups of piss if we don't like you. Nah, I'm joking. That's Mexico. Nah, I'm joking. Crolla's in his hometown. It's Manchester.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like they try to give him a beer. Like, here, mate.
Nah. That is funny, though.
All right, here we go. Logged in by security that probably at least 10 years his senior. As is the case with most security guards.
I'm gonna catch you. Whoever's got the volume. Y'all need to turn your volume down. One of you need to turn your volume down. I got mine up.
Yeah, mine's muted. Mine's muted, so.
Tony Brown.
There's Oscar De La Hoya, repping because he just signed Linares to a multi-year deal again.
Oh, he signed Linares.
Well, he had him signed before. I think they're slowly trying to take over Tyken's hold of the promotion. Because he's promoted by him and Tyken.
Yeah, take him got him, man.
Yeah, but they just
I like his manager. I like the guy, that Latino brother, man. He's good. He's a decent brother, man.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a good brother, man.
Here we go. Golden Boy in conjunction with Matchroom Boxing on Sky Sports, which would not surprise. Well, if Shota didn't pick up this fight, they would have had this thing on Ring TV Live.
Yep.
Here we go. All right. Also in the U.S. studios, I'll let you guys know, I think it was Marvin Allo, Al Bernstein, Paulie Malignaggi, and Mikey Garcia.
They're not in the UK. They're not in the UK, are they? They're in America, aren't they?
Yeah, they're in the studio. What Showtime normally does is they preview the fight. They show a showcase fight, like they showed Katie Taylor again, like the last 4 rounds of her fight, and then they start talking about the fight. And they always bring somebody in that might be like in the line to fight the winner of the next one. That's why they had Mikey on, and then they let Sky Sports take over pretty much everything. And once that's done, then they go back in for post analysis.
Yes. They're proper sold out, man. Sold out. Look at it.
Yep.
Jammed, man. Oh, now here comes. He's playing Eminem. Guess who's back? Yeah. Yep. Guess who's back?
Obviously, Linares with the maroon cap with the Venezuelan flag and the shape of the country on it. Yep. Very, very proud of his country. Granted, they got shellacked in the World Baseball Classic, but.
Oh, that's what Dillian White comes out with. What's it? ACDC.
Yep. There we go. Linares being flashy in there. There he is with Oscar. Oscar pretty much trying to give him some last-minute tips. Here we go. Tell it the tape. Linares 1 year older than Crolla. Crolla half an inch taller. Weight pretty much about the same. Linares having the 2-inch reach advantage. But Linares has 4 more years experience than Crolla. Even though they actually almost fought almost the exact amount of rounds.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, very even fight.
Yep. And obviously the betting odds are there, which unfortunately that's just the UK giving us the finger here in the States. Well, like, think about it. The only legalized gambling that we have in this country is either Vegas or you don't go to DraftKings and FanDuel. And here we go, Linares with the Ring Magazine lightweight championship as well.
Linares started his career in 2002. Crolla started in 2006. Fights Crolla, Linares 44 fights, Crolla 49 fights. KO percentage. No. KO win by KOs. There's not much in it.
No, like they're both grinders. They're not big punchers per se, but they're both grinders in a sense.
Yeah,
that's what made the first fight fun. Both of them look pretty calm, reserved. Whoever picked that girl for hold the best win of flag, good job. Very, very good job. You deserve promotion.
The main event, the fight of the night. 12 rounds of boxing. The WBA and the WBC Diamond and Ring Magazine Lightweight Championship.
What? White?
We are sponsored by Betfred, StubHub, Masters.
I'll turn mine up, yeah?
And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to bring you the very, very, very best ringside seats in the business. You're joining us live here on Sky Sports. And a very special welcome to the millions of viewers joining us around the world on Showtime. This is Manchester! All the business will be funded on WBA is in association with the British Boxing Board of Control. Our supervisor for the WBA is Renzo Bagnario. Alberto Guerra for the WBC, and representing the British Boxing Board of Control is Alistair Hayes and Robin Smith. Our inspectors working here at ringside, Barry Colson, Mark Ridge and Matthew Verity. The 3 scoring judges all using the 10-point must system. Alexander Gorsian of Mexico, David Sullivan of the USA, and from Belgium, Philip Vadebecker. Our timekeeper at the bell from England is Peter Humphrey. And when the bell rings and the action begins, the referee in charge of one of the leading referees in the world today, from Doncaster, England, Howard Foster. And now the waiting is over. Here we go. Introducing to you the challenger. Finding out of the blue corner with the white trunks trimmed with green and black and white in a nice.
Okay, I think you're like a good 30 seconds behind me.
I think so.
Because they're introducing Linares now.
On your one. I know. I'll turn it after they finish. I'll do it and then I'll let you do your one. Yeah? I got Crolla on points, man. I think Crolla's gonna win, man.
And what a champion! Fighting out the red corner with the black trunks through the goal. Weighing at 978 pounds, 4 ounces, 44 right level, 41.
Our referee's coming into them.
And just 3 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the reigning and defending WBA and WBC Diamond and Ring Magazine champion of the world from Venezuela, El Nido de Oro, the Golden Boy, Jorge Linares.
He's still the away fighter, man.
Yeah. Here we go, folks.
Right,
Round 1.
Yeah, Daniel's in front, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can turn yours up, then. You can turn yours up, Daniel. Turn yours up. We'll go from your one. That's it.
Crolla believes, along with his whole team, and they take a massive confidence that they've made enormous analysis of that first fight. They know what they've got to improve. The ring, Stefan, it's 18 foot, it's a smaller ring, it was 20 foot inside last time. But also, Linares has gloves on the puncher's gloves. Are they looking to go one better and stop the brave Matt Cunha this time? It really is absolutely fascinatingly poised, Carl.
So far, Linares guiding the action with the jab. Probably do a couple to the body, but so far Linares is dictating the action.
Listen to this noise. I remember it when you fought Lucian Bruton. We were talking about Katie Taylor and Natasha Jonas. Hatton fought you. It's this sort of an atmosphere. Well, if Crolla is ever going to be Linares, it's going to be this kind of atmosphere that you're talking about that's going to help it towards doing that. This crowd really will get inside it, get on the skin and feel it and hear it. And hopefully you can take it to the level it needs to be. Linares, very, very classic. Good head movement, good jab.
Yep, that's Froch.
Linares, all Linares got to do, in my opinion, is just keep it close. You know what I mean? You keep it close, you've got good shots.
Well, so far, as I said, it's been out jabbing Crolla for the whole round.
Who's been out jabbing? Linares been out jabbing him, yeah?
Yeah, for most of the fight, he's been out jabbing. Crolla has gone in a couple of times inside, but I think he's smothered himself a couple of times getting into it. So far, Linares, like I say, he's been dictating the fight so far with the jab. Interesting enough, when the Sky Sports team was talking about that, what Team Crolla knowing what they had to look into it, part of it is they had to get the fight started earlier. They can't give Linares a round like this.
Interesting to see so early in the fight. The brain's ticking over.
Yep, that's an easy round for Linares.
So round one is done. You said that usually in the rematch, the first round isn't all action. That's what we saw here.
Yeah, both guys kind of expecting a lot.
They're now. I guess now they're letting Custer and Malinaji talk in between rounds.
Oh yeah, I don't. Oh, that's what you was doing. Oh, you turned it up for that. That's what you did, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. And it was just loud. It was just extra because we could hear already. But I like we can don't worry about what they have to say. And we could see already because I mean Crolla's doing more than what he was doing before. I'm telling you, man. Like to me, I'm looking at I hear what you're saying, but Crolla's coming forward and he's working behind the jab. And Linares not really doing too much, and he's hitting gloves. What do you think, Charlie Brown?
No.
Charlie Brown still here? Or he bounced?
Or he's asleep too now.
Yeah, he's not there.
All right. So here you go. Round two. You have still Linares with the jab. Not letting him do much inside. I think they're really counting on Linares trying to get tired from the jab and the fact that it's a smaller ring, that he won't have the distance. Because that's the key for Crolla. Like he has to make it a dogfight. Because the better chances of you getting the dogfight, the better chances you can have Linares cut and have his corner deal with that for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, I can't listen.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Let me just lower down. There we go.
That's what was it? Oh, you turn yours off?
Yeah, turn my mute back on, but that was a nice little catch right there. Crolla went to the body, Linares went over it and hit him with a left hook.
You can put some sound on that, Daniel, man. I don't mind some sound on that, bro, because your one slightly in front of mine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Put some sound.
I can see a little bit of Crolla's game plan. Focus on the body, get Linares tired, use the fact that it's a smaller ring, like I said, to make it a dogfight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All he's trying to do, just keep rounds close. That's all you got to do is keep rounds close, and then maybe the judges might see your way. You get me?
Yeah. The thing about it though is he has to do more than that, because he's doing work to the body, but he's doing it right after Linares jabs him about 3 or 4 times.
Oh.
Like I get the game plan, but you need to do it at better intervals.
He's doing more than what he's doing, yeah.
Because it's different. Like if you have somebody that is the same like skill level as Crolla. But I think, and I don't think anybody will say that Linares is on that level. He's definitely higher.
Testing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you, Charlie. Bro. What's going on? How you see the fight? I think it's pretty close. Crolla's doing well, you know. He's doing better than he did.
Yeah, it's very close.
See, I told you.
Yeah, very close. It's a bit more cautious, but Linares is holding the center of the ring. I think he looks more comfortable than him, but Crolla is pro, so I've got it kind of a draw.
Because see, the thing is, Linares, for this, we're watching, Linares is on the back foot, and that's what Linares was doing. He let Crolla lead. Crolla's just jabbing him to the stomach. Good punch, go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he's focusing on the body, hoping to get him into a dogfight in the later rounds. But you can't, if you try to make it about skill, you can't do that if you're Crolla. Yeah, but because you know Linares has vastly better skill than you.
If you look at it, when I'm looking at this, Crolla's landing and Linares was hitting his gloves. All the punches hitting his gloves on the hooks. They're all hitting hooks.
Well, you're not noticing the body punches of Linares then. Because that's the main thing about it. Because Linares throws about 3 or 4 jabs, but then after that he throws at least a 2 or 3 punch combination. And unfortunately, Crolla throws the same combination, but he's throwing it after Linares throws 3 or 4 jabs.
Everyone's saying Crolla's working really good. I mean, he's just jabbing behind the high guard, man.
I got it quite even.
All right, let's see here. I like this little slowdown right there. Crolla, nice little jab. When Sky Sport team's questioning you winning the rounds, it doesn't say much confidence for the British fighter.
Understand you. Hey, listen, I'm telling you, bro. You're in England, you know. And bro, a man likes Crolla. People love Crolla, you know. Manchester. You know what I'm saying to you, bro. That like Eddie Hearn knows that you just all Crolla's got to do. Eddie, just keep the fucking rounds close. And then if you just keep it close, then you know what I'm saying. There's an argument to put. Like right now, I'm gonna be telling you right now. I think Crolla's up on it on the card. I'm telling you, bro. Like, I'm looking at like, you know what I'm saying, Daniel. I'll tell you what, right? I'm looking at slow-mo, yeah? All the slow-mos, they're leading it by the jabs, and the fans are rowdy. Like, the fans won't give a shit. Like, but I don't know what the judges are seeing that way, but that's what I'm seeing. I got 2 rounds to call.
Well, the thing is, though, you're in Manchester. So anything that Crolla does is going to get oohs and ahs.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, it's not like before when he was fighting, Crolla's opening up on him. I'm in the 3rd round. You're in front of me. But what I'm saying...
Like right now, Linares is now just starting to land overhand right with a left uppercut, and a right uppercut right there.
Yeah, they told him he needs to step it up. Because remember, he's a away fighter. You think he has to? Even though he's a champion, he has to really. You know what I'm trying to say? He has to show that he's proper dominant and it's clear that he's winning the rounds. And this is what I'm saying. If there's close rounds, what me and Charlie Brown are saying, then it's gonna go to Crolla. It's just the way it is, in my opinion.
That's how I've got it, because he's on the back foot as well. Linares.
Yeah, he's on the back foot. Yeah, man, he's on the back foot. Yeah. He's on the back foot. All he's got to do is keep it close. I did say that. That's what I'm saying. Crolla's good on rematches. They just told him keep the high guard up, work behind the jab, and just keep pressuring him. Because look, Linares is constantly on the back foot, and the punches he's landing. They're not he's throwing some real good combinations, but they're not landing. They're hitting gloves, man. I've never seen Linares miss. In terms of he's hitting the target, but he's hitting gloves. So and the Crolla keeps jabbing that stomach keep jabbing him to the stomach, bro.
Yeah, but he has to be more than that. You have to do more than that. Because remember, now you're in Manchester, but guess what? 2 of those judges aren't British. There's a Mexican and an American in there, and Mexicans and Americans, they pay attention to the jab.
If you want to keep working in England where you want to get the big money fights, I mean, you might score for the North. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Well, that's the whole thing about it. Like right now, they're both starting to open up because they're both now starting to get combinations. Like Linares is starting to get the uppercuts going, and Crolla's starting to jump in, leading with the jab. So like the fight's starting to heat up a little bit, but like I said, what makes this fight really good, and what made the first fight really good, is they're both grinders. They're not power punchers, so they're both gonna work and grind to get the victory.
That's what I'm saying, man. I know people love Crolla, man.
There's value.
Tony Belly's around there, is it?
Yeah.
All right, go on there.
See, I got this round a 10-10. I got the first 3 rounds 10-10.
You can't do that, Charlie Brown. Nah, allow your Charlie Brown. Allow your 10-10.
Like I said, it's a good game plan. Like going to the body. Like I said, you have to do that. You have to do that to slow Linares down. You just have to do more of it.
I'm not having Charlie Brown. I'm not having Charlie Brown get away with 10-10s. I'm not having it today. Oh,
okay, it. All right. It's got to be 10-9s, yeah? Then I've got that for Crolla then.
All right.
The first one for Linares. The last two for Crolla.
All right, here we go. All right, 4th round.
With the pressure.
One thing that I haven't seen though, like
body punching is dividend because he's putting body making. That will set him up for the headshots later on. Linares is doors start opening up. You get me? And remember, he's bad at stamina enough. But Linares is stamina. It's not the best, you know. He's not good for stamina. He starts fading the late round, so he's putting the banks in. Remember, hey, when it comes to round 6 onwards, that's when the judges start marking. It don't matter what you do the first 6. It's the next 6. If it goes that distance, man, I'll start marking you. Get me?
Well, that's the thing. Like for like Linares right now is still keeping his poise a little bit, but like I say, Crolla's doing the body work and he needs to do it. Like right now they're like a little fake tie up.
Them body shots good, you know. He shot a good jab to the head and the right hand.
I think Linares might gas out. He keep getting it hit with the body. He used to gas out later rounds. And
I got Crolla taking it, but I got Crolla taking the first 3, bro.
I don't know about taking the first 3.
Nah, like I said, at most you can say Linares winning 2 rounds to 1 Crolla.
Go on, Chris. You good?
Yeah, I got 2 rounds to 1 too.
Yeah, like the round 2 I can give to Crolla, but not round 3.
Round 4. Linares opening up in round 4, bro. He opened up.
Yeah, they opened it up in round 3, and that's the dangerous part. The thing about it is because right now Linares is outlanding him with the combinations.
While on Crolla jab his way in.
He is, but he don't want to stay in with Linares because Linares got quick hand.
No, he's not. He's just walking straight. He's walking in a straight line.
Yeah, but he can't mix it with him. What he's trying to do, Chris? He's just trying to wear him down. Keep the fight close.
He's fighting like fucking Ricky Hatton. He might get knocked out if he keep doing that.
I don't think so, Chris. I think he's hoping Linares is gonna fade, bro.
Well, that's the hope. That's the hope. That's it. Sorry, what are you saying, Chris?
I think he's trying to if he don't get hurt doing that, he might can stop him later by putting all that pressure on him, making him fade in later rounds.
Linares doing well this round, though.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like if you're just trying to base it off that, you're trying to make it a skill fight, and Crolla's not on that level with Linares.
Linares
when it comes to skill.
Linares is starting to penetrate Crolla's defense now.
Yeah, and that's the thing though. Like Crolla landed a decent uppercut right now, but he landed it in an angle that didn't do much damage.
Because Linares is trying to get him with that wicked uppercut and the right hand, but it's not landing.
I think Linares might win this round.
Yeah. Because like right now he's the one dictating some of the pace. Like Crolla hasn't done enough of the body shots.
Round 4, we are giving to Linares. Linares, Crolla's open up. Crolla's open up.
Crolla landed some. Toyota Corolla landed some punches.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, like
good. Who's that?
We said it. Like they're both grinders. They're both going to land decent shots. The issue's going to be though. Right, like Paulo Malignaggi has it right now. He's a real good. He's a fair scorer when it comes to this.
He said 3-1.
He has 3-2-1 for Linares.
Okay,
that's how I got it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Oscar's smiling there, hopefully not drinking any lagers.
Nah, I got the other way, man. I got the other way, bro.
Nah, he gonna get beat again if he keep fighting like this.
Well, we all understand the game plan. We all understand the game plan. What he's trying to do: land to the body, have a shorter ring, so therefore make it a dogfight later and try to get the stoppage. The problem though is, if you only hit a plan that's only going to the body, you're going to leave everything else up to skill. And like I said, Crolla's not at that level with Linares based on pure skill.
He doesn't look outclassed to me, man. I think he's right in the fight, bro.
No, I'm not saying
this fight. From watching this fight, Linares won't beat Mikey Garcia.
Mikey ain't proving himself. What's Mikey said? Mikey ain't proving himself. What's Mikey done?
You're a better fighter than this Crolla kid.
The skill set is. But I don't know.
That's what Kell Brook's saying.
Kell Brook with his over. What's Kell Brook saying? Oh, this.
Kell Brook looks like he's seen his fate.
Yeah, Errol was.
Did Errol Spence scare him that much?
Nah, man. Kell Brooks, he rose to the challenge and finally got his magnitude. If Crolla does.
I lost my stream, man.
It's going to happen unless he get. I want to see how his scale go. I don't think he can make 147. To tell you the truth.
Have you got a stream there, Errol? Because I lost mine.
Yeah, DJ Boxing live if you will. Yeah, I've got you. Lost Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown, as you got on Mob Dro.
No.
Download Mob Dro, and it's on Sky Sports 1.
Dougie Carpet Burger Garden Street. It's round 5.
I sent it to you in the chat. Yeah, check the chat. Yeah, you check the chat. It's in there.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
Nice one.
Yeah,
nice.
This is actually a better round for Crolla. He's done a lot more body work this round.
My shit's frozen for a second. Let me see. Let me refresh it.
It's on Sky Sports 1 on Mob Dro.
I'm watching it, but man's so far behind. Daniel's way in front. You know what I mean? Daniel's is way.
Where you at, Daniel?
Where you at, Daniel? I got on Showtime, man.
What round you got?
I'm around 5 right now. Like I said, Crolla's doing a better job in this round.
Oh, round 5. How many minutes you
got? Like right now, 45 seconds left.
Oh yeah, you ahead of me. I'm on a minute and 9 seconds.
Go ahead. That's why Daniel has to lead because he's in front of us. I don't, you know what I mean? There's no point of us dragging. You know what I mean? I'm not dragging behind. I ain't got time for that shit. Let Daniel lead, bro. The shit's in front of us. He's in front.
This has been the best round for Crolla. Like he's now starting to open up a little bit, but then luckily he's done enough where even that late flurry from Linares just now is not going to be enough for him to win the round.
Daniel's deep, you know. Daniel's deep. Hey, Daniel's not easy, you know. Hey, Daniel, don't be surprised if you get another one like last week, you know.
No, like I said, Crolla won that round. It was the best round that he's fought.
That's why I like Daniel. Hey, I'm gonna send you another stream, Charlie Brown.
Yes, please.
And that's that one is frozen me. You get me?
Yeah.
And amazing helps.
Look for Sky Sports 1. It's on Sky Sports 1 if y'all can find a way.
There you go, Charlie Brown.
Okay. Like right now they're showing the combinations from Linares. And that's the bad part of it. If Crolla doesn't do more to what he did at round 5, there's a good chance he'll lose that fight on points.
Daniel's nicely in the head. And the thing is, Daniel's in the States, you know. It's nuts, you know, isn't it, Charlie Brown? Daniel's in the States. Me and you know that. That I work, innit?
So who won that 5th round?
I could say Crolla. Like right now, I could have it 3 rounds to 2 Linares right now.
Yeah, I go the other way. It must be the other way. Then I mean, Crolla's up by 2 rounds. 2 rounds to. I go 2 rounds, 3 rounds to 4, innit? Is it 3 rounds? Sorry, 3 rounds to 2, or something like that. Yeah. If he won that round, they might have been up by 1. So I'm 4 rounds to 1. That's why I got it.
Right, I got it. Yeah.
Okay, now Crolla's starting to get sloppy a little bit.
Daniel, what's your minute? What's your minute?
Right now, I'm at 2 minutes and 28 seconds in round 6.
I'm with you now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mike.
Yeah, bro.
All right, now we're all finally now seeing the same thing. Like there we go. Crolla. Land a good body shot there. But you probably there, and Linares answers back. One thing that I think Crolla thought, I think he had figured out around 5 and not so much in this round. We're starting to time a little bit Linares' jab, but I think Linares now is just trying to vary it to make sure that he can't time it.
Linares is like Collins. I'm telling you, man, he's picking it up, man. He's picking it up, Daniel. I'm telling you, I've seen this before. See, the thing is, you understand, yeah. Like, the thing is, and the thing is, he's throwing more punches. He's much more throwing more punches, and Linares is out punching himself. You know? Collins making him strong. He better be in shape, you know, because all these big punches are missing. They're all missing off in gloves, and Collins keep walking it down, bro. I see men start getting weighed down by that.
Meanwhile, he's maintaining pretty decent poison throughout. But that's the thing, luckily. Both these guys are grinders. Like, you expected this a tough decision from when these two fight. They're both of them jab each other. Ooh, nice little right hand from Linares. Stop Crolla right as he was trying to come in. And there it is again. Ooh, right through the guard. Yeah, right through the guard.
Getting gloved though, man. Getting the gloves, man.
No, he hit his face. He went around the glove in that one.
Man, the Crolla's just there. Keep jabbing him, Crolla. Keep jabbing him, and right hands were there. He's walking him down. See, the thing is, yeah, I'm telling you, bro. If you're a judge and you're watching this, the man's walking down. You're gonna score it in it. Look, the double jab in his face. Linares is not working enough, you know. I tell you, Linares is not working enough. He's gonna start tiring. Look at him. He's looking slack and well.
Really?
Crolla looks strong.
Dude, he's been doing the same combination throughout.
Stop, you know. He's gonna.
That's the thing. Like I said, for round one, the game plan for Crolla was hands to the body and then get him in a close ring. And look at Linares now.
You know, he's gonna get a right hand. He's gonna get a right hand.
But that's
drop him. I'm telling you now. I can see it. What he gonna do? He ain't for the right hand the whole fight, bro. All round white is gonna.
Okay. Yeah. And Crolla looks to be cut. All right. Now, like if you're watching Showtime, Brian Custer, Al Bernstein, Paulo Malignaggi, and Mikey Garcia are talking about the fight.
Even at this point, this one, Crolla definitely behind. He came in with the plan to throw a lot more punches. Has not been able to do that.
Yeah, he's not able to close the gap. He's got this little hippity hop going, which I thought in the first round might have thrown Linares off. But once Linares had the timing of it, the problem with Crolla's hippity hop is once he stops doing the hippity hop, Linares knows to throw a punch or step out. You know, he doesn't punch while hippity hopping, so to speak. He gives you the hitch by stopping. So you let him know.
Give me your thought, Mikey.
I think Crolla needs to let his hands go more. He's not closing the gap, like Paulie just said, and it's allowing Linares to get his hands out and just.
Let's get you right back out to round 7. Adam Smith, Carl Frost of Sky Sports with the call.
And you can tell that Mikey Garcia is not really good at commentating.
All right, so there you go. That's the USA broadcast. You guys are getting it from coast to coast, from the USA and over in the UK. But you can't get a better, boy. That's how they're seeing it. And the Carl has it. Yes, put it down, boy. Let's put it down, boy. Put it down, boy. Put it down over round.
59-55 for Linares on the Sky Sports card.
He only put a 1 round.
They gave him 2, actually.
2?
Yeah.
Shit, crazy, man. I don't know what fight Carl Rogers watching, man. I'm watching a lot.
No, but I'm watching because what he's watching is Crolla's doing good work, but he's not doing enough of it.
How are you gonna score punches if they're hitting the gloves, man? I don't understand. Like Crolla's landing clean punches, like you can't like he's hitting the gloves, man.
Because the pace has been dictated by Linares. That's the whole thing. Like he's been throwing out things in aspect, but Linares has been the one dictating the pace. Even while walking by, all that Crolla's been doing, luckily, it's just been following him. That's the big issue. Crolla's been following Linares around the ring.
He hasn't followed his right hand yet.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, he's gonna get hit with those combinations like just now. That's the issue. You can't leave it just on base of skill because.
Well, I'm watching the fight right now. I guess we're watching 2 different fights. And I'm not the only one seeing that. Charlie Brown agrees with me.
Yeah.
Again, it's opinions. We see Charlie Brown. How you see it?
I'm seeing Crolla pressing Linares.
Yeah.
And Linares is hitting.
Oh, he's down.
He's down.
Vicious left uppercut, and Crolla is down.
It hurt, man.
Where did he go?
It's down, boy.
Oh, shit. Just as you said that.
Yeah, I was looking for Crolla to do that.
But that's the thing, though. You can't leave it in a fight of skill with somebody that's better skilled than you.
Yeah, bro.
You had to have grinded, and that's what Linares did.
Let's keep watching the fight there. See how Crolla's going to get out of this sticky situation. Sticky is what I'm talking about. And this is Linares don't but punch himself up. And Crolla comes back. Linares teeing off on him with an uppercut, 2 uppercuts.
Yep.
Right hand.
And there's a combination right there. Yeah.
But
nobody should question Crolla's toughness. Nobody should question his toughness. That's a vicious uppercut. Linares hit him with.
Crolla's been hit the deck, come off the floor. Listen, this will be the best comeback in British boxing history if Crolla can come back and win the fight here. But he's been decked, probably outpoints. Daniel. Oh, there's the right hand. There you go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm just. I told you. Hey, body shots. Crolla, let's go, Crolla. Crolla's game against the ropes. And Crolla's poor. Oh, Linares going to
and Crolla's letting Linares just dictate the pace again. It's a 10-8 round for Linares.
And Linares is comfortably up now, I guess. So I guess some people's call. Go ahead, Charlie, bro. Go ahead, Dad. Go ahead.
That was a 10-9. That was a 10-8, sorry.
Yeah, 10-8. Right there. And let's throw it. Boom. Not even on the chin.
Yeah, when he was coming in
the temple, and then boom.
That's Linares, man. That's Linares, man.
Yeah. Like he doesn't right there. Like he didn't even have to throw it the whole way, but that's the whole thing about it. Don't leave it just up to skill if you're Crolla. Grind it. That
was class, you know. That was class.
Yeah, that was. Yep. Meanwhile, Gus has jumped in. What are your thoughts, Gus?
Oh, Gus. Who invited Gus in? I bet it was you, Daniel. What's up, Gus? I know it was that. What's going on, Gus? Don't take it no way. Got me and Gus. Gus, come over here. Corruption and boxing. Gus, how you scoring the fight, mate?
Just a one-sided systematic destruction.
Oh, you as well. Look at this.
I don't believe this.
And you know what? Gus come this time to make sure that EJ is not going to put his name in vain and call out and say that Gus has Crolla up. So let's make sure this don't happen. I got Crolla, the best comeback in British boxing history. You guys can't stay. All we need is an overhand right or to split Linares on his back and a left hook to set him down, to keep him down. And there it is.
And he missed. And then he missed it. And then boom, a combination from Linares backs him up. That's the whole thing. He's doing good work, but he's not doing enough of it. And then when he does enough of it, Linares does that.
It's just the easiest check that Linares has ever cashed.
This is
don't say that, Gus.
This is what they're doing, bro. Hey, you know what? You know, last week it was Daniel and Mr. Doc. Now they're teamed up with Gus. That's why he put his back up in to make sure.
It's like walking down the street and finding a suitcase full of money and thinking,
"Oh no, is that what you said? $1 million? Yeah, $1 million Crolla. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
$1 million suitcase.
$1 million Crolla wearing Jamaican colors too. Like,
yeah, he's wearing the Jamaica colors, you know.
Yeah, like I just noticed that.
It's going to be Anthony. It's going to be Anthony unemployed Crolla scene, man.
No. Crolla's come. Look at Crolla's walking him down, man. You gonna get points for that, bro. You gonna get points for just walking him down.
That's it. You're seeing him walking him down. I'm seeing him following Linares around.
Why is Linares holding on? He might have punched himself.
He's not even holding on right now. But that's the thing. There's a thing between. There's a difference.
It just looks weak. And then Crolla's rolling in, and Linares' mouth is dragged open as Crolla's pouring it down. And like the rain.
Crolla's strategy is definitely checking off the fight.
Oh, nice little right hand from Linares. But that's the thing, though. There's a difference between walking somebody down and following somebody. Crolla's done more of the latter than the former in this fight.
Yeah, well, I'm reading the action right now. So and Crolla's got Linares up in the corner, and now he's brought Linares is on the back foot. Same thing again, and he looks like his jaws open. I don't know why Crolla got fight more than right hands over Linares' jab, man.
Because Linares has proven that the hand speed is an advantage for him. Even in this fight, like right now, he tried to throw the right hand. Linares answered with an uppercut.
This is turning.
And look, oh man, Linares, no tienes que hacer eso, hombre, no tienes que hacer eso. Oh shit! No, did you just really see? No, luckily the Sky Sports cameras were not showing it, But Linares pretty much was saying that all you're doing is just jerking me off there, Crolla. That's all. That's the motion that he did.
Daniel's deep.
I saw that. I was like, oh man, no, that's how Latinos fight. So yeah,
Daniel's got a different element.
It's a very good strategy, you know what I mean, to take off the initial 6 rounds to come back, trying to sort of count your offense in the second half of the fight. Almost gambling on the effect that you got the power to stop him. Very dangerous strategy.
well, Gus, when you saw the fight, did you notice like a little bit that Crolla was focusing a lot more to the body than in the last fight, and you have the smaller ring. Hopefully, in that game plan, try to get Linares in the corner and then just try to stop him.
No. I think he focused on the body in the first fight. That's his general strategy. But the problem here is that he couldn't navigate. He couldn't get in the range. You know, Linares wouldn't let him on the inside. He was a lot better at.
But it's both ways.
It's just to keep him away, so he kept that spacing from bouncing this little different.
You know what? Something is happening round 9 now, so
Yeah.
Crolla can be round 9.
Crolla doesn't have the guile. That's the problem.
It's not so much the guile as it is just a skill set. Just a skill set to go in and then sustain it.
Yeah, but Oscar Larios never had the guile, but he was able to get inside. You can get inside him. There is a way. You know, I mean, I've seen people bobbing and weaving to get inside. Crolla doesn't really have.
No, Crolla's been just walking straight forward throughout. That's the whole thing.
And it's been going at angles. You know, this fight is very close. You know.
That's what I'm saying. They lived it. I lived it. I try to tell them, you know, because the thing is, yeah, if you're watching it, yeah, you're seeing one guy coming for one in the back foot, but you're seeing good shots. Now, it depends on the judges are scoring. Right now, it looks to me Linares picking up these rounds. I gave him the last 3. Yeah, so I can comfortably up.
Well,
but what I'm saying, again, I can't say into it's in Manchester, and they got a knockdown, and Linares is doing the business. But hey, listen, I'm trying to tell you, mate. You know what I mean? Don't be surprised, mate. Linares and Crolla free.
But that's the whole thing, though. There's, like I said, there's been instances where Crolla has walked Linares down, but for most of the fight, he's been following him.
Crolla's firm with him. You see what I'm saying? Look, Crolla, see? This is what I'm saying. Listen, look. We see this is what. There you go, Crolla. That's what I'm talking about. Talk to me, Charlie Brown. Uppercut. Sends him against the rope.
And then right hand by Linares, and then pushes him back.
You're hitting the gloves.
He doesn't do enough.
He is hitting gloves, though. He is hitting gloves.
He's hitting gloves, but he gave up the momentum. That's the bad part of it. He gave up that part, and now Linares is now jabbing to the.
This ain't a chess match. Dan, you have to call what you're seeing. His punches are hitting the face, and Linares' punch will hit in the gloves right there. That's what's happening. Like 2 people can see what's happening. I'm not going to dispute the Linares punches.
And Linares is getting tired as well.
I'm trying to tell you
that's the plan. That we knew that was the whole plan. Focus on the body and try to get him late.
Or a 1-2.
But then the 1-2
Linares is very tired. In distress.
Linares left hook to the body, that took him back.
Hey, for the people listening, you're getting both sides.
Left against the body.
Damn, that cut by worse.
He check hooked it, but he checked it, then went to the body as soon as he put his hands down. Beautiful.
Crolla's bleeding now. For the people listening, you're getting both sides of the argument, man. Yeah, you can't say this hangout is unbiased, bro. This hangout is completely unbiased, and you have 2 people to call both actions. We throw Crolla, Charlie Brown, and Daniel Carpy and
that was an excellent left hook to the body from Crolla.
Yeah, that was a good way to end the fight.
Crolla's ahead.
That one I can give to Crolla. That one I can give to Crolla.
Crolla won that round, man.
Now, but amazingly enough, he's the one cut.
Left uppercut, Linares. Beautiful left lead.
What's Oscar De La Hoya saying? Let me hear what Oscar said. One, I'll turn it up.
Both fighters are terrific fighters. Crolla has a heart of gold. Linares is obviously the champion, but he has his hands full. It's a good fight. Any signs that Crolla's coming back into this? Well, he's like I said, he has a heart of gold. He's the underdog, obviously, but he's coming back very strong. So this fight is anybody's. I mean, this is a very close fight.
Even De La Hoya knows, man.
Do you expect him to say, "Oh, my guy is just flat out winning"? That's called being a promoter.
De La Hoya's had probably a couple of grams, man. He's probably just a little bit
What are you guys doing?
Here we go. Here we go. Round 10. Round 10. Let's leave the drug jokes at the table right now, and let's focus on the 10th round.
Thank you. Let's go reaction as it's happening, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like right now, Linares now is making more of an effort to jab to Crolla's body. Now that's the walking down that you need to see the Crolla do a lot more of. That if he really wants to make it close, but then Linares, he did that little left hook, went to the jab to the body, then immediately turned it into a left hook.
Yeah, he's done that to Linares.
Left hook, man.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Where are you in the round? What's your time?
I'm
at 2:15.
You're well behind me, man.
Where you at? Where you at?
Ooh,
140.
Oh, Gus is way.
Okay.
Gus is way.
Okay, Gus is way ahead. Yeah, I'm watching it on my TV on Showtime. So
we just go by what we. Gus, you keep calling it though.
Sure.
Me, Charlie Brown, and Daniel are all on the same timeline. But it's all good.
Yeah. Okay.
But
that no wait, like Linares landed a nice little combination, and Crolla answered with a nice little hook to the body.
Bringing that fucking heat, bro. He's bringing that Manchester heat out here, bro. Body shot, right hand,
and then boom, and then uppercut, left hook to the body by Linares. Another right hand by Linares.
He gets left shots, isn't it?
Yeah, Linares is now not just trying to target the left liver now.
Yeah, he got some fucking leveraging his shots, isn't it? That Venezuela boy.
And people in the chat room on the stream, they're saying they got mad respect for Crolla.
Oh yeah, definitely.
A lot of, all the chicks are saying he's a good body puncher. So
okay, Neil Clutterbuck. I'm going to my chat now. Neil Clutterbuck. Linares, I think in the 6th round, dropped Crolla with an uppercut. And Dougie Carpet Perkins Street, Smooth Gayer Street, sorry. We're in round 10.
Yeah. Hey, Linares is just trying to tee off on Crolla, but you know what? He's throwing big bombs, yeah. But I think the Crolla looks like Crolla's just crawling in. You know what the thing is? This is my whole thing from the fight. All I said is all Crolla's got to do is keep it close. Then a knockdown does some damage, right, in the scorecards, yeah. But all Crolla is keeping it close, man. Keeping it close. And what I'm saying, if you keep it close, then maybe Crolla can win the fight, you know. And he's doing better. You have to agree with everyone than the first fight. Much better than the first fight. You get me? Then when he's game plan, this is a much better game plan.
Well, that was the hope. Target Linares' body to late and have a shorter ring and hopefully drag him into the waters. But that's around the Linares one.
I don't know about it. I gave a credit, bro, man.
Yeah, so did I.
I gave a credit.
Linares landed the better combinations throughout.
Daniel, man.
He did.
Crolla in the 10th round, he had difficulty cutting the ring. He didn't cut it effectively.
He did good.
Able to use a bit more lateral movement for a combination.
Oh, come on, Gus.
No. And remember, I'm in
the payroll, man. He's on Linares' payroll.
No, Crolla did a really good job in the first 30 seconds of cutting off the ring.
Yeah, Charlie, I'm his accountant.
Yeah. He should be.
Guys, man. You know what? That's how you're seeing it. That's how you're seeing it. Because you know what? At the end of the day, let's see what Carl has to say.
No, I'd love. Trust me, I'd love. To win, obviously.
I got him sharing round 9, but winning round 8. He came out round 8 after the knockdown in round 7. He came out and won the round, but he's training by 6 rounds here. 2 to me to win this on points.
6 rounds, bro. You hear that? Carl said he's training by 6 rounds, man. Fuck, you know. I don't think so.
No, Carl Fretch is, I don't know, man.
Well,
yeah,
what is
too many to the head, you know?
Actually, what has been the deal with Carl Fretch and checkered suits?
No. I don't worry about that.
Did you have Crolla winning any of the first 5 rounds?
Well, yeah, I did. I had him winning the first, the first 2 of the first round of the first half. Yeah, 2. I didn't win in 2.
The first 2, yeah.
All right, Kieran Hall, we're in the 11th round.
What about you, Daniel? How did you have the first 5?
The first 5 I had Linares up 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah, sorry, I did the other way around, Daniel. I did the other way, 3-2 to Crolla. 3-1 to Crolla.
What about you, Charlie?
3-2 to Crolla. I had it rounds 1 to 5.
How'd you have it, Goss?
I had
Wow.
Linares winning the first, and then the next two was Crolla.
Who you saying, Gus? How was yours?
I had it 4-1 to Linares.
Yeah, there you go. That's Crawford the same. There we go.
That's a bit generous, isn't it?
Hey, bro. Nah, you know what? Carl is fucking he's fucking done me in nicely. 6 rounds up in there. Fucking hell, Frutch.
Well, it's up 6 rounds and the knockdown on top of that.
I did the knockdown is fucking
Yeah.
that's a 2-round fucking swing. And Linares is put a quit with a good right hand. You know?
Yeah.
Linares is now doing the Mayweather show a little bit. Well, the Philly show. I shouldn't call it the Mayweather show. It's the Philly show.
He ain't doing no Philly show, man. He's just tired, bro. His jaw's open. He ain't doing no Philly show.
He's very tired.
Just very tired. Linares usually fights with both his hands up like an Amir Khan type of thing.
Ooh.
And Norris is missing a lot of punches now.
Yes.
Like a lot of punches now. He's landing one of them. But that's the thing with Crolla. He's not doing enough. He's not doing enough. That's the bad part of it.
Crolla is rolling the punches a lot better. He's getting underneath. Certainly the
Oh, there we go, Gus. There you go, Gus. Come on, Gus. Get in there, man. You're on the jump of the fight, man. Get in there, man. Let's find a UK blood. Let's go, Crolla. Let's go, Crolla. Yeah, Crolla's walking him down. Yeah, in Mancunian style. Yeah, Mancunian. Yeah, Mancunian. This doing for Manchester. And look,
right hook to the body by Linares.
Oh, here we go. Fuck it, Daniel, kill my run, Daniel. Kill my run. Let's keep it going, Crolla.
I tell you what, if Linares doesn't at least have one good round, the judges we know in the UK are certainly going to.
Let me say something.
Well, Gus, you got to remember, there's a Mexican judge and an American judge in there.
Hey, let me tell you something. Yeah, if Linares wins this, are you guys going to call this a robbery? I'm just asking because I got Linares winning the fight. Go on. You going to call it a robbery?
No, if Linares won, he won pretty well.
No. If Crolla wins this fight, are you going to call it a robbery? Go on, Daniel.
I wouldn't call it a robbery. I wouldn't call it a robbery, but I would call it UK home cooking.
Eddie, just give him a year's supply of tacos, man. He'll bribe the Mexican judge. Don't worry about that.
A Mexican is not going to take British tacos and say you don't give something to them. It's like me giving. It's like me giving.
Stopping the fight? Is he stopping the fight?
No, wait up. Oh, wow. No, they're looking at the cut. Never mind. Okay.
Don't fuck around.
Okay.
Don't fuck around.
Oh, that scared that arena for a little bit.
Nah, don't fuck around with that, man. What the fuck is Gallagher doing?
It's too late into the fight to stop it now.
You can't do it now. Like that would be obscene to do it now.
Oh man.
Yeah, plus the blood is not going into his eyes. It's going on the side. So
the key is fucking Gallagher's worried about fucking Crolla's health. Crolla look like he's doing alright, man. Come on, Crolla, man. Let's go. Fucking get in there, son. Last round.
Tell you what, if this was a 15-round fight, Linares might be in trouble.
Yeah, Linares might have won about 15 rounds, but then again, we luckily.
Come on, Crolla.
Go, Crolla, man.
All right, here we go.
Come on, $1 million Crolla.
I like Linares.
Uppercut. Linares moving pretty well, and that's the whole thing. There's a difference between cutting off the ring and then just following somebody. All he's doing is following Linares.
Cut off the ring at all.
Nothing. That's the whole thing. He's done a lot more of the latter than the former.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. You know?
I know, man. Daniel, I tell you, Daniel.
Come on, Charlie. You can't say Crolla's cutting off the ring well.
Oh, come on, man.
I won't say it. Until it finishes.
By Crolla, man. By Linares.
I've got Crolla winning this fight here. I've got Crolla winning it.
Go on, tell us your scorecard so far.
105 to 103 for Crolla.
Yeah. You giving him this round?
105.
Yeah.
105 to 103.
Okay, you giving him this round? Yeah? Have you given this round already? Like. Is that what you're saying?
No, not this round.
Okay.
The last 2 rounds where I gave to Crolla.
All right. I want to hear Daniels and Gus's. How interesting. They scored.
I stopped counting after a bit. Wait. Okay.
Come on, Daniel.
No, I stopped counting after a bit. I stopped counting after the knockdown because. All right. There weren't. Wait. What is he doing? What's oh, he's warning Crolla. Okay.
Nah, he's warning Linares.
He warned. He warned him once in the 5th round.
He's warning Linares
to Crolla about the low blow.
That was a Linares low blow. I don't think.
Yeah, that was a Linares low blow. It was.
See, Daniel, bad with it.
Bro, he's the one going to the ref.
No, he wasn't.
He's the one going to the ref.
Daniel's deep,
Was it another case of crybaby Crolla?
Come on, man. Let's go, Crolla.
Let's give Crolla the respect he deserves. He's coming in. He's done a better job in the rounds after that knockdown.
And he's won this round.
Win this round, man. Let's go, Crolla.
I've got Crolla winning this, man.
I'm trying to tell you, man.
It's pretty even right now. It's pretty even right now, but
I'm gonna tell them that Crolla's winning. Crolla's winning this. I'm gonna wind people up, bro.
The knockdown's going to be significant.
You know what?
The knockdown. That knockdown maybe actually be the key to the fight.
Yeah, even if it's 6-6, you'll have Linares up by the knockdown.
Yep. So it would be 114, 113.
It's 7 rounds to 5 at the closest, but I've got it. I'm sorry, I got it for Crolla, man.
Yeah, but Charlie, the round where Linares scored the knockdown, did you score that a 10-8 or a 10-9?
10-8.
10-8, okay.
And I was being nice to him because I would have scored that at 10-9.
Why? You can't do that now. You can't do that.
You felt Crolla was doing the better work up until the knockdown.
There you go. The fight.
Round's over. Round's over. They both came out through. Both grinders. And then, Linares knows he won. He probably's thinking he's won.
Nah, he knows he's lost. That's his belt gone. That's
115 to 112.
He needs to fight Flanagan. The winner needs to fight Flanagan regardless, right? Everyone agrees with that, right? Flanagan.
Yeah.
No, sir. You need to fight Mikey Garcia.
No. What's Mikey done? Why we need to? Mikey's not a lightweight, is he? He's not a lightweight.
Yes, he is.
Linares is still the champion in Emeritus.
He's gonna fight Tank Davis. I think that one.
No, he's not. He's not doing 130. The only way they're gonna fight is if Tank Davis moves to 135.
No. Mikey's not the same weight class, man. Come on.
He's at 135. He's at 135. He said he wants to fight. He wants to fight at 135 and eventually move to 140 at the end of the year.
He wants to fight. When was his last fight? What was it? It's 130, wasn't it?
No, it was like a month ago. Remember, where he knocked out Sadiq in Cole.
What class was that?
Lightweight, 135.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a super feather. Okay, fair enough then.
EJ, are you going to the copper box for that fight?
You know what?
I'll be there.
Yeah, it's worth it though, isn't it?
I'm definitely going to that fight.
Yeah, a lot of people like that.
Okay, here we go.
Who's gonna be wrong?
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, okay, they were talking about the headbutts. Okay.
They're talking about headbutts.
Okay. That's the thing. Because it almost looked like the referee wanted to stop the fight. That wasn't the case.
Like was going to stop the fight.
Yeah, 3 judges is going to be very wide and unanimous.
Okay, here we go.
Come on, hey. I'll do it. All
right, here we go.
I got it for Linares, man, pretty comfortably.
Magnificent round of championship boxing. All 3 judges have scored the contest 118, 109.
Oh, shit.
That's all 3 judges are in favour of your winner. Still.
Yeah. That's a bit wide.
I told you.
That's a bit wide.
Yeah, 118 is a rubbish card. I had it 115, 1112.
Yeah, that's a bit wide. The right guy won, but it's a bit wide.
That's rubbery, man. That's that De La Hoya.
That's a ridiculous. Yeah, that's a ridiculous.
That's a De La Hoya job there, man.
Yeah.
Well, Gus, you mentioned, like you said, you can't bribe a Mexican with British tacos. They know the authenticity.
They'll just give him some Mancunian hookers then, man.
You guys hold it down. I'm gonna go Tesco, man. I'm depressed.
All right, wait. Let's hear Al Bernstein.
A very subdued MEN arena after a
Go ahead, Daniel.
rather wide.
Wait up. We have the Showtime people talking. Wait up.
Turn up, Daniel.
He was game. I mean, listen, it wasn't his night, but I like in the 11th round, the trainer's trying to stop the fight. And he says, no, I want to continue on.
And that's why those fans love him. That's why they come out in droves to support him. You know,
I thought Crolla was complaining about the headbutts. Never mind.
They got it wrong. The American
they're so flat. I'm going to give you one tactical piece that we were talking about over here while the fight was going on in the air. Watch Crolla as he's pressuring Linares. Every time he's pressuring Linares, he's got his hands here. He's bouncing down like this. When he gets a punching range, he goes like this. So he's basically letting Jorge know, every time I put my hands here, I'm ready to punch. Crolla never punched with his hands here. So whenever he was in chase mode doing this, you're letting him know, okay, you're not going to punch. As soon as you go here, you're going to punch. So Jorge automatically knew to throw a jab, step out, start a combination first. You're announcing that I'm going to throw a punch. You need to be more devious than that. You need to be more creative than that. He was not, and it's not going to work against a fighter like Jorge Linares who timed him every time.
What you heard, even the announcer said, Mikey Garcia is listening to this in the United States. Tell us, what would a Jorge Linares, Mikey Garcia fight look like, and when would you like to see that fight take place?
First, congratulations to Jorge. He looked great. He obviously performed better than the first night. This time he, outboxed Crolla a lot easier. Showed skills, showed flexibility, moving around the ring, combinations, power, dropped him with that uppercut. I think it'll be a great fight with me. I look forward to that. I hope we can get that as soon as possible. He didn't get cut. I don't see him injured, so I think we can get into works and maybe fight this summer.
You look at the first fight, round 6 was the pivotal round. This one, round 7, even though Linares won a lot of them, but the 7th round. And how about the uppercut? You talked about it, Al, and he used it and dropped Crolla.
Well, we talked about the fact that both men have good uppercuts, but Linares used it as a weapon consistently during the course of this fight. Mostly the right uppercut, but this was the left uppercut. Crolla available for that punch, and he was hurt by it. And how about Crolla's resilience to get up and continue this fight?
There you go. That's scored. The right guy won, but that was a wide score.
Let me hear what
No, right, like I'm watching Showtime right now, so they're only having their guys talk.
Ya salí de este los mejores, Mikey García, Lomachenko, el que sea. Aquí estoy para el que sea. Ahora solamente
He's calling out Mikey. Yes, he's calling out Mikey.
Absolutely. Look, I did what I had to. We fulfilled it. Now I want to go back to the United States and get the biggest fights, the best fights against the best opponents. I want to thank Showtime for the opportunity for televising this fight, and I'm ready to fight everybody.
Why you say Mikey Garcia? You said Mikey Garcia.
Because Mikey's is mandatory.
No, but the interpreter didn't say Mikey Garcia.
A Víctor Montañez, a Sendai Tanaka que está cumpliendo años y su hija también, a toda la gente de Japón, a mi jefe, el señor Honda, y una cosa que no se me puede olvidar. Es un sueño tener a Oscar de la Hoya acá en mi pelea. Gracias, Oscar.
He gave props to Mr. Honda and De La Hoya right there. And well, that's the bad thing. I don't know why he didn't say the name Mikey Garcia there.
Honda, and more especially Oscar de la Hoya, thank you so much for making my dream come true and being here in my fight tonight.
Well done and congratulations.
This is Anthony Crolla, man.
Anthony Crolla.
Yeah, go on, Crolla.
Anthony, commiserations. What went wrong and just how good is Jorge Linares?
Yeah, it's Jorge Linares is a great fighter. He's a great champion, and he proved again tonight. Manchester, I'm so sorry I couldn't do it for you. Your support. Take them back by the way it's all turned out, the time after time. It means so much to me, and listen, not beats any world titles, but I'm sorry I couldn't do it for you tonight.
It just seems that everything you tried, everything the game you went to Joe, it just was one step ahead, and you just had an answer for everything. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, I think pretty much so. He caught me a great shot, put me over, but before that, I was trying to close the distance, and I thought that I was going to get to him, and listen, he moved very well, and I can tell you, I got beat off the better man, no excuses, no nothing. Jorge Linares is a fantastic fighter. I'm just sorry I couldn't do it for all you tonight. The support, the stage was there, and it's something I'll be forever in debt to you guys for the way it's turned out, support me.
You've earned a rest, but do you believe you can come again?
Yeah, listen, I'm 30 years old, and I'm just going to rest. I've had some tough fights, but yeah, I believe I can come again. I lost to a very good fighter tonight. I'm just going to go away, spend some time with family and friends, rebuild, sit down, join the team, and we'll take it from there. I believe, going into this, I believe I was better than ever. Tonight I lost to the better man, no excuses whatsoever.
The way they say, you know, from all over England, they come out, support me, can see the flags. It's something that touches me. I'm just really sorry I couldn't do it for you all. I'm really sorry I couldn't do it all for you tonight.
Thanks for talking to us and hard luck.
Understandably emotional from Anthony Crolla there. A huge respect for him. A really courageous performance.
It was, and you know, he just came up against a fighter who's just a little bit better in these departments. I'd like to have seen a bit of a difference in the tactics. I'd like to have seen him.
I want to know how you guys scored the fight for Crolla when Crolla himself admitted that he lost the fight.
He's just saying that he's just being just being respectful, man.
No,
that's just British, good old fashioned British sportsmanship, but he's gutted because he knows he won that, man.
No, like the right guy won, but that score was wide. That was blatantly wide.
The judges had the first 6 rounds all for Linares. 6-0.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It was 4. It was 4. I gave Crolla rounds 2 and rounds 3 in that sense. So it was 4-2.
The judges only gave rounds, I think, 8, 9, and maybe 11. That's it. That's the radius of their
It's horrific. Absolutely horrific.
Bullshit, bro. They ruined the night. They ruined it, man. That fight should be closer than that. But you know what? I gotta give it to Linares, man. He won the fight, man. You know what? Me and Charlie Brown made it interesting, but the right man won. You heard it already, and that's that, man. I want to see Linares in mega fights now. That's what I want to see.
Well, this is the last start. That's why him signing the multi-year deal with Golden Boy makes a lot of sense, because now
Golden Boy make people run. Just what Golden Boy fucking look at Canelo. Look at he's got Canelo running laps, man. So I don't know. That don't make it easy. Fights.
Actually, Canelo's a Golden Boy. Canelo's the exception to the rule. A lot of times they pair guys tough, but with Canelo, because he's their main cash cow, they're doing that to him. But with Linares, like I said, this is actually his first test, because Mikey Garcia does have a promoter. His name is Richard Schaefer. So we have to see if Oscar can put vindicated, like I said, validated personal animosity aside to make money. Because
it'll probably come down to the WBC. And I mean, if he's got the emeritus status, then they'll probably call for that fight.
No, they've already did. So they're probably Suleiman's probably going to announce it in a few minutes that they should start negotiations tomorrow.
What's going on? Anything else on it? Is that it? Is that it tonight? Is that it?
Yeah. Showtime right now. They're showing basically Charles Martin being fed to Anthony Joshua.
Oh man, no, I'm just saying, like, there's no other life. Oh, that's it, man. We got to talk about something else then, because shit, that's depressing. That's depressing.
You might have to do another tournament.
Well,
actually, we can do that. We can do that. You know what? Let's talk about Katie Taylor for a bit.
Yes.
How did she perform?
Yeah, she looked good. No, she looked good. Like, they showed the first 4 rounds, and she looked good. She was landing decent combinations. So it was the first time she was taken in the decision. They're moving her up really fast, because this was an 8-rounder. So, and like, they're moving up really fast, and it's actually pretty good, because you had in a month's time, you had Clarissa Shields, like I said, make history by headlining the card in premium cable in the U.S. and coming into that fight pretty good, getting her first stoppage. You had Marlon Esparza make her debut on ESPN2 with Golden Boy. She won her fight pretty easily. And now you have Katie Taylor going with her first decision win. Like, it's a good time for women's boxing right now.
Cool. Hey, I'm getting Tesco's. That's it, man. You guys hold down the fort. Daniel, yeah, you run the questions, man. Come up with a thing. I'll be back in about 10 or something. Yeah, back in a bit.
Okay.
All right. Let me check here to see. All right.
That is in the chat.
Let me just look here. All right. Mr. Natty Turner, calling you out, Charlie, that you're mad, and pointing out that Gallagher almost stopped the fight because and Ben Umar putting in like the money sign. Obviously Ben put a lot of money on Linares. So,
same here.
But That's the whole thing.
I put money on Linares as well, but that was still a robbery, man.
That score was wide. That score was wide.
Are you genuinely convinced? I mean, Crolla won that fight.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm curious to know when is it? Because the reason why I'm saying that is right. There's been fights where the guy's been on the back foot and lost the fight because the other guy was just walking forward, like the Lara and Canelo fight, and then we see a fight the same way, and it's given the other way. So I'm baffled. I'm baffled as to what judges what it is they score.
How did you have that Canelo Lara fight?
I had that a win for Lara, man.
I had that a draw. I had that a draw, honestly.
No, that was a Lara win. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
that was a Lara win, not a landslide win, but it was a win. I had it a win. But
I had Miguel Cotto and Alvarez. I mean, I had that fight very close.
Yeah. Well, what I think what happens is when it comes, and this is probably the case in Lara. Like I said, he doesn't do enough offense to placate to offset the good defensive skill that he has. And that's unfortunately what turns a lot of judges off.
It doesn't matter. I mean, even if he lands 2 punches around, if the two are connecting and he's not getting hit, then it's academic. It's not about.
No, like I said, he does it well. It's just there's only a certain amount of fighters where he hasn't been able to discourage them from doing offense. But I think in this case, what happened in this case was you saw a guy do more of following the other guys he was doing lateral movement in the ring as Crolla following Linares around than Crolla walking Linares down. He was doing some of that in the fight, but he was doing a lot more of the latter.
It's a bit of a preconceived strategy. I mean, he said he's going to come in, tuck up the initial rounds, take him into deep water, and then try and break him down later. So,
yeah, but those scores were a bit wide.
Game plan to what he's always fought. Remember, even with the Ishmael Barroso fight, he was going to try and take the sting out of him early and then come on later. But Barroso had, clearly no stamina, and he punched himself out too early. So, but up against an elite fighter, it's that's what I mean. That's what when I came onto the hangout, I said it's a very dangerous strategy because you're behind the 8 ball straight away, knowing that you're relying on rallying in the second half of the fight up against an elite fighter who can change his tactics. To me, that's a ridiculous game plan. He should have come out strong. You'd rather win the first 6 than try and win the second 6 when you're so far behind because of the variable of the last 6. You could even get stopped if you've had a bird first 6, which he clearly did. So that's just a poor strategy from Joe Gallagher yet again.
Well, it was a whole strategy in the round. Remember, they made the ring smaller. And Crolla was focusing to me more to the body.
Yeah.
Than he was in the first fight. And like the game plan is, okay, you have a shorter ring. I'm focusing into the body. You're known for your stamina issues. So, yes, I'm going to grind you down. And then hopefully I'll be able to land my right hand and drop you. What happens, though, is if you have one set of game plan to it, the rest of it, you're leaving it up to skill. And like I said, Anthony Crolla, for all good intents and purposes, he's a really good fighter. He's not at Jorge Linares' level skill-wise. And that's unfortunately what happened there. He left all the rest of it up to Linares having skill.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, boy. Okay, well, I guess he's the number 1 now.
Yeah, he's been number 1 for a bit because he has the lineal belt.
Yeah.
So he's been number 1. So now, was it? Yeah, Petrov. Yeah, Petrov would have been his WBA mandatory, but Petrov's going after. He's going after Flanagan. So that leaves Mikey Garcia.
Yep.
And what if Petrov can pull it off against Flanagan? And and because I think Petrov is more connected with Golden Boy, it could be an easier fight just to make. It could be an easier fight to make where you can say, you know what, he was his WBA mandatory before, so why not fight him? But You heard the post-fight interview.
What about Barthélemy? Or is he going up?
Yeah,
yeah.
he's at
140.
He's at 140.
He's actually
Oh,
going. He's actually has a mandatory going. I think for it's either the IBF or it was WBC, because I think he's high up where he could have lobbied to get a shot at Crawford
Because he's been IBF twice champion, and given that he never lost his belt, he can
lobby.
He can pretty much petition to be the mandatory for that.
I think Flanagan will win the fight with Petrov though. I just think.
Well, Petrov is more like a
southpaw as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like in Crolla in the sense that he comes forward a lot. And Flanagan, like I said, as much as shit as I give him, like I said, Gus pointed out to me, a lot of it though is not his own fault. So it's kind of like, well, Gus in that sense, like I said, I've accepted, like I said, the points he gave when they came to Flanagan. A lot of it's not his fault. You have to do the same things with Deontay Wilder.
They made an offer. Before the Ishmael Barroso fight, 500 grand. That's written. I mean, that's not disputed by either camp. And then they submitted an offer to Jorge Linares after, but because of this rivalry between Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn decided to nick Jorge Linares, offer him more money and let him fight. But Flanagan's people had offered that fight to him. I mean, Linares came out, Tekken came out and said yes, they did, but the offer was less than what Sky's rival offer was. So, another example, Danny, is that I saw an interview with Frank Warren recently. He said that he was against this Peter Petrov fight, but it was Terry Flanagan who said, "No, I want this fight." So Frank in the end had to almost say, "Okay, if you really want it, I'll give it to you, but I don't want you fighting him because it's too much of a dangerous fight." So yeah, you got to respect, Terry.
Like I give him respect for that, like I said, but like I said, in exchange, you have to do the same with Deontay Wilder, because a lot of the crap that's happened to him is not his own fault.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree. I agree with any fight, and now that I see the business side of things, I suppose you can forgive any fighter, but it's a bit annoying. I just think with Deontay Wilder, though, it's been many, many years.
Oh no, like before the championships, before Stavern, you can question everything before Stavern. Post Stavern, though, a lot of what happened is not his fault. Like it's not his fault that that Povetkin popped twice.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That's the whole thing. And he's been fighting people that are higher up, but the thing about it, looking now he's rematching Stavern because I guess Mario Suleiman gives it as like a thank you gift for all that his work that Don King did with his dad. But we pretty much know what's going to happen in that fight. We pretty much know.
He was fortunate that Povetkin fouled, because that double left hook would have taken Wilder's head off, mate.
That's why people wanted to see it. People wanted to see it, and Wilder was game. Wilder said, "I'll do it. I don't care."
Mm-hmm.
I think he's the worst heavyweight champion since Bruce Seldon, personally.
Nah, that's deep. That's nah. He's not.
It beats here.
But it's been worse.
5 years I'll go with my judgment.
Yeah. Well, we'll put it to you this way, Gus. If Beat sees you on the street and you say that, you better run.
I don't run from no man.
All right, let's see here.
I don't agree with that, but hopefully we'll see in the this year and next year we'll see what Deontay Wilder's made of. He beat Gerald Washington recently, so
yeah.
Let's see what he is wild. He is wild. He is erratic. He needs to improve.
Washington was doing. I had him on a shutout up until the knockdown, but it is a knockdown. You got to respect that.
Yeah, well, actually, this is actually a good question for both of you guys. When have we seen at this stage where right now all three champions in the heavyweight division can technically be considered still works in progress?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, never really. I think it's the first time.
I mean, there was a period in the 90s where you had I mean, you had some young champions like a Herbie Hyde, but I don't know where.
Yeah, but those were balanced out by Holyfield, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. No, Herbie got taken care of by Riddick Bowe, but this annihilated. I think that fight was in the UK now, Charlie.
Yeah. Okay. Luis Donato, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry, but thank you for joining us. Yeah, we kind of talked what we could talk about with Crolla and Linares, other than looking at each round and finding out how wide was that.
Boy.
Boy. That was wide. I'm like, the right guy won, but it was pretty wide.
Yeah, that was very wide, man. Very wide.
Now, and like I said, and that's, well, if you're judging it based on the fact that Linares 30 was out jabbing Crolla throughout the fight, I could see it. I could see you trying to score it that way, but at the same time, particularly in the later rounds after that knockdown, Crolla was coming a little bit better.
Yeah, I just had it because he was coming forward. I saw him. He was walking him down, but he was cutting off the ring as well. Not very well, but he was doing it. It wasn't great, but he was doing it. But it doesn't matter, because like I said as well. I suppose some judges give 10-10 rounds, some don't. So, because those first 3 rounds, I would have had, being honest, I would have had them 10 points apiece. But it don't matter. I'm not mad at that decision at all, really. Linares, it's good for Linares to now cement himself as the top guy. But I think he's going to avoid Mikey Garcia, though.
That might just be like not his own fault though, because if we're talking about business, like I said, there's 2 ways this can go when it comes to it. Either Oscar doesn't let, 3 ways actually. Oscar doesn't let the personal animosity Richard Schaefer go, even though it's completely justified.
Yeah.
And that's one option. Option 2, Oscar lets Titan Promotions.
Yeah.
Just take the lead on this and let Mr. Honda handle the negotiations. Or number 3, he bites the bullet. He knows that Linares is getting older. And Linares is getting older and he needs to make money now. Yeah. So Mikey Garcia is going to make big money here in the States. Like you can put that fight. Actually, that's one of the better fights you can put in Miami because
that's right. Yeah.
Because Miami Miami's known as a Cuban town.
That's right. Yeah.
Over the last 20, 25 years, like I said, I grew up there. I've seen it firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a lot more like me. I'm Boliviano, like Bolivians, Colombians, Venezuelans, and
that's right. And Honduras?
Honduras not as much. Nicaraguans, yes.
Okay.
Nicaraguans, yes. And actually since I think about 2003, Mexicans.
Yeah.
They started coming in there, and it's still mainly dominated. Miami's the only city in the US. The only city in the US where speaking Spanish is not a privilege, it's a requirement to live.
Yeah, because I went there. I went there in 2003, and yeah, I know what you mean. I remember that. I remember that, man.
Yeah,
but it's What about Robert Easter Jr.? Is he still at lightweight, or is he going up?
Yeah, no, he's lightweight right now. IBF. Like I said, and that's actually a good fight for Mikey if the Linares thing doesn't go on.
Yes.
A good fight with him and Easter going into it because, well, if he can pull off what he pulled off against Comey with Mikey, you have to give Robert Easter credit. But the problem is Mikey Garcia is a lot more skilled than Richard Comey as far as skill-wise.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
But that's the thing. The lightweight division is heating up a little bit. Say again, Gus?
Comey knocks his head off.
You think so?
Well,
he's a beast.
Yeah, he's a beast. Like him, Shakakov, that fight was brutal.
Yeah.
That fight was brutal. Like, and that's the thing. And that's the thing, Gus. Like, there's good fights for both these guys coming into it, but okay, Crolla now has 2 losses in a row.
Yeah, but
where
Daniel,
does he go from here?
Look, Crolla, yeah, look, he's had 2 fights with Perez, 2 with Linares, 1 with Barrosa. You can effectively call that a 5-fight gauntlet. So if he wants to take an extended break, which is already stipulated, then that's fine. But reference Linares has said that he wants 1 unification fight before he moves up to light welter.
Yeah.
So however Oscar wants to do it, he can, or he wants to do it with in the UK or in the US or with whoever. Linares has already stipulated that unless he does it next, then he's moving up to light welter. He'll even vacate the belt.
Well, that's natural, yeah, because he has been having issues trying to make lightweight nowadays. But like say to me with Crolla, because it is 2 losses in a row, but it's 2 losses you can understand.
Bro.
To the same guy, you were just outskilled by the same guy twice.
The last fight, yeah, was 115, 114. I'm looking at the judges' scorecards, right? They got 114, 115, 113, 115, 111, 118. So this time now, what is it? 110, 118 or something like that? Is this
118, 109.
Oh man, like it's just completely got outed, bro. Like that's probably why they had a rematch, because you got 113, 115, so 114, 115. What a point difference, you get me? So this one here was a fucking blowout, man. And to me, he looked like he fought better. But this one, the card was wider, man. So I don't know, man.
Well, he fought better, but the problem is that so did Linares.
That is funny, you know. That you've been consistently jabbing all day, jabbing and hooking. EJ's been getting jabbed all day. The scorecards are in, and it's over, bro. Like Crolla should look for that big fight with bloody Flanagan, man. That domestic dust up. That's a big money fight, man.
Well, that's the thing. What happens though if Flanagan loses to Petrov?
That Peter Petrov is a fucking bad man, you know. It's a bad man. Flanagan, he needs to be on his game to be that. You get me? He needs to be on his game to be that guy. That guy's good. So
that's what I mean. What happened? Well, that would be a reasonable fight to make if Flanagan loses, because it'll be like a rivalry fight. Both guys coming off of losses. Somebody has to give.
He's fighting him at home, and Flanagan. Turbo fucking puncher. He's not no joke in it, so we'll see in it. But hey, this is why I don't bet, you know. I was gonna put money on Crolla, you know. I'll end up fucking stinking. But I don't bet. I do bet. But like, not this time. I won't bet.
Yeah. Okay. Golden Boy Promotions just put up a picture on Twitter, and still the champ Jorge Linares, it's a true warrior. Like I said, they're giving him full credit because. And amazing, like I said, this is probably the first fight in a while where Linares hasn't been cut.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, and like I said, Mikey said it, like he doesn't look injured. He doesn't look cut. I want this fight in the summer. You can make that fight. Like I said, you can make that fight in Miami because there'll be enough sizable crowd that you can put it either in American Airlines Arena or you can put that fight in Marlins Park, because if you're watching the World Baseball Classic, that thing has been a huge success at Marlins Park.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for Crolla though, because he should have come to the States a little bit sooner. He does have a really good fighting style, a style that a lot of American fans would like. I get it though. The money's there in the UK. I get it. But we all have to agree, like the Linares one, those fights were just a little bit too wide for me. Like I could see you giving it like 8-4. That's a reasonable scorecard for me, which would make it 116, 111.
Yeah, it was a bit wide there. I'm dejected by that, but I think it's open now. I think he should take a good rest, a long rest, and regroup. Maybe consider going to the States to train or something else. Gonna have to do something different next time round, though, Crolla. But I think that was a bit of a robbery myself.
Well, let me look at the chat right quick. Let me see here. Okay, Luis Donato, like I said, Miami should be New York. Okay, Luis, this is the reason why I would say Mikey Garcia versus Jorge Linares should be in Miami. There's a hell of a lot more Venezuelans and Mexicans in Miami than there is in New York. In New York, you have a lot of Puerto Ricans. You have a lot of actually getting a lot more Hondurans and Salvadorans, which is why Chocolatito sells well pretty well there.
Well, it's okay.
But the problem is, though, is there's not enough Venezuelans and there's still not enough Mexicans to make that fight go. But Mikey, there's a good point. Mikey did make a good fan base when it came to Barclays Center.
Yeah, Mikey did his thing, man. Can't hate on Mikey, bro. Mikey's that dude, isn't it? But Mikey wants to fight them big fights, man. Let's get it on, man. You know, let's get it on, Mikey.
Yeah. Oh, how surprised were you guys? Like you pointed it out, EJ. How surprised were you guys that the translator didn't mention Mikey Garcia?
Yeah, he purposely stayed away from that. When I heard that, because I heard you was translating better than bloody him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He called him out. And the thing is, we heard on your broadcast that Mikey called him out on Showtime. So why did Golden? See, this is what I'm trying to say about Golden Boy. If he signed a contract with Golden Boy, they're not touching it. They're not touching him, bro. That's what I'm saying. They're not touching Mikey. Mikey's Al Heyman. They hate Al Heyman, isn't it?
No. It's not Al Heyman. It's not just Al Heyman. It's Richard Schaefer. He is. The thing about it is, Oscar has gotten to the point where if there's enough money, he'll sit down with Heyman. He won't sit down with Schaefer because of what Schaefer tried to do to him.
Oscar sit down as long as he's getting a lion's share. He did the same thing with Shane Mosley on the rematch. He said, like, Shane's gonna get 2 and I'll get 15. That's how he rolled. He's doing the same thing with Canelo. He's doing that. He's doing them lot, trying to show I'm the draw. So and Linares against Mikey, they're gonna give Mikey pennies and say you're gonna have to take it. You see what I'm trying to say? That's how Oscar rolls, man. He's a hard negotiator. That's why Mayweather had to do what Oscar done, because he had no other choice, and he knew he could take him. So Mayweather did him, and then Mayweather became that dude. So some people, if they want to have the big fight, they're gonna have to sacrifice, because Oscar is gonna make sure his boys get paid. But they're gonna get tucked in. If they're gonna lose, and you know that's what your words in it. Tucked in is a word over here, right? He makes sure his guys are financially set up and he's financially looked after. It's the same thing Canelo. If Canelo's gonna lose Triple G, he's making sure Canelo gets paid. That's what Oscar does. And if you don't want to accept it, we're gonna carry on beating bums. Because that's why I think the translator didn't say anything when he called him up. Blatantly called Mikey. Blatant. Everyone heard it, and he didn't even mention it. Why?
Yeah,
Oscar told him.
But that's the thing, though. Like, aren't the translators more affiliated with the networks? Because Golden Boy doesn't bring their own translators.
Yeah, that guy's a Golden Boy guy, isn't it? That one talking's a Golden Boy translator. That's not no English translator. I mean, how many English guys speak Spanish?
No, but that's what I mean. No, most translators, like at least here in the U.S., they're not affiliated with promoters. They're affiliated with networks.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. That's it. Eddie Hearn's cheap, innit? He don't want to buy. He don't want to buy no translator. He let them not tell us what he's thinking, innit? You know what I'm saying? That's how it's been going. That's how it was in the press conference. So they're not going to question it. And we heard him blatantly say, he said, Mikey, who else did he call that? Did he call out anyone else? Flanagan. He called out a couple of names, didn't he?
He called out Flanagan. He called out Mikey.
Yeah, thank you. That's what he did. That's what I thought. And then I was waiting for the translator to say it. He didn't even say that.
Yeah. Well, to give credit, and this, like I said, that translator didn't mention Flanagan either. So.
No, he didn't. But that's what I'm trying to say about them not trying to fight the big fights. Mikey's on it. But now you heard if they're not calling him out, if the translator is not trying to go over it, Oscar's not trying to go over it, and they're gonna long it out and make man's mouth dry like the desert to try and get that fight. That's what Canelo's doing with Triple G. You know the price they offered him is probably gone down now, isn't it? For Triple G because he's stopped.
No, it's gonna go up because that's how K2 rolls, unfortunately. And
K2 might, but Oscar doesn't mean Oscar has to agree with it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, the thing with the thing with it is though is, and this is one thing that people can knock K2 on though, is their plan for a Triple G Super Right has always been, let's get it with as big a name as possible, but have that company pay it. They don't want to invest the money into it. That's why, like business wise, like Golden Boy and Canelo technically have all the cards. That's why actually K2 was pushing for the purse bid to go into it. That's why, and that's why Canelo dropped the belt. People, I know a lot of, it's easy to say, oh, Canelo dropped the belt because he's a coward, doesn't fight Triple G. That wasn't the case. That was Golden Boy saying, we know we have the power in the business table. You're not going to make us come to the table. You have to come to us.
Well, you know what? I've been saying that, what's his name again? Coach Lewis did that with Michael Spinks and Michael Tyson. He let Mike Tyson pick up the belts, but no one recognized Michael as the Tyson. Mike Tyson as the linear champion until he beat Michael Spinks. And when that happened, the money was big. So I hear what you're saying in terms of that. Everyone still Canelo still recognizes as the middleweight linear champion, even though he's not at middleweight. You know, he's still recognized as that dude, isn't it? So you're absolutely right, man. Boxing's some bullshit. The business side of it, bullshit. To be fair, it's some bullshit. But hey, it's a good night of boxing. But it's kind of sad though, man. You know what I mean? Everyone's talking over there. Crolla's, yeah, you know, Crolla's getting. I don't know, man. People are shitting on Crolla. I don't know, man. People are shitting on Crolla. What's people saying in the chat?
All right, let me look here. Let me look here in the chat.
Of the translate, right? That's what Lewis.
Let's see here. Okay. Let's see here. There's a debate going on between David Mustard and Luis Donato. David Mustard obviously thinks that Canelo is a disgrace to boxing. And Luis Donato is saying the most accurate guy is the Brazilian translator for the UFC. That guy can remember every word the fighter said. I got to give it to the UFC. When they have to talk to Brazilian fighters, they do have a really good translator. And Luis Donato pointed out something that's very true. And that's why, and it's one of the things that people are looking at when it comes to this Chavez Jr. fight. Canelo thinks he's the best, but he hasn't fought anyone his size. He's about to fight somebody that's bigger than him.
Yep. Good point.
Now, granted, everybody, we can all agree it was kind of a bit of a circus as to what this fight can actually mean.
Yep.
But at the same time, I get why Golden Boy did it at that date. I get it. If Triple G was technically forced to fight in March or lose the belt to Jacobs, then yeah, you couldn't make the fight in May at that point, because the WBA has to actually stamp their foot down and legitimately say, we're eliminating all of these belts that we've created just so we could collect sanctioning fees. And they have to actually live up to their word on that. And this fight actually works. Now, what's going to happen after May is another thing, because ultimately what needs to shape up is Canelo wins, Triple G wins, and then you kind of have no excuses not to make the fight in September. I know people are trying to say already Canelo's going to fight Lemieux because it's easier to go in the boy card. Jacob said it Thursday. But they technically have no excuses. Like with this Chavez fight, they've eliminated the excuse that, Canelo has to settle into middleweight. You're going straight to almost super middleweight.
Yep.
And there's a good, yeah, it's the fight's at 100. The fight is 164.5 pounds. So there's actually a good chance. Well, there's actually a very good chance that, first of all, Chavez will miss the weight.
Yeah,
which will cost them $1 million for every pound he's over.
That's funny, you know. You actually missed the weight. Charlie, you want to say something? Go ahead, Charlie. You want to say something?
No. I'm in agreement actually with what you're saying about the Chavez fight. I don't think the fight's gonna go ahead. You know,
What? Really? What? Nah, come on. Oh, come on. No, you guys are
he ain't gonna make the weight. He ain't gonna make once.
Come on, man. You guys are killing me, man. Come on.
Well, I don't know, man. I remember seeing him on that HBO 24/7 or whatever it was, or Showtime, whatever. And he don't seem very disciplined. He's a good fighter, but he don't seem very disciplined. He don't listen. He don't listen to his pops.
They don't make the way either. They're both undisciplined. Like, but
Canelo as well. Yeah.
That's the whole thing about it. But there's stipulations in the contract right now. But Chavez, listen. That fight happens. I'll put my money on Chavez, bro. I'll get with Chavez. You know what I mean, it's this big dude. I see him take punches from Martinez, Andy Lee. Bro, he can take shots, man. You know what I'm saying? Canelo don't hit as hard as them guys. They're higher weights, isn't it? So I'm rolling with him, bro.
That's the whole thing, though. Like Chavez, if you give him, if he's actually dedicated to the craft, can be really good. And we know he has a chin. Up to a point. Like heavyweight, he can't do it. Like from far, prove that. But
yeah. I don't know how to middleweight. He's quite strong. Daniel, read what's in the comment because there's a lot of people being neglected in the chat, man.
Okay, let's see here. David Mustard is, I hope Canelo gets beat. And he's screening at good points when it comes to what we're talking about, the whole area. That the thing with Chavez, the thing is he has to show up.
Yeah, I think he needs to score.
So completely focused. Keep people hunters. Okay, and he's asking, what do you guys think of Triple G versus Billy Joe Saunders? I, in all honesty, do not think Billy Joe Saunders will go to Kazakhstan.
Billy Joe's going to school Triple G, and that's all I have to say about that. I don't know what Charlie Ralph is, but he's going to school him.
He has the ability to school him, but does he have the power though? And will his hands hold up? The one thing about I know he beat Eubank Jr. and I had him picked as well to beat Eubank Jr. I won a lot of money on Billy Joe, but I just think his hands, the amount of injuries he's had and the discipline, can he maintain the discipline and then go over to Kazakhstan and do that job? I'm not too sure, but he has the ability to definitely beat him and it wouldn't be an upset, but I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't see that fight happening either.
Oh no, I can see the fight happen. Well, I can see that fight happening, but not in Kazakhstan. Like Flagthorn's already trying to worm his way out of the Kazakhstan thing by saying, "No, let's fight in MSG." Like he's already trying to worm out of that because going to Kazakhstan, that, to be blunt, Billy Ho ain't gonna do that. So
this Billy Ho thing.
But they got one. I think they got the biggest capacity ground in the world, isn't it? In Kazakhstan, the Astana arena is like 120,000, 130,000 people.
No, I have to look into it because I think the arena Penn State actually has as much space.
Let me see. Let me check online while you're doing that. But yeah, that's why they want it there because it's got a big.
Well,
it's got that big arena.
With that and the fact that Triple G actually has a business deal with that international expo that's going to be held in Kazakhstan around the same weekend. So they were hoping to have that fight in opening weekend. Yep. Here is the problem, though. Here's the big problem, though. And this is the reason why I think Golden Boy has been pushing them, saying, you can't do this fight in June. You can't do this fight in June, and because you might get hurt, and then we can't make the fight in September. In all honesty, they're probably maneuvering themselves to get Saunders after this, because if people have to remember, if Chavez Jr. did not say yes to this fight, the contracts were already signed. Everything was agreed to already for Canelo versus Billy Joe Saunders. All they would have to really do is change the dates to make that fight happen.
There's one being built at the moment. I don't know if it's going to be built in time, if that's the one, but it's going to have some big capacity. But I think you're right, what you're saying about that sports thing. That's the reason. But he might not go there. They might just talk about safety. They might say it's not safe.
Well, it is Central Asia. Central Asia, it's a powder keg almost no more where you go. And then there's the whole Billy Joe Saunders kind of being somewhat of a bigoted Irish traveler.
Yeah, he is bigoted. He is bigoted. Yeah.
Yeah. And then going to a country that is, for the most part, majority Muslim in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Like that whole area, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, all that area in Central Asia is majority of the religion is Muslim.
We know what he's like in hotels, man. Like, EJ will remember. Like, he remembers what he's like, man. When he went to the Olympics and everything, and the kind of antics that he gets up to. He likes to trash hotels and do stuff that I can't even say on the radio. But yeah, he's definitely. I don't know about that guy if he'll take that fight in Kazakhstan or any other country for that matter.
No. Frank Moore's talking about MSG, and he's talking about because he's trying to get Billy Joe a big payday.
Yeah.
Because, well, especially after that performance against Akabov, like, first of all, you had that fight in what essentially looks like a high school gym. Second, Saunders looked flat out terrible.
Yep, he did.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing. And thanks again, David Mustard. Thank you for giving us a shout out. And like I said, we welcome every opinion that's possible as long as there's some logic into it. But then that's the whole thing with Saunders. First of all, Tyson Fury is doing the same thing. Because, okay, you're announcing your comeback, yet you weigh as much as an NFL lineman. 350 pounds.
Yeah.
Now, granted, he's 6'9", but it's 350 pounds.
Yep. I don't know how oh gosh, I don't know how he's gonna make the weight.
But okay, here we go. Like he said, I don't get how Sanders' religion is relevant. Like I said, you have Saunders that is a Christian.
That's right.
But it has been known to be a pretty country. Yeah, and Kazakhstan's a Muslim country. And given his bigoted things that he said in the past,
yeah,
and how authoritarian Kazakhstan actually is, there's no way they're gonna let him do that.
That's right.
There's no way. Like MSG, okay, he can get away with it. Like, in MSG, you can get away with it somewhat because you just have to say Irish, and Irish will come. Yeah. And ultimately, though, or they can do it in the UK, keep it in there.
I don't think. I don't know. I don't think that fight's gonna happen at all. You know, he's had the opportunities to fight him before, Billy Joe has, and it didn't work before. So I don't see why it's gonna work now all of a sudden. It's just not gonna happen.
It's one of the reasons I call him Billy Ho.
Nah, I just can't see it happening. You know, he's another one. I don't know how people give him a pass as well. He's ducked a lot of fighters as well. So, you know.
Well, part of it, I think, is just the way he's done pretty well, like in the UK universe of middleweights. Like, he beat Eubanks, even though you can make a logical argument that Eubanks won that fight. And he did beat Andy Lee pretty well.
Yep.
Now, the problem, though, is, okay, you beat Eubanks. Eubanks wants to rematch you, and you won't take it.
Mm-hmm.
And Andy Lee, okay, we can get Andy Lee. For some reason, he just fought an 8-rounder in the Triple G undercard. But in all honesty, though, it keeps looking like Saunders and Eubanks are playing a game of who can trick who to fight Triple G first.
I don't know, man. I think I won't give my opinion on the other guy, but I just think I don't see that fight happening at all. Unless I see them sign the dotted line and it's all agreed and blah blah. I just think it's speculation, man.
Well, if that's the case, then we have to look if Triple G wants to fight and around that time. Yeah. And that aspect of it is we have to look into it. Then the next step could actually be Toriano Johnson, because Toriano Johnson, because of the injury, never really lost his #1 ranking with the IBF.
Mm-hmm.
So and he just won a tune-up fight right now.
Yeah.
Just last Thursday, so he can legitimately say. In fact, that's one of the bad things about it. He was just now starting negotiations with Triple G when he got hurt.
Yep.
And
yeah,
that's a good fight for him.
And I think his only loss was to Curtis Stevens, wasn't it? That guy that you just mentioned. Yeah.
That's the whole thing. But like I say, other than that, like you can try to rematch Lemieux. Because let's be honest. One of the things that gave David Lemieux respect is the fact that he ain't scared.
Yep.
You can try to rematch Lemieux, but we know how that fight's going to turn out.
Yep. What about Jacobs? Do you think he'll rematch Jacobs? Or should?
Should yes. Yes. Instantly no, because the problem, like I said, is K2's trying to build Triple G's legacy, but they're trying to do it on someone else's dime. So the problem with it is they're going to try to they're baking everything on the Canelo fight. They even said it. I think even Abel Sanchez said it. Like the priority is the Canelo fight, not a rematch with Jacobs.
Okay.
Like so they're letting you know right there that their eyes are on the Canelo fight, because there's no other fight. Like you go to 168. Okay, James DeGale. Well, his face got pretty much destroyed by Badu Jack.
Yeah.
So he's in the shelf for a while. Badu Jack moved to light heavyweight. You can do Zurdo. You can do Zurdo Ramirez, but he's still a little bit too green for me to put him in there with Golovkin.
Yeah. He's tall though, isn't he? He's quite tall, and he's a southpaw, and he's unbeaten. But I agree with that. He's a bit green.
Yeah, because it wasn't until that fight with Abraham where he actually impressed me. Because before then he didn't look that good.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, like I said, he's gonna make his first defense in a pay-per-view, in the top-ranked pay-per-view, which is hilarious. It's a second top-ranked pay-per-view where the only belts on the line are from the WBO. And like, there's a reason. There's a reason why here in the States we call the WBO we're Bob's organization.
I don't even really classify that as a belt at all, but oh man, a lot of British guys seem to win that, you know.
Yeah,
it was known as the Commonwealth World Title, or the British World Title.
Well, actually, this actually was a pretty good point of discussion actually with a while back, because I remember a guy that used to go on before, Antoine Carney. Like he asked the same thing, like how did the WBO become a major sanctioning belt? Looking at the history, though, I noticed that why. First of all, one of the requirements is that the International Boxing Hall of Fame has to recognize you as a major belt. And the main reason they got recognized in is because the WBO champions, when paired up with other champions for the sanctioning bodies, did actually really well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so the way they internationally also say, okay, the WBO is actually rating talent pretty well. They deserve the recognition.
Okay, I got it.
Now, the question is going to be, though, is within the next decade, are you going to see the same situation with the IBO?
Oh, God. I hope not. The IBO only seems relevant when you have like another belt, like a WBA belt or a WBC belt along with it. You know what I mean? But by itself.
No, say again?
The other thing is as well, I think what it is that it's computerized. So it's a computerized ranking system. It's the top 100 in the world in whatever division it is. That's how they do it. And then, there's no negotiations or nothing like that. I just think it's sort of them in the top spot, you put in you submit your purse bid or whatever, and then that's it. So it's not really.
Yeah, it's really, really weird to the idea that way they do their rankings, but some people can say that, you know what, then it eliminates human bias.
Yep.
But actually, one of the good points is that they're doing the same thing with the WBO, because the IBO was the first actually to recognize Golovkin as a champion of middleweight.
Okay.
So they do a decent job of like recognizing early champions too.
Yeah.
The problem though is they're also an organization that hasn't got doesn't have a champion in every weight division yet.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't. Like a few of them are vacant.
All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe one day they will become, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, that one's gonna be tough. Now let me look at the chat right here. Badu Jack whooped that Brit DeGale, got robbed the decision. I think we can all agree on that one. We can all agree on that one. Like that was a blatant robbery.
You think so?
Oh no, the two blatant robberies I saw last year were that. Well, actually, not one. No, Badu Jack was this year.
Yeah.
But the blatant robbery that I saw was that fight with Chisora and Dillian White. That was blatant.
Yeah. A lot of people say that was a robbery. I thought Dillian White landed the cleaner shots though, and I think there was another reason why people wanted Dillian White to win, to lose. But I won't say anything.
Dillian White does his things. He's a colorful character.
Yeah.
But at the same time, though, he's not the one that threw a table at a press conference.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is and the thing that's the thing that kind of annoys me about, I don't know, annoys me about British people sometimes, you know. When it was the whole thing with David Haye in Germany, you know, everybody forgot about David Haye's part in that, and it, you know, Derek Chisora was an animal. He was this, should have been banned from boxing, you know. And then all of a sudden, fast forward, you know, it's just crazy. I don't know, the kind of hypocrisy over here when it comes to those things. When people need to sell a fight, it's needed. When it goes overboard, then you know it's horrific. So yeah, I don't know, man. I go on. No,
I was about to say I agree with you.
Yeah, it's you know, it's crazy. Sometimes, I mean, there's been a good few ones. I mean, I remember Barrera and Morales, that you had that kind of build up, and where they threw punches at each other and all of that, and they had a good fight. But it's not the same thing. Like like I say, it's 1 minute Derek Chisora's flavor of the month, next minute he's the worst thing that ever happened to British boxing. You see what I mean?
That one I can see, yeah. But the thing about it with Barrera and Morales,
yeah,
it got. I understand why people in Europe wouldn't understand how personal it got.
Yeah.
Latinos do, because the thing about it is, unfortunately, and with Latino culture,
yeah,
you do see a lot of like blatant racism as people that have more fair skin. It's one of the things I personally thought. I still think he's never forgiven him for him calling Chica Tijuana.
Oh, is that what the major thing was about?
Yeah, Barrera when he said was, I come from, my family's lawyers, my family's policemen, my family's respect. You're nothing but a dirt poor you're nothing but dirt poor.
I get it now. Now.
That's why it got so personal over the years, and that's why everybody was surprised when, like, I think they actually got pictures of them eating lunch together. Now I think everyone pretty much agrees that was probably the wives, pretty much saying, we're tired of you two doing this shit. Just settle this.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and it's that's why it can get personal really, really bad.
I know that happens
in
in Cuba. I know that happens in Cuba and Dominican Republic and Panama. I know they have that, but I didn't know they had that in Mexico. But I guess they would do.
Yeah, they would. Like there's a sentiment in Mexico City.
Yeah,
I think that in Mexico City that a lot of people with the fair skin that have a lot more Spanish in their blood.
Yeah, yeah.
They kind of view themselves as uppity compared to the rest of the city and the rest. Yeah. Like pure in a weird sense, but even though the fact of the matter is people there's a lot more indigenous population when it comes to Mexico. Like I come from a country in Bolivia that over 60% of the population is indigenous. But the ruling class has been those people with Spanish descent until recently.
Right. Yep. I got you.
Okay, let me see here. Looking at the chat, don't go off Billy Joe Saunders' last fight. Go off his win versus Andy Lee, Eubanks Jr., and now he's 20th last week. That's the point I was making. Kaji. Like he came off of two good victories. Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean to Kaji. He called Morales an Indian, and that's that's something that you can. There's few things that you can forgive a man for.
Yes, yeah.
Those are one of them. Those are one of them. Yeah. There's David Mercer. Yeah, it's pretty much similar to the things in the UK. I've like I said, I've met Irish travelers when I was in London. I do get a lot of the shit that they went through.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you get it, but no, but that's Irish people. Like that's the whole, no dogs, no blacks, no Irish thing. But these kids now that are in their bloody 20s, these teeny boppers, they don't know about that. They don't know nothing about racism or nothing like that. And the thing with Billy Joe, yeah, you get two types of travelers, because you get the ones that are cool, and then you get the kind of gypsies that are bigoted, and that's what Billy Joe is. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. That's why he got kicked out of the British Olympic team. That's why he got sent home. He was mashing up the hotel, pissing on the walls and doing other stuff. You understand? That's why he got sent home. So we know what he's like. We've always known that.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I call him Billy Ho. Like he talks a lot of shit, but he doesn't back it up.
You talk about Billy Ho. Look at this picture. You see this picture? Look at his eyes popping out of his head. Can you see that on the screen there? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Look, have you put that picture? That picture's fucking nervous and De La Hoya.
De La Hoya just looks like, you know what? De La Hoya looks like he drank a couple of pints.
You know that picture? You know that picture right there is when they asked him to translate. Before he started translating, that was his face. And De La Hoya was like, yeah, lie. And then Dolores was like, why are you lying? That's what Dolores said. Then I was like, yeah, we're gonna duck. And look, the De La Hoya's got two marquee champions now. No one can tell De La Hoya nothing. He's got Linares and he's got Canelo. No one can tell him nothing, bro. Two linear champions, middleweight and lightweight. Two linear champions, not normal linear belts, bro. That's a nice resume. Nice.
Yeah, like he said, that's why he's. You can argue him being the top one or two promoters in the U.S. because Top Rank obviously signs a lot of Olympians. Like they went on an Olympic spree this year.
Yeah, that's right. They did. Yeah,
they did. But the thing with Top Rank though is they really haven't built any. They've built people. They started I think with Mikey, and then now they're doing it with Crawford. No, they did it. They did it with Cotto too, in a sense. They were doing building their guys to be an opponent for Manny.
Yeah,
that was the whole thing. Like, okay, let's build these guys up so then we can pair him with Pacquiao. The problem though is the fact that the other way is if you just build your guy up just to be an opponent with Pacquiao and Pacquiao beats them, what do you do next? You have Timothy Bradley. That's what you have.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, like I said, when you look at Top Rank, their operation as a whole, like they're investing a lot in Lomachenko. They're investing a lot in Oscar Valdez. Like they are plotting hand and foot for somewhere or another to have Pacquiao face Crawford by the end of the year.
Bro, I love that fight, man. Love that fight. Love
Yeah.
that.
I would
Pacquiao's
like
a bad. No one could tell me nothing about Pacquiao, bro. He's a bad man. You know what I mean? He's fighting some stellar dudes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he is.
If he was to beat Crawford,
but that's the fear. That's the fear that the Top Rank has. What if Pacquiao does beat Crawford, and you just wind up in the same situation as Bradley?
That'd be good for them. That'd be good for them because they're still in-house fighter. It's not going to be bad. You know what I mean? They both.
And Crawford hasn't really he hasn't looked like in a good fight since he beat Gamboa.
No, man, this year we passed Boston.
He put on the clinic versus Boston.
Yeah, but Boston was supposed to be a threat because he beat Linares, and this is what I'm trying to say. The levels, bro.
Yeah,
how good he is.
He looked no. He looked good. He's fought good opposition.
Yeah,
but he's made it look so easy that
Yeah, that's why it's pound for pound.
Okay,
that's why
okay. That I'm not trying to say. It doesn't look like he's been tested. Okay.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's because he's so.
Pacquiao would test him, I think.
Yeah, Pacquiao would test him. That's what I'm saying. But I love Pacquiao. Pacquiao still challenging himself at this stage of his career. You see what I'm saying? Like he don't have to be. He don't need Crawford. Crawford needs him. You know what I'm saying? So if Crawford was to beat him, then we can. This is what I'm saying. It's good for boxing. Then Pacquiao say, you know what, this guy is good enough. You know what I mean? Like Vladimir is supposed to lose to Joshua. He is just supposed to lose to Joshua. If he doesn't, he does something like George Foreman, bro. And that's what I'm saying. He does that shit. But you know what I mean?
Who have you
Michael Moore? Not Joshua Brack.
Yeah,
Joshua
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but it don't mean it's gonna happen because Klitschko and Mr. Bashir knows they had him a sparring partner. Like Michael Moore was never a sparring partner for George Foreman. You know what I'm saying? So they know something. Maybe they know something we don't know.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, because they were happy to sign that fight. They happily signed it. They brought Joshua over and Dillian to spar Klitschko to get him ready for Pulev, and they happily helped him. See the man over I've sparred before. He's coming over for me to earn money, so Klitschko paid him. That's something that Klitschko knows in his mind. But Joshua's like, I'm not that same dude. But Klitschko's like, you are that dude. You was my sparring partner, and in the spar, no one knows what happened.
Yeah.
She don't even tell us what happened.
Yeah,
what happened, Mr. Bashir?
They're a bit too chummy.
Huh?
They're a bit too chummy, man.
It looks so robotic.
Joshua needs to. Houghton McCracken's putting it into him. Bun that, bro. You need to knock this boy out, bro. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, bun that, bro. That's what Robert McCracken better. Wait, Robert better light a fire underneath him, you know. Man want to see Joshua lose because they see him in that Muslim mosque with the sunglasses. People don't like that.
Yeah, that's right.
God. That's idiotic. That's idiotic in the whole way sense. Now that looked robotic though. Like what Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder did last year in January, that was good because those two really don't like each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've been talking shit about each other for years, but this like it just looked robotic. Like walking and coming here and have people asking during the fight and. Like we get it, okay. You're making a big fight, like, and this technically is the crowning of the king because Tyson Fury decided to be in love with the Coco.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the Keji is asking, what are our opinions of Lomachenko?
Oh boy, it's very, very good amateur. He's had the thing is, he's done everything's too quick. He won his world title too quick, so he hasn't been built up. The public don't really know him, and I don't know, man. I don't know where he goes from here. He should retire really because he's done everything now.
High tech's unproven. Nah, I'm only joking. High tech's real. He beat Nicholas Waters, and you know he's got thing. He's bad, man. He's got Gary Russell Jr. He's got some bad man on his level, but they're both undefeated, you know.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know he lost to Salido, but bro, like having Gary Russell on your resume and having Nicholas Waters is wicked, bro. Like, I mean, whether you like it or not, them two are good. Gary Russell,
but that's what I mean. It's like, but don't you think it happened too quick? Like because he done it so quickly.
No.
He's only got. He hasn't even had 10 fights yet, has he?
No, it doesn't matter because in the flyweights, there's nothing to hang around. And he's got 500 amateur fights, so you can't. They're not hanging around to do the big fight. This is what I'm saying. That's good for him. So you should really imagine that. Look at the guys he's got on his resume already, and he under 10 fights. That's serious, bro. So when he's think about his career, if it goes into 20 and 30 fights, and it's got them on his resume early. Salido, Gary Russell, Waters. The guy's bad, man. He's bad.
Yeah.
So
Yet he does weird things to make sure he doesn't rematch Salido, which surprises me. I would have figured that you want to avenge your only loss.
Yep.
But
he knows he'll get beat again.
But here's the thing with Lomachenko, and this is why people ask, like, his amateur resume speaks for itself. Like, that speaks volumes. The problem, though, is
who did he beat in amateurs to make it speak for itself? Who did he beat?
It's not so much who he beat, it's how he beat them.
And it's how many medals. It's really just the gold medals, really. It's 3 times Olympic champion, wasn't he? Or 2 times?
It's not 3 times. He only won 1 gold medal. He won
2 Olympic gold medals.
It's the 2 Olympics, he only got 1 gold medal.
Well, then it was World Championships then. Because the
World Championships. Yeah.
He won. He got 2 golds.
Yeah, and then there's the whole debate of the fact of whether he's only fought 8 times, because he did fight in the World Series of Boxing, and by the basic rules, those fights should count as pro fight because he wasn't wearing headgear, and he was being paid.
How many fights did he have?
He had 8 fights in 7 or 8 fights in the World Series of Boxing.
Who did he fight? Who did he fight in the World Series?
Nobody, because the World Series of Boxing is more like country based.
Oh yeah, no. EJ, he did win. He won gold in Beijing, and gold in London. He won gold at featherweight, and then he won it at lightweight.
Yep.
Yeah, and he got 2 world championships as well. 2 world championship golds at featherweight and lightweight.
All right, let's see here. The Kegi.
Go ahead.
I'm reading this thing like the Kegi. I'm looking at the chat. Says I guarantee AJ will be knocked out this year, whether it's by Klitschko, Wilder, Ortiz, or Joseph Parker.
Oh yeah, I can see it there. Yeah, the Kegi.
Yeah, no, I could see Ortiz. I could see Ortiz. That's why Eric Hearn was trying to push him towards Dillian White in the WBC. But Ortiz is sticking to his guns and saying, no, you're going to give me the winner of Joshua Klitschko. And if everybody thinks it's Joshua, I'm getting Anthony Joshua. Even though you specifically signed him to keep him as far away from Anthony Joshua as possible.
I believe that I think he'll beat all of them, you know. I don't think he'll knock them all out, but I think he's got the ability, definitely, and the power to beat all of them.
Well, no, that's the thing when it comes to Joshua.
Is very good, though. Ortiz is very, very good.
Yeah. Well, let's look at
very good.
Yeah, it's the fact that it's the same thing. It's somebody that has a very rich amateur background, and he's a southpaw, but he's a southpaw puncher.
Yeah.
So that's what makes him a little bit dangerous when it comes to it. Now, like I said, let's look at the Klitschko. It could just be a case of experience winning out. Where, like I said, we know Anthony Joshua is a champion, but he's not had 20 fights yet as a pro, and we know Klitschko almost has 3 times as that.
Yeah, but Klitschko's old and he ain't fought over a year.
That's the thing you have going with Klitschko.
He's soft as well. That's the bully up man. That's the bully man and rest on lean on man's back. You ain't gonna do that with Joshua. Joshua's gonna be on it. You can't lean on Joshua's back like that, bro.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're not gonna headbutt him and I'm dirty. He's dirty, you know.
Yeah, he's very dirty.
Yeah. That's like I said, that's Klitschko's reputation. That's one thing that makes this fight interesting. Now, with Ortiz, it's just that if Ortiz catches him with a left hook, can Joshua withstand it?
Yeah.
Joshua, Eddie Hearn signed Ortiz and paid him off to get old. That's what he's done, right? Everyone knows it, yeah? Right? They paid Ortiz. Yeah. Ortiz has took the money, right? And he's just happy that someone's invested in, but he don't know. Golden Boy really had him in there. You know what I mean? With Golden Boy, I think they was really trying to make him go somewhere.
Yeah.
But for some reason, they took the money from Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn lock him on the key.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, the thing is, Ortiz kind of has the same thing that Triple G had going for it, where nobody wants to face him because they recognize the power.
Man,
and they recognize the skill.
No, it's not. You see the boxing, yeah? It's not that. It's how much is it worth me getting knocked out? That's why Mike Tyson used to get, because Don King had enough money that it was worth you getting in the ring to get knocked out. This is what I'm saying. So when it comes to Ortiz, is it worth me getting in there to get knocked out? I don't mind getting knocked out, but I want to be compensated. That's what it comes down to. And
how come they never made the fight with Riddick Bowe and Tyson?
Tyson, well, for one thing, Tyson was locked up.
Yeah.
Around the time when it made sense for Riddick Bowe.
He didn't want to face him because they're friends. Tyson said he wouldn't fight.
Yeah.
Riddick Bowe said he wouldn't fight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's that too, and then there's the fact that I think Tyson wanted to go the WBC route, and well, ever since Bowe threw the belt in the can and he was never rated again, it made no sense.
Yeah, that's right.
Bowe and Ruckman, they stayed away from Lewis, and they purposely stayed away from Tyson. He didn't even want to fight George Foreman, who was ranked as well. He said, "Nah, we're not going to beat George Foreman." So it was a time where Bowe could pick and choose his opponent. That's what I'm trying to say. Who he could fight, because they knew if he fought certain people, he'd lose it, and they want to keep the payday going. Because that man got rich off Bowe, you know. That man got rich off Bowe.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, because when I met him, he was telling me that he just seconded kind of a lot of things that he said, but he told me that that Mike avoided it. Avoided him.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, he did. Because Mike has come out of prison and they ain't got to fight no active Bowe. You know what I'm saying? So there was a time, a lot of guys. It was around the time when a lot of guys avoided each other.
Yeah, and look how it turned out, EJ. Look how it turned out. Mike Tyson's doing like Broadway shows, talking about his life, making some of that money, and Riddick Bowe now is unfortunately not being reduced to asking people, I'll send out you give me $20, I'll send out a tweet and I'll end it with Bowe.
Yeah, but Riddick Bowe, you know, he got to the Hall of Fame last year, you know. So he can still generate. You know what done him in? It's them baby mothers, man. Too many baby women, man. He's banging too much women.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
It's not like he didn't have the money. He's got a lack of discipline.
He's got quite a few Latina baby mothers as well, man.
Yep.
Yeah,
they're all black and Latina.
They all money. And the thing is, America, they make you pay your child support. So that's what done him. You right? Same with Evander Holyfield. Evander Holyfield, you know how many women he's got? He's got the maid, he's got women galore. Mike Tyson, the women, listen, women make sure they don't mind you opening your legs, but you're gonna pay for it, bro. Bro, Denzel Washington, she was the one who started it open nicely. She got paid nicely, you know. I don't know how much she got paid for what Mike did to her. She just disappeared off the site. She took that money and she must have moved to another country, bro, because she was ghost. No one's heard of her since.
Yep. And well, we have to look into that whole situation. But let's get back to Joshua for a minute. Okay, we talked about Ortiz, we talked about Klitschko.
Yeah.
Joseph Parker presents a different challenge to me.
Yeah, he does. But his arms are a bit short, though. I know he's got the height. It's just his arms are quite short. So I don't know. He's not going to have the monopoly on the jab, like fighting at range. So he's going to have to fight on the inside. And when he fought Ruiz Jr., Andy Ruiz Jr., to me, which in a fight which I think he lost, I actually thought he lost to Andy Ruiz. I don't know if he's got that skill to fight on the inside. He's good at fighting at distance against smaller guys, but I don't know. He kind of struggled against Carlos Takam as well. So I see him getting knocked out by Joshua.
The whole thing to me is I kind of have the opposite view when it comes to his fighting inside. He invests to the body a lot for heavyweight.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Joshua, the main question I have to him is I keep thinking to the Dillian White fight. I keep thinking to the end of that second round where he looked gassed at those body punches for Dillian White. If you have somebody like Joseph Parker that completely dedicates himself to the body, and it's been proven now that it may be a bit of a weakness for Joshua, it might have a chance. The problem though is it's true, like he has short arms, so Joshua can just maintain distance with the jab.
Yeah, that's what I think. And the thing about it as well is Joshua can fight on the inside as well, and he does like doing it. He did it in the before the Olympics, in the World Championships as well, in the final where he lost that fight. He was actually good against the Azerbaijani guy. He showed good fighting on the inside. So I don't know. I like Joseph Parker, but I don't think. Yeah, I think he's light work, man. To AJ, that's what I think. He's light work, man.
That's what I'm gonna have to look to see in that one. Now, the last one, obviously, like I think that mentioned that the Kegi mentioned is Wilder.
Yeah,
Wilder. Well, to me, Wilder has the height that can match Joshua, and Wilder has the jab that can match Joshua. The problem, though, is you have the same questions with him and the Wilder. What can they do when they take a real legitimate punch?
Mm-hmm.
We've seen what Wilder can do, like because Stubborn can crack.
Yeah.
So we've seen what he's able to do. He has a decent chin. The problem, though, is going to be is can he keep it with somebody that can throw a jab like Joshua? On the other hand, though, Wilder has arguably the best sleeper in the sport in that right hand. If he catches Joshua with that right hand, will Joshua drop?
Boy, good. You made some good points. Only thing is, I would say that Wilder's a little bit chinny. I mean, not chinny, a bit wild and erratic for me. He doesn't really throw. Do you know what I mean? Like he kind of swings his arms, and I don't think he's skilled enough to beat Joshua personally. But I don't know.
But that's the whole thing. Say again?
Against Gerald Washington, like he was losing, man. I had him losing quite a few of those rounds before he knocked him out. And I don't know. Wilder he's good, but for me, maybe that's the fight that will make him show his true quality. But I don't think he beats AJ, man. I really don't.
That's the whole thing there. Yeah, that's the fight that Showtime wants at the end of the year. And actually, the Kegis actually point out something pretty good. That Parker, in his resume with Dermachenko and Ruiz and Carlos Takam, does have a better resume than Anthony Joshua's last fights with. Well, White, we know Dillian White, that was more of a British level fight. Charles Martin, he was just basically fed Charles Martin. Same thing with Dominic Brazil. That's the fight where we kind of learn Dominic Brazil's heart more than anything.
But then again, when people say Parker's faced better opposition, I'm looking at the chat room as well. But then again, Takam, he struggled against Takam. Parker did. Ruiz beat him in my mind, and Ruiz is like I won't say fat. I don't like to say that he's fat, but kind of out of shape. A lot smaller. Very skilled though.
Yeah, well, you can say like even Bob Arum said he's fat. Like he has that jiggly shit.
But he's good. He's a good boxer though. I like Ruiz Jr. But what I'm saying is that Parker didn't even really beat him, man. Do you know what I mean?
No, that was a close fight. I could have given it to Ruiz easily.
And Dimitrenko, I don't know, man. After seeing Brazil get off the canvas the other day against that Nigerian brother and come and knock him out.
It was bad, man.
I have to rate Brazil, man. I do have to rate him.
He beat two guys who were pretty good. Amir Mansour, and he beat that guy. He got thrown in hard, and Joshua. Look at his resume. He's been thrown in hard, man.
Charles Martin was bad. It's not as good as Takam or Ruiz or Dimitrenko, but Dylan White and Dominic Brazil, I would say, are on par with those guys.
Who? Dillian White?
Yeah.
Man, what are you talking about, man? Come on.
On par with.
He got knocked out, man.
He beat Dimitrenko, man.
Oh, man.
He beat Dimitrenko.
Dillian, no, man. Dillian.
All right, be right back, guys.
You don't like Dylan White, I could tell, but I think
skill take. No, I don't have preference to hate Dillian White. I'm just saying he got knocked out with Joshua and he looked terrible. He looked wild, just as wild as Wilder. And since then, I can't say I've seen any development that he's got better with Tibbs. He looked better with Jonathan Banks. That's what I thought. That's just I don't really have a hate against anyone. I'm just when we're talking boxing, it's just we break it down or how you see it. And you've asked me a question. I'm telling you, he don't look technically any better, and he didn't look like he won the fight with Derek. So I'm just getting off that.
Okay.
I mean, do you think what? Do you think he beat Derek? Yeah.
I thought he landed the cleaner shots, man.
He did, but did you think he won the fight? That's in your opinion.
Yeah,
who won the fight?
I did. I thought it was close, but I thought he won it.
Fair enough. If you thought a lot of people disagree, and he saw it that way. I didn't. But remember, he's supposed to be he should be miles ahead of Derek, isn't it? Look, he's younger. He's got longer reach. For what I know, he should have beat Derek easy. He got himself in because he likes a war. He got himself in there. You know what I mean? And it was a good fight for the fans.
Yeah.
But the same thing, Eddie asked him for a rematch, and he said, "Nah, I'm not fighting him. I need more money." I mean, why do you need more money if you know what I'm saying? It's the stuff he's saying that I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, okay. So all right, we'll say Parker's faced better opposition, right? But struggled against that better opposition, whereas AJ's wiped the floor with the better. Well, his opposition.
Parker and Joshua are just miles apart, man. Parker, if a step foot near Joshua, you're getting brought. That's what
I think personally. I can't make a case for Parker.
Fury, I don't give Fury much of a chance against Parker, bro. I mean, I see Huey. I can see we can criticize.
Huey's overrated. Huey's overrated, man.
Yeah, what's Huey done?
He's done nothing. He hasn't even won the British title. He hasn't even won the Southern area or English title.
We got people in the chat. Yeah, go ahead, Charlie. We got people. We got David Mustard. We got loads of people. Barber's defense is terrible. Yeah. Brazil is helpless, but he has a solid chin. He ain't helpless, you know. If you look at Brazil, you got to understand heavyweight. It's not like the welterweight. So they're not. And the heavyweight. They're not like no Larry Holmes, Muhammad Ali. But bruv, them man there, when they swing at you, the wind and the hurricane come with their hooks. And if it lands on you, it's like a tsunami. It's like a tsunami when it hits you in your chin. And you saw what he did to that Nigerian brother. The Nigerian brother, it reminded me of Riddick Bowe and Herbie High. Yeah. Herbie could lick, but Riddick could take it and he can keep coming. And you saw Brazil, they threw Brazil in. Brazil was supposed to lose that fight, They threw him in hard and he came through, man. That's impressive, bro.
Yeah, I rate him, man. I rate him totally. What else did the Keji said Mansoir beat the
Mansoir, he's still on the French thing.
Yeah, Mansoir.
Mansoir, man. But hey, for the people listening, try to do the French pronunciation of it. Go ahead, Mansoir. Go ahead.
Beat the shit out of Brazil for 6 rounds and got caught with a freak punch that broke his jaw.
He didn't break his jaw though. We interviewed him. It didn't break his jaw. What happened? He bit through his tongue in the 2nd round. That's what he told us. And he had a big gash in his tongue, and they had to sew it back together. And he knew that, so he was swallowing blood. That's why the fight got stopped. The reason why I know that was because we called him, and if you check my timeline, we called him like a couple of days. I called him a couple of days after, and he could talk normally. Your jaw's broken, you can't talk. And he said it was just I just bit through my tongue. He goes, I always do that when I fight. I just bite through my tongue. I always bite my tongue. But this time he just bit right through it with his teeth as he's getting. He actually put in a good performance the other day, actually. To tell you the truth. So, yeah. Oh, you like Mansour, yeah? Yeah, Mansour's a good, Mansour's good. I like Mansour. I was going to interview him a couple of weeks ago, actually, after his fight, but I just never could get around to doing it.
What happened?
Go ahead, Charlie, bro.
Did you talk to him?
No, I didn't get round. I had some things going on. You know the thing is, when I say I'm going to interview you, I'm usually good with that. But because I had a couple of things on, I didn't get around to doing it. Like especially around these periods where it's dead. Like we're gonna have tomorrow is dead. Like I can't believe how quiet it's gonna be. Because if Crolla won the fight, I kind of wanted Crolla to win the fight. We had something to talk about. And
it's dead now, isn't it?
It's dead, and it's actually it feels very depressing. In fact.
Because Mansour's now he must have heard our hangout because the next day he's calling out Wilder now because he won that WBC American title.
You call Wilder up for time. Yeah, thanks. That's right. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
right. Yeah, he won the NABC, but
he was calling Wilder up from time. He called Wilder calls him man sour. That's what he calls him. And
man sour.
Man sour. Yeah.
I'm thinking, what's it? Thinking goes, he ain't shit. He don't rate him at all. Like he's not the only one, you know. I think he doesn't rate him either. Taba. When we even put Taba doesn't rate him at all either. That man hate on Wilder, but everyone hates on Wilder. I don't know why, man.
I don't hate him. I like him, but I just don't think he's got the ability as he doesn't look like a boxer, you know what I mean? He swings wildly. But saying that, he's not the worst WBC champion there's ever been.
Someone asked a question, right? Stylistic, who'd win between White and Brazil? I'm going Brazil.
I'm Brazil.
That dude is the one. That's the Smith.
I go with White. I go with Dylan White on points. I go with Dylan White on points.
No, I would go with Brazil because, like I said, that Joshua fight and the last fight where he came back and did not be knocked down, it showed me a lot of heart there. And unfortunately, with Joshua, Dylan shown that he can be a bit chitty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's actually good. That one's actually really good. And
that's a good question. Yeah, stylistically, but he said stylistically, so I'm thinking, White's got the better style. Like stylistically, White wins that. But in terms of heart, chin, then yeah, you go with Brazil.
Yeah, stylistically, they know how to give it to White. Yeah, he's just more polished.
Brazil, I like Brazil. I'm going Brazil's got a better style. Brazil's gonna walk you down, let you punch him in his. Listen, Brazil's funny enough. He'll let you punch him in his face until you get tired. That's his strategy. Keep hitting me in my face until you get tired. That's how he's rolling, man. It's like he goes. I interviewed him before the Joshua fight. He goes, "I'm a big dude, man. When I lean on you, it takes your energy, man." Oxman saw. He was talking crazy with me, bro. Like I mean,
he was
talking that
crazy though.
Yeah. Bro, he thought it was greasy. I got a really good picture of Crolla getting uppercutted by Linares. I'm gonna put it on the screen, bro. But there's some more comments in there. There's some really good comments coming, guys. Keep the comments going.
David Mustard said, "Do you you guys not think Wilder is a joke?" I don't think he's a joke. No,
I don't. Like I was about to post it into the chat, but he does have a lot of things to work on. That's why I said we're in an era right now.
All of them do.
Each heavyweight champion. I think David Mustard said that, but we are in an era where all the heavyweight champions right now are works in progress, and so is Wilder. But the problem is, and if you underestimate Wilder, like I said, he has arguably the best sleeper in the sport in that right hand.
Yeah, man. He has the upside. Listen, I was at amateur show today, and there was a kid. He looked like Mike Tyson, and he was losing. And on the scorecards, with the judges, and he landed a haymaker in the first round, sent the guy on his back, and then finally just killed him. And he was losing the points, but he's got the eraser, and Wilder has the eraser, and now he's developed the left hook with the right hand, bro, and his confidence is sky high. I like the way he's rolling. You know what I'm saying? I like, bro, whether you don't like him or not, you can't get away from that knockout percentage. And you know what? I like him beating Stavern comfortably. He first broke his hand on Stavern's head.
Yeah,
he first broke his hand on Stavern's head, so I'm looking forward to that rematch because Stavern is durable, man, very durable guy. So I want to see that fight again.
Yeah, but that's the fight. Say again.
Sorry, no, go on.
No, I was about to say that's the fight that actually erased a lot of doubts of Wilder to me because number one, he took a good punch from Stavern, and number two, he went all 12 rounds.
Yeah. The Keji said, "Hope to see more of Anthony Yard this year. He looks great so far." Yeah, it does. Anthony Yard, you know who that is, don't you?
I interviewed Anthony Yard. I interviewed him.
I used to train with him at TKO.
Yeah. Anthony's nice, man. And he used to be a footballer. And he used to athletics. He used to athletic as well.
That's right. Yeah.
He was saying and he's very respectful because I see that fight of him in America on the Smith and Canelo card. And he hit that guy with a hook, and I said to him, I respect you not going in to kill the guy. He goes, nah, man, I wasn't even supposed to face him. I got him a short notice, and he was a cruiserweight. So he was bigger than me. But when I landed that punch, I could have finished him off, but the referee didn't even know that when he landed that punch. What happened, and he was in the rope. The guy was stuck in the ropes, just dead. and he could have hurt him, but he said, "Nah, I'm not about that, bro." But I respect that, bro. He knows man's out when he hit the man and he just kept walking. You know what I mean? He didn't try to kill him. You know what I mean? He respect the guy because at least the guy came and jumped on the building and gave him a fight. So I like that about him. He's very likable. You know, he's easy in his style. You know, he likes the Mayweather thing. It's very good, man. He's very good. So look forward to it. What we got in the chat?
Okay.
Tyson Fury will be back.
I'm Ruckus 99, Charlie.
Was that?
No, I just letting Charlie know I'm Ruckus 99. That's why I was answering him. I was answering David's question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now the problem though is now the Kegi does ask this question: do you think Tyson Fury will be back this year? If he can lose the weight and not be an NFL lineman, then yes.
Don't you think that's good though? You can be like Brazil. It means you're hard to hit now, man. That's good for you being like a linebacker in the heavyweight division, right?
No, because Fury style's like he's dodgy and he has an awkward style, but he does it on an optimal weight. If you do it at 350 pounds, you can't really do much. Like I said, very few people can legitimately be really good and athletic at that weight for a sustainable amount of time. Like I said, like the closest guy I've seen so far is actually not even in boxing or in MMA. He's a wrestler by the name of Braun Strowman. Like the dude is 380 pounds, 6'8", 6'9", and the dude is athletic as fuck.
Yeah, I saw him. I saw him first in the Royal Rumble. He was throwing people out left, right, and center. He got eliminated later on. I saw him in January. But going back to the thing, what you said about Fury, the weight in the heavyweight division, that's all right. I mean, he's still. Maybe he's lost his legs, you know. He's only 28, 29, whatever. He's still, maybe his legs ain't the same no more. Maybe he's got weight. But what I'm saying to you is that having been all that bulky, like George Foreman, when he put that bulk, that's old, he was still there. He still got a punch. And remember, you still have to get past them 6'9" arms, you know, to get in to hit him, you know. I mean, Fury hits himself when he was facing Steve Cunningham, but bruv, that's as much as anyone else can hit him. He's very hard to hit. Klitschko trying to hit. Klitschko trying to headbutt him. Klitschko couldn't hit him, so Klitschko tried to headbutt him, innit?
Yeah, but that's the thing. You kind of lose that if you weigh 350 pounds.
Yeah, but he's not. You're right. If he comes in that way, it'd be heavy. But I've seen him come in fat and still bang out, man, innit? In fact, when he puts on weight, he's actually a harder puncher. To be fair, but it's when he loses the weight, he's more agile.
Yeah, and that's what he kind of needs that against like a Wilder or Joshua.
I don't know, boy. If he comes back this year, I don't know. He's gonna have to fight very low level opposition.
Yeah.
Now David Musser saying, poor Tyson, he's light on his feet, but he seems like he's pissing his talent away. He's not so much pissing as he's snorting his career away. But
you guys are fucking joking.
He's trying to play it cute, as the Irish people would say. He can't really take the celebrity sort of aspect of his lifestyle being champion. He can't take that at all. He can do the stuff in the ring, but he can't do it out of the ring. So I think he's just taking time out, to get his head sorted. I don't really think he done all the cocaine and all of that. I just think that was an excuse.
Now, okay, so the question is then, do you think he's basically the dog that caught the car?
The what? Daniel's funny.
No.
What does that mean?
It's an American saying. It's an American saying. It's an American saying. You're the dog that caught the car. Like, you're chasing something, but now you got it. What do you do now?
Yes, yeah. That's what it is. He liked the idea of it. He got the belt. He liked the idea of it, but he doesn't like the whole aspect of being a champion. And that's the whole being well behaved and all of that.
Let me tell you something.
He's quite young as well. But do you know who he reminds me of? Like George Best in a way. That's who he reminds me of.
You know, let me tell you something. See Fury. Fury was the first one, to say to Sky when David Haye pulled out, let's bring Wilder over. Let's bring Wilder over and I'll fight Wilder. And Sky denied it. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Sky said he wanted to make it pay-per-view and they said, nah, why? I mean, Wilder just not that Audley Harrison, and Fury say, well, thingy Dave Hader won't fight me. Audley, Wilder said he'll fight me now. Let's do that on pay-per-view. And so Fury, for me, no one could tell me nothing about Fury until because he was looking to fight Wilder then. You get me? He was looking to fight Wilder then, and Wilder said he would do it, but Sky denied it. And how dumb does that look now, in retrospect? Then Fury and Price. Fury didn't want to fight Price. He never wanted to fight Price at all, bruv. That pissed me off. So there's some things that Fury's done, which is good, and there's some things he's done as is bad. But the bottom line is that Fury's probably the most visible, entertaining fighter out there. You know what I mean? Right now, like you kind of miss him because when he was there, people probably didn't appreciate him as much as they did now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. No, that is. So do we think he's pissing his talent away? Well, not really. He's just trying to avoid the limelight, if you know what I mean. That's what I think it is. He's too young to be a champion in the head. Too young in the head.
I don't know about that. When I interviewed him before around the Nick Blackwell situation, so the weigh-in.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Yeah, and he was just happy. He didn't think being a champion is anything special. And he was saying, that's like, but he wasn't at that point saying, I want to fight Ortiz or whatever, because he was like, I'm the man now. But he didn't feel like he was the man because he was still obligated to the contract with the Klitschko's. The Klitschko's still had the stronghold on the belts, which they don't have with Joshua.
Yeah.
Joshua has control of what he wants to do. They're kind of coming into Joshua's demand, but Klitschko don't mind coming to Joshua because Joshua's a nice guy, he's polite. And to be fair, Klitschko seems to me, he doesn't mind losing to someone like a Joshua. Yeah. But he don't know what manner to lose though, because I see him going out the same way he's been out to all their man there like Corey Sanders and Lehman. I see him going out the same way. I see him going out hard.
I hope he gets punched up. I really do.
You know what, man? Yeah, but you see, Daniel was not having it. You know? Daniel and Gus, wham there. They want Klitschko to sort the shit out. Innit? Come on, Gus. Come on, Daniel. Come on, get in there, Daniel.
With Klitschko? With Klitschko and Joshua? Oh, yeah. That's easy. That's an easy thing for me because the thing about it is the easy thing to me is what do you pick? Do you pick experience or do you pick youth?
You tell me.
Normally I would go with youth if it wasn't boxing. Boxing is one of the few areas where experience can trump youth. Like we've seen it. We've seen it with Foreman and Michael Moore. So, and that's in the heavyweight. So I could see Vladimir just being more schooled, more schooled than Anthony Joshua, and maybe just try to out jab him and outmaneuver him. But at the same time, he's facing an Anthony Joshua that's hungry. Like he knows that this fight will make him, in spite of everything, in spite of Fury, in spite of everything else, he'll be seen as the king of the heavyweights if he wins this fight. Yep. Which means Joseph Parker has to go to him. Has to go to him.
What they're gonna say is Fury beating first. That is it.
Right. Yeah. He's not gonna get any credit.
Don't try that, I know what's going on here. That's exactly what they're gonna say.
Credit for it at all. The Keji also asks, while we're in the subject of heavyweights, not to detract from it, but any chance David Haye will ever be a force again in the heavyweight division?
No. The Achilles serious injury is the strongest tendon in your body, and when that pops, your athleticism go. Unless he wants to be a flat-footed fighter, as you saw, he's not very good at flat-footed. David's key to victory is his feet and hand speed and maneuver. He hasn't got that. That means man can just roll up him and throw over his jab because his hands, when he throws his punches, he brings them back to his hip. So as you saw, Tony Bellew just came straight over the top. So if he can come back, if he wants to be a flat-footed without no movement, he's gonna get a rinse out. So he can come back, but he'll get sorted out nicely. Trust me.
I agree with a lot of what you just said there, but especially about his. I think he's like a bit of a Kieran Dyer when it comes to boxing.
Tell
Daniel who that is. He was a footballer who was like his whole career was plagued with injury.
Yep.
he'd do like a season. He'd come back a season, play 3 games, 4 games, then get injured again. He'd get hamstring, ligament, ankle, Achilles, you name it. He had every part of his legs, both legs. I think he broke both legs as well. He just injured him. So he was fully injured for about 10 years. So that's how I see David Haye. But if he was to submit his will to a Jonathan Banks or someone, a good trainer that could make him work being flat-footed, like EJ was saying there, if he could, like, you know what I mean, box, learn his, you know, like be like a B-hop, he could come back. But I just don't see that happening with him. I you know, the fact that he's trained by Shane McGuigan tells me a lot about his mentality. So no, he'll never be a force again.
Now, the reason I would say a force is mainly just because of the Achilles. Like I said, it's not only the strongest tendon in your body, it's the fact that nobody in any sport has been the same after an Achilles tear. Like, it's not as bad as like in the 90s where an Achilles tear meant a career ender, but you're just not the same. Like that, like the best example most recently is Kobe. He tore that Achilles, and he just was not the same. And
around the same.
Yeah, torn around that same age range. And that's the thing with David Haye. Like he used his feet a lot of times, and training also. Like I said, you that fight. Like as soon as I heard he was training in the yacht in Miami, I kind of knew that he wasn't taking it seriously. But I counted on his power to probably. And not time belly up, but if he fought like that before the Achilles, it's going to be worse after an Achilles injury because now everybody knows, oh, you can't move anymore. So maybe if I just had to land the right combination, you'll drop. Yeah,
a lot of people are going to take confidence from that as well. Tony Bellew coming up from cruiserweight, not being ripped. Not being cut, the whole fear factor is gone from David Haye. So, no, I don't think he can come back.
Yeah, okay. Somebody in the chat, I think, is asking, let me see here. What do you guys think of Shannon Briggs as a future WBA champion?
Shannon. Hey, listen. Hey, anything's possible, bro. Don't cut. Shannon, listen. Let's talk about it. Shannon would have beat David Haye, you know. Shannon, you know, I didn't think of it at the time. I was laughing. But I can't laugh now. I think Shannon would have beat him, and I think David knew it. You know what I mean? So
that's fine.
Can't even front.
David knew it. David definitely knew it. That's why he talked his way out of it.
Yeah.
Well, the whole thing with Briggs though is that he's more of a personality now. He's kind of like the American Tyson Fury. Like he does weird shit.
Nah. He can fight, bro. Because the thing is, like even though he does all that, he's a very good body puncher. I think he lacks stamina. But I think at the time when he fought David Haye, he hit hard. Like you can't take away Shannon Briggs. He used to be cruiserweight, right? He bulked up, but he still got powerful. You know what they should have put? Shannon Briggs versus Tony Bellew. I'd love to see that fight. What about that? Let's get it on, mate. What about that fight right there? That's good, isn't it?
Look, that'd be a good one.
Tony won't do it because they like each other. I think they're quite fond of each other. But the thing is, I agree with you, EJ. There definitely he's a devastating body puncher, man. His reflexes aren't as quick as they used to be, but he's still dangerous. And I still think he would have beaten David Haye, man.
At this stage, yeah. At this stage, if the David Haye that showed up in the Bellew fight is the one that was going to show up for the Briggs fight, I can completely agree. The thing with now is that, okay, you're fighting Freza Quendo because the WBA owes Freza Quendo a title fight. They had to, they owe it to him in court.
You know what? Yeah, Shannon Briggs deserves a title. David Haye kept ducking him because he wanted to fight him. Like David Haye said, fight my undercard and I'll give you a shot. He did whatever David Haye did, and David Haye still ducked him. So like the fact that Shannon Briggs is getting a title, why not? Why not give it a shot? He's funded by Donald Trump. Why not, man? Oi, do you see Linares' wife come into the fucking building? The blonde thing.
Yeah.
The big boobies, man. Linares,
yeah, she's bad. She's bad.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's a problem. Linares don't fuck around, bruv.
Oh well, see, let's see here. Actually, let's talk to him and say that Keggy is saying Briggs will beat that guy he's facing in the ring. Not sure. David must have said not sure. Well, Frezequendo was a good fighter about a decade ago. Then the injury started happening to him. Like he's coming back now from that shoulder injury. And the thing about it is, okay, you win the regular WBA belt. That does put you in a nice payday for either Joshua or Klitschko. So there's still a good money on that. And like I said, that's the WBA cleaning out their belts heading into it. But at the same time, like I said, Luis Ortiz does have first dibs on that. So if it turns out that Shannon Briggs wins, but now he's facing Luis Ortiz, I don't think Shannon Briggs will take the fight.
Yeah, well, I think Shannon. I just like from what David's been up to, mate. Shannon Briggs, he realized Shannon was dangerous. So when he see Shannon knock out that dude, you know what I mean? David said, "Nah, you know what? It's a bit lively. I don't want none of that, mate."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
That's exactly what happened.
It would have been a natural fight for David. It would have been David should have took it. He should have took it, made it at 8 rounds. See, David's funny, you know, because when he fought Tony Bellew, he could have dictated the rounds, right? So let's go back to that. Why the heck did he say 12 rounds? Think about it. What fight? What round did that fight go to? Did it go to 10 or 11? It went to 11, didn't it?
What, the Bellew fight?
Yeah, round 11.
Yeah.
It was round 11. Yeah.
10 rounds. He done 10 rounds. If he done 10 rounds, who's winning the score? I think David winning the scorecard at 10 rounds. You know, 10 rounds. He was winning on the scorecards. I think Bellew started coming wrong around 9 and 10. So that's true.
He started coming back from about round 6, round 5, round 6.
Yeah. And that was right around that time he tore the Achilles.
That's 5 rounds in the bag here to Bellew to Hay. Mm-hmm. And all he's got to do is win one more, win a couple on the other side, and he wins the fight. Why did he do 10 rounds? He's an idiot.
No, well, this is why. This is why, AJ. Remember, he still was holding on to that mandatory slot for Joseph Parker. So he still needed to do a 12-round fight to keep himself in that mandatory spot. But then he lost that, and he freed up Hughie to take it.
Nah, he never lost. No, I think he was ranked. He beat that fucking Cobra guy and whatever. He was top 10 in all the sanctioning bodies, beating them bums. Because they were ranked highly because they were undefeated. He beat 2 undefeated guys, didn't
he? Yeah, he beat 2 guys that were technically undefeated. Yeah.
Technically, they were undefeated. That you don't give no credit. They were undefeated, right? And that's why he beat them. He beat them to get their ranking. But this is what I'm saying. Tony Bellew has David Hayes' ranking. What's he gonna do with it? What's he gonna do with that with the ranking what David Hayes has? David Hayes messed himself up,
fight Parker. I think they're looking to get him to fight Joseph Parker, isn't it? That's what they're. I heard an interview with Parker this week on TalkSport or whatever, and he was saying that he wants this to be his last fight in New Zealand.
I tell you what,
David not looking past Hughie Fury.
Yeah.
But if he beats him, he'd come over to Goodison Park.
I tell you what, David Hayes, is a bully, you know, because he saw Bellew as easy money and easy work, Right?
That's right.
And if he wasn't such a bully, when this guy's called him a name, I'm gonna go and bang him up, he wouldn't have got snared into that trap, and he could have carried on making his 1 million, 2 million a day. Why he didn't need to? Tony Bellew was a different weight class. He didn't need Tony Bellew at all. He was the big marquee draw. Man was saying, I was asking man on the street, who would win between Tony Bellew and Andy Josh? You know, I would say as well at that time. I said Hay would win. Everyone said that.
Yeah, I thought Hay would win, man.
You did as well, didn't it? Everyone was saying that. So now, if you ask man on the street, bro, with his one leg, bro, Joshua brack him up, bro. Yeah, he can't move. Joshua roll up on him and do him nicely.
But you see as well, like what happened with Hay as well is that he tried to come with the whole mentality, I'm going to take out Bellew, then I'm gonna take out Joshua. I'm gonna end Matchroom. He came like it was like a street thing, like it was a gang.
He hung around.
You know, he come like, yeah, I'm gonna take all your business away, Eddie Hearn, rare. Like you don't come out with that, man. You take one fight at a time, and you respect your opponent, man. But he didn't do that. He was looking so far past my man. He was looking at the Joshua fight, saying, "Yeah, man, I could do it." Well, he can't do it now, man.
So yeah, basically, he couldn't see the forest for the trees.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
That's right.
Now, but the thing with the thing is, like I said, a lot of us kind of thought the same thing because it's somebody that has spent 2 to 3 years like adjusting their body to being a legitimate heavyweight in Hay. To Bellew, who is a cruiserweight, who is legitimately a cruiserweight, and we all thought, oh, he's gonna crack. We didn't know that Tony Bellew kind of had the Homer Simpson head, but. Like, I'm gonna reference it again, folks. Like, there's an episode of The Simpsons where they find out that Homer Simpson has an extra layer of fluid protecting his skull and his brain. Effectively, he has a football helmet inside his body. So they put him in. So they made him a boxer. Ultimately, having him face Mike Tyson.
Oh yeah, I remember.
That was the whole thing. Like, I'm like, okay, I didn't realize that Bellew had a Homer Simpson head. But
That was hilarious, man. That is hilarious, bro.
You said hilarious.
Hilarious, bro. That is hilarious, bro.
Tony Bellew.
Hey, but listen. So man was saying on the street that David Haye would knock out Joshua, and I was saying it. And I was like, I ain't fucking. He looked bad. But as they pointed out, he ain't done this, he ain't done that. I don't know if Shane McGuigan served him up as well, you know. Served up his toe. I think if you were with Adam Booth, I reckon the fight would have been pulled and this and that. But Adam Booth said David Haye's body was breaking down time ago because it's the lifestyle. Yeah, and they knew that.
His body was breaking down from the amateurs, you know.
Yep.
Right from the amateurs. Like, this is why I say he's the Kieran Dyer. Like, he's been good. He's done really well to win against Valiev and all of that. He should have finished after Valiev.
Okay.
And
yeah,
Adam
that
told him then. He told him, you know, your body can't hold up. Nah, I'm the greatest. You see what I'm saying? That is his ego and his mentality. And you know what? I remember Audley saying that years ago that he's an accident waiting to happen. I didn't know what he meant by that, you know. And it's true, you know. It's unfolding. That's how it's unfolding.
Yep. Actually, let me read the chat right quick. Okay. So people were asking, how did Frank Warren lose purse bid to New Zealand because Warren bid $2.8 million? You people have to realize that behind the scenes, Top Rank is banking Duco Promotions. Like, Bob Arum is trying to arrange a co-promotion deal where Top Rank can be Joseph Parker's U.S. promoter. So they have money.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's the thing. That's why he was kind of mad that Pacquiao didn't just take the Horn fight, because that throws off the business for Parker. Because now Parker can look. That's right. Parker said he could fight Bellew. He also said he wanted to fight Wilder, and he was there in Alabama for that fight with Wilder versus Washington.
Mm-hmm.
So he can easily, and since Parker technically now lives in Las Vegas for the most part, Wilder has no problem going to the MGM Grand for that fight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wilder's a bad man. I like his mixtures, man.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He can still improve. That's the good thing about him, and he's unbeaten.
Yeah. I like guys with long arms and powerful. I like them kind of people. They're hard to hit.
I get why people don't like Wilder when it comes to his body size. Like Doodoo Brown, like I mentioned, like when she was on the Pound for Pound report, always mentioned like he had his chicken legs.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I understand that. Yeah, he's built like a basketball player. That's what he was before. It was a basketball player.
Yeah.
But the problem is, though, is that, and this is probably a testament to basketball players more than football ones. He's proving that basketball players could probably do a better transition to boxing than football players did.
But well, look, didn't Hearns have a body like a basketball player?
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
pretty much, yep.
Legs and upper body tough. See, that's how Wilder's body is.
And I think Wilder's got a better chin. He's got a better chin than Hearns.
Yep.
What? No, he hasn't. You can't see that. He hasn't faced no one as a big puncher. Who's a big puncher?
Stavern, dude. Stavern hits like a hammer.
What's his knockout? His knockout percentage is not that high. Brazil's got a high. Brazil had a higher knockout percentage. He hasn't faced no one who's a proven puncher. Stavern's not a proven puncher. He's a communication puncher.
Accumulation.
Yeah, accumulation puncher. Like he's not one hitter unless he's fighting man like Klitschko. The funny thing about Klitschko, yeah, he's got a lot of knockouts in his record, but he don't fight like he's a knockout artist. You know that? Have you noticed that he fights like cautious?
Yeah, he's too cautious.
Manuel Stewart when the Manuel Stewart took over Lennox Lewis and Klitschko, he said, "We don't care if we stink at the joint. All we care about is getting the win and keep rolling." That's what Manuel Stewart did to them. To Lennox Lewis and thing. We stunk at the place. We don't care if we just do that. We don't mind getting excited fights, but we're not going to give up ground and let man come in here without getting paid. That's what Klitschko's done his whole career, and he was right. Ground. He would Hearns. He used to tell Hearns, we want exciting fights. He used to make Hearns go out there and risk himself getting knocked up to just give exciting fights, which is weird, contrary to what he did to Lennox Lewis and Vladimir Klitschko. You see what I'm saying?
Well, there's also the mere fact that, like, remember, heavyweight in the U.S. is a king.
Mm-hmm.
Is king, and when it comes to boxing, if you're in the lower weight classes, you have to be exciting to get attention.
Yep.
That's why he had to do that with Hearns, whereas with Klitschko or with Lewis, they're heavyweights. It doesn't matter. People pay attention just because they're heavyweights.
That's bullshit, because Mike Tyson was exciting.
Yeah, but he was a heavyweight. And he was a heavyweight.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, he made him boring. Lennox Lewis's reign could have been so much better against David. He could have stopped David Tua. You know what I mean? He stopped being exciting from the Ray Mercer fight and the thing. He stopped being excited. He stopped going out there to try and knock man out. But when he went against Hassi Ratman in the rematch, that was Lennox Lewis back to old, man. He said, "No, bomb that, let go of that. I'm coming through. I don't care, man." The pros are gonna knock him out, and that's the Lennox Lewis man liked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When his life was on the line, that's the best Lennox.
Yeah. That's what he's supposed to be doing. But Manuel had him thin. And then Vladimir, when he fought Pulev was talking greasy about his country, innit? About the Ukraine, innit? It was talking greasy. Yep. Greasy, bro. That man, Vladimir turned up and brack him up with a left hook. That's Vladimir still got it, but he just don't fight. You know what I mean? He just don't fight.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Oh, actually, this is somebody that 54 Trail Swan is asking, can Alexander Usyk beats every heavyweight?
No. Hell no.
Not yet. Not yet.
Wait, you want some jokes? But you know what you do? You put him in there. Let's put him in there with Brazil. Let's see you put him in Brazil. Let's put him in there with Luis Ortiz, and let's put him in Amir Mansour.
No way.
No
way. That Usyk guy, right? He's cruiserweight.
Yeah.
I think him and Tony Bellew in a cruiserweight fight would be good, like a unification fight.
Tony Bellew.
He would be good, yeah. But Tony Bellew blatantly said he's never facing that. He said, "I'm not facing Usyk."
I tell you, bro. Yeah, I tell you. I interviewed Tony Bellew. He said, "No, unequivocally, I will face him." This is what Tony Bellew won the belt. Tony told me, he goes, "He's the best in the division." I go, "He's the best in the division now." Because he goes, "Not even a champion." Because he's the best in the division. And like right now, hands on, there's no point me fighting him. He's the best in the division. He told me that, bro, with his own mouth on his bro. He told me that when Joshua was fighting was it Brazil? Was it Brazil? Yep. Yeah, Joshua was fighting Brazil. He told me his own mouth, that I'm not fighting him. He's the best in the division. That's why he's looking for paydays. He's got the belt, so now it's no point defending it and all that. all he was on is like looking for big paydays to pay money so he can sit at home and watch what's that show he likes watching?
Countdown.
Yeah, that's what he want.
Countdown.
That's all he likes to do.
Okay.
Relaxing.
Sorry. The Keji said looking forward to Liam Williams versus Liam Smith. It has fight of the year potential.
Liam Williams versus who?
Liam Smith.
Liam, I don't know. Who's Liam Williams? Who's Liam Williams?
Some Welsh guy. Some Welsh brother.
Liam Williams, are they facing each other? Oh yeah, he's one of the Welshes.
Yeah,
is that one guy who's fighting Javante Davis? That's one of the brothers, isn't it?
Yeah, to one of the Smith brothers.
The
kind of hard nut one, Liam, innit?
I don't know about that fight, man. It should be all right fight, but like Smith, man. Maybe Smith's on the downslide. Should be okay fight. You know what I mean? He should be.
I've seen the guy. The guy squints a lot, man. I don't know if he wears contacts or he wears glasses.
Which one? You talking about Smith or the other one?
Liam Williams. Yeah. He squints a lot. When you see him, when you do see the interviews with him, you see he squints a lot. Not to say that means anything, but when I saw him, I thought, nah, this guy ain't gonna beat Liam Smith. But I'm just basing it upon appearance. I don't know. It's a 50-50 fight, I guess they'll say, but I don't think it has fight of the year potential.
Yeah.
Nah, that's a bit of an oversell.
You know what? I'll tell you what, in boxing, I'll tell you right now, all the years I've been watching boxing, man, not everything surprised me. And I'll tell you what, yeah, if someone told me a year ago David Haye will lose to Tony Bellew, I'd say, you don't know shit about boxing. I'd tell them to come away from me as well. I'll gun them up. They would. Tell me that news too. Tell me you wouldn't just do. If I said that to you a year ago, bro, Tony Bellew, it will stop David Haye, you know. What you look at me like, nah, EJ's lost the plot. I goes, nah, he'll stop him. Use that would be. Don Charles called me in the morning and told me who betting money on Tony Bellew that he'll stop Tony. It was gonna stop David Haye. Brother, I don't know. I was laughing. I was done. I go done, mate. Done. What's going on here, mate? You know what I mean? But if I forgot,
Don probably had a you know, Don. He probably had some spiritual vision.
Don took Derek to bloody spar Tony Bellew, and he's been took Derek against David Haye. So he knows, bro. He put money down, and he put £5 down, £500. He actually picked the round of the stoppage.
Jeez.
You know what I'm saying? So now I'm out on the I'm in the woods looking out. Don't know what the heck's going on. Thinking I know what's going on, but I obviously don't because my world has been turned upside down. For Daniel, Donald Trump being president must be still like in the twilight zone for Daniel. I lie.
Yeah,
Daniel?
That's right. Yeah. He's muted himself. I think he's gone.
Yeah, Daniel can't believe Donald Trump's the president. I'm sure he's just like, I can't believe I woke up and this guy's the president of our country. How did this happen?
Mind you. Yeah, okay. The Keji again. Marius Bradis versus Marco Huck winner versus Usyk will be great. Yep. In hindsight, it would be great, but I don't think it would happen. No, I don't think it's going to happen.
No, I could see it happening if it's Huck. If it's Hook that wins, Hook. If it's Hook,
the winner of that fight has to fight Tony Bellew. That will be his mandatory for the WBC cruiserweight title.
No, I don't see it right away, but I can see it down the line because K2, since K2 is based in Germany, and Huck's promoter is based in Germany, it's an easier fight to make in Germany.
Yeah, but it's one of them. That's a real boring fight, man. An Austrian versus a German, and then the winner of that facing a Ukrainian. That's just got that's got stinker written all over it. Man.
Listen to this question in the chat. Yeah? Do you think, by Daniel Mustard here? Do you think Triple G deliberately took Jacob to 12 rounds? Daniel and Mr. Who you guys think? Charlie Brown. What do you think?
Yes.
Both yes and no.
Yeah, I do think
that's bullshit. Come on, man. Don't. You're trying to knock him out.
Don't
do that. Don't.
I knew that would piss you off. No, I mean, I don't know.
That one got me. No, don't do that.
No, I think he was just extra cautious. I do think he was just
man. No. It's the southpaw. He was trying to knock him out all the while. He couldn't do it. Because when he turned southpaw, he tried to land his best right hand. He couldn't do it because Daniel was hurting him with punches, yeah, as you saw in the slow-mos, yeah.
Yeah.
So Daniel made him respect him, but he was still trying to knock him out. But he never, he didn't. Triple G goes to knock man out. He's a knockout machine. He's not looking to take no one no distance. I tell you what, Triple G for his age is in good condition, you know. He went 12 round comfortably.
Because one of the questions somebody asked earlier on was, at 35, do you think he's on a decline? No way. No.
Well, his condition is not. I think his output might have declined though. He didn't throw that many punches, look like.
Yeah, but his condition is superb, man. For that age, he's no injuries.
Danny Jacobs.
Jacobs is phenomenal himself, and I think
he made a mistake. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
No. I think Jacobs is phenomenal himself, and with time he can probably take over that division. But I just think right now, Triple G is the man.
Nah, man.
The thing with Triple G is he keeps himself active even when he's not fighting. Like remember December, he held an entire training camp knowing they still didn't have to fight.
That probably done him in. You see bullshit like that. That probably why he overtrained. Because if you're talking about why he took him a distance, I think he was overtrained because he was good in a way, but he didn't have that snap. You know what I'm trying to say? Because where's his skull punch? He stopped doing that. You know what? He tried to do that skull punch on bloody Kell Brook. Kell was out of there, bro. You know that skull punch I'm talking about? That one he hits you right on the top of your brain. He stopped doing that. He tried to do it on Kell Brook. Kell was out of there, bro. Kell said, I ain't taking that shit. But when Kell got his orbital bone back up instead.
That's true. Yep. Mind you, Jacobs is a lot taller though as well. A lot taller than Kell Brook.
Yeah. Well, he's a bigger overall big guy. But I think what makes this whole saga of Triple G very, very weird and why people like seeing him in decline now is because he did make a mistake. He made a mistake when he was with his first promoter before he was a K2. He did make the mistake of not coming into the States probably 2-3 years sooner. If he would have come into the States in like 2009,
he would have got knocked out.
No, he probably would not. He probably would have done a better name. He probably would have built. It was still because record-wise, it still would have been the same. He was sort of faced the same people.
Yeah? Was Pavlik still around?
No. I think 2009. No.
Pavlik would have. I got Pavlik beating him. No one can tell me nothing. Pavlik was a bad man. Pavlik would have rinsed him out.
Pavlik versus who?
Triple G
versus Triple G.
Whack him up
against Triple G. Nah.
What? Pavlik? Are you serious? Are you serious? Big old Pavlik. Jermaine Taylor would have beat Triple G, right? In my opinion, and so would Thingy.
The way Hopkins beat Pavlik and
man. Triple G, he would have got, but them Pavlik and Jermaine Taylor would have seized them up, bro. They would have took Triple G out, bro. There was middleweight. The middleweights them times were better. Edmondson, Miranda. The middleweights were better, man. There was no. Sergio Martinez wasn't even a middleweight at them time. There was much better guys on the scene than there is now. The middleweights, I don't know where they were.
What about Hopkins? Hopkins at 160.
Look what Hopkins did to him. Look what Jermaine Taylor did to Hopkins. And then look what Pavlik did to Jermaine Taylor. And then look what Hopkins did to Pavlik.
The Pavlik, but that's the whole thing. With Jermaine Taylor, you can still make the argument, even in both those fights, that Hopkins won.
Yeah, you can. But what I'm saying is Jermaine Taylor, with his reach and stuff like that, and he's got his bad intentions, Golovkin will be the end of them punches. And at middleweight, Pavlik got to him, but Pavlik is one of them dudes there, like Chavez. He don't care. At middleweight, he was bad, you know. At middleweight, Pavlik was really good, you know. Like he could just take punches. He took punches from Edison, Miranda, Jermaine Taylor. Who else did he take? He took punches square in his dome. He was just walking through it, bro. Like he was just looking like the ghost, innit? And like Triple G, bro, Triple G. This is what I'm trying to say about Chavez, yeah. Chavez, like Chavez and Canelo, bro. Listen, when I see that Chavez who turned up against Martinez, I'm going with Chavez, man. I'm probably the only one on the planet who's rolling with him, but I'm saying the Chavez who turned up against Martinez, if that's the one who turns up, Canelo's getting brushed. He's getting brushed, man.
Well, I just think they're in two different weight classes, personally.
At middleweight,
so it's nothing to really shout about because Chavez is that much taller and bigger.
Yeah,
he's massive.
He's a middleweight though.
He's massive compared to Canelo.
He's massive. The whole thing with Chavez, though, and this is what makes the fight with Canelo interesting, is he disciplined?
Yeah.
Can he actually?
I don't even think the fight is fair, person. But then again, both fighters, like we were saying earlier, both fighters always come in overweight anyway. It's a bit of it's a hilarious fight, man. And they're selling it like it's some all Mexican. You know,
actually, it is. No, that marketing is actually correct because remember, it wasn't too long ago that they were only one weight division apart.
Yeah,
and among Mexican fans, that was the talk of who's gonna inherit the throne of Julio Cesar Chavez? Is it gonna be his son or is it gonna be this kid from Guadalajara, Canelo?
Yeah,
and they've wanted to see each other fight. And what happened, unfortunately, was Chavez decided to not be disciplined and got way too big, way too fast. And ultimately, he ran into a weight division he couldn't conquer in light heavyweight. So now he has to go back down to 168. But luckily, he's coming in at the time where Canelo's now finally accepting the fact that his body can't do 154 anymore.
Let me say this, yeah. If Chavez beats Canelo, everything's underneath the bridge. It's water underneath the bridge, right? It'll be bad because Mexico's #1 guy. Telling you, and to be fair, as a Mexican guy, Mexican people, they want Chavez to win, man. They can't. They want.
No.
They want Canelo to win, don't they?
No, EJ, no. It's not. What people want, what Mexicans want, from what I've seen and how I've seen talking this fight, at least the ones I've talked to, they just want Chavez to not embarrass his father's name anymore.
Oh,
because that's been the whole thing. He has the fan base that he has left in Mexico is only loyal to him because of his dad.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, because of that, they want his son to be the prodigal son, to reach his goal, and they're knocking out. Because you remember, his dad got beat the shit out by De La Hoya, you know, and De La Hoya's golden boy is Canelo. You understand what I'm saying? This is more than what everyone's. This is what I understand. I know what he's saying to him. He's like, bro, you see what De La Hoya did to me? Huh? You see what he did to me? I'm telling you, bro. He's prepping up his son to go to war, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he's gonna do it with a guy that wants to go to war too.
No. Canelo's like, I'm just gonna beat this guy. He's not disciplined. But Chavez is telling his son, do not come back to my house unless you're dead. He's prepping him up for World War III, bro. I'm telling you, and Chavez was gonna back because Chavez saw his dad get beat up by De La Hoya, and then he goes, look, if you ever want to revenge me, this is your opportunity. This is your time. Not the Martinez fight because it's Argentina versus Mexico. This is your time for revenge. I'm telling you, man, he must prep his dad. I'm telling you, Chavez will rise to it. Chavez is gonna brack up Canelo.
I could see that happening. I could see, but it won't shock me.
Yes,
just
he will brack him up.
It wouldn't shock me, but there's still parts of it like you have to show me that you're disciplined for me to take you seriously.
Bro, let me say this, he's still. I know he got knocked out by Fanfara, but because Fanfara can hit and it's a weight too far for him. But in the middleweight, middleweight, super middle, Chavez is bad, man. He's bad with it. He's strong, and Andy Lee was hitting him flush on the chin. You know, look what he did to Andy Lee. Andy Lee, that's what I'm trying to say. Yes. Andy Lee don't hit 100. Andy Lee's percentage, in my opinion, a one-hit quitter. I think he hits harder than Canelo. If you're talking about one punch, Andy Lee could smack, bro. And he was bouncing off Chavez's head, bro, bouncing it off. And then Martinez, 12 rounds, bro, just bouncing off his chin until he broke Martinez's leg. Now, Canelo, if that guy, that's what I'm saying, if that guy turns up, bro, he don't mind getting punched up for rounds. All he wants to do is do what Brazil does. Just wear him down, let you break your hand on his face, and then he'll beat you up, man. I'm telling you.
But then, what if it winds up being the Chavez that showed up to fight Brian Vera twice?
That could be possible, but Brian Vera didn't care about Brian Vera. You see, Chavez is one of them guys like his dad. He shows up for big occasions, innit? And maybe he doesn't deliver. He didn't deserve the WB belt from Martinez. You're right. A lot of good things have been given to him, but if he's ever gonna step up in his lifetime, right? This is the only opportunity he's ever gonna get for redemption. I'm telling you, if he can beat Canelo and retire, yeah, his dad will tell him, I don't care what you do in your life, but you have to win this fight for me and Mexican and the redemption of my house, because you've made it. You know what I'm saying? The dad is going to. Hey, listen, the dad is talking mad smack. I'm telling you, Eagle. Listen, he will turn up for this fight here, bro. You know what I mean?
He better.
What?
He better, because if he doesn't, if it winds up just being the Chavez and shut up to Vera, that he will lose any fan base he has left in Mexico.
He didn't deserve that belt. He didn't deserve that belt from Martinez. He didn't win that belt. They gave him the belt because he's silly. And that stuff like that pissed me off. And it was favoritism because his dad is Chavez. But this time he has to earn the right himself. And I think he can do it, man. But I'm just, the only thing I'm getting it by is his chin and the way he can just walk through punches. I see, man. But look at his record. Look at the guys he took punches. And he smashed up Andy Lee when Andy Lee was all right, He smashed him up, man. That was a very good win, He beat shit out of Andy Lee. He took one of these punches and walked him down and beat him to the body. Ooh, Chavez, hey, listen, Canelo will get it, man. Canelo's going to get it. He's going to get it. When you see them size up, man, he's going to get it, bro.
That's what people like about if the thing that people like about this fight is that Canelo's finally fighting somebody that's bigger than him. So,
he's definitely tall. What weight they going? What weight is it?
160.
What is it?
164 and a half.
Okay.
Sorry. That's beautiful. That's perfect for him, bro. There.
No, he hasn't been below 168 in like 5 or 6 years.
He was undisciplined in terms of like being light heavy and cruiser. He's been undisciplined from time, was what I'm saying. But because it's like, I don't really care. But this is what I'm saying. The guy Oscar beat the shit out of his dad, man. If man beat my dad up twice, yeah, right, and the project and the guys who's bigging up, he's bigging up the guy who beat my dad up, and more or less that's like Oscar's son coming through.
No, you get it. Like I said, you get the storyline. That's what makes it. That's what makes it great among Mexican fights. The problem is though, the problem though is. He did something with Chop in the Fonfara fight. He did the one thing that could literally break him.
Bro,
not just being knocked down, him quitting on the stool.
Yes.
Once you do that, it's a lot easier for you to do it again.
Yeah, but listen to this, yeah, bro. Like, see this thing here with his dad thing, yeah. It's more than thing. Like, I'm trying to. It's like I'm trying to think how Chavez is, because remember he's very proud, and they're very proud, isn't it? I know his son disappointed him, but bruv, he's not going to get more opportunities to satisfy his dad. And another thing as well, they're trying to serve up his dad as another Mexican name on the notch of thing like Oscar did to his dad, man. Nah, man, just have Chavez's name on their resume. No, bruv. If that happens, yeah, listen, that would be hard for Chavez to deal with. I don't think they won't sleep at night in their bed. His dad will just own him.
No, his dad will get all. His dad will just get all. He'll get a pass, and then he will never be. He probably won't be allowed to live in Mexico again.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm actually so confident. Even though I'll put a 10 on that. And I'll clean up, because I reckon he's going to be an underdog as well. Because you see all the factors you meant, he's disciplined and all the stuff you're saying. Everyone's saying the same thing. He hasn't got a shot. But there's one thing you don't know, yeah, like the will of he's still got his dad's blood, and he has it, and no one knows he's definitely got his dad's chin. He's inherited. No one can tell me he ain't inherited his dad's chin.
Oh no, nobody's doubting that. Nobody's doubting that. The thing also is, like I said, it's personal with him, but it's also personal with Canelo, because around that time he's talking greasy about Canelo, and I think talked greasy about his family and his kids.
Yeah, okay. Go on. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, I think like in Spanish interviews, he was talking shit about Canelo. He was talking shit about the Reynosos. I think he mentioned the kid the one time, like his daughter at one point.
Is that right?
And And like I said, Canelo just has as much as bad blood for him as Chavez has for Canelo.
He met what? Chavez mentioned Canelo's daughter. What?
I think he met somebody in his circle mentioned his daughter. I think I may be wrong, but somebody in his circle mentioned it. But they got word to Canelo.
What did they say about his daughter? What his daughter?
I think they're just trying to say like, oh, you're not around your kid. You're kind of like a deadbeat dad and such.
Oh, is that what they said?
I think somebody said that but like I said, that's dangerous grounds to walk on. That's dangerous grounds to walk. I don't think Chavez said it himself. I think somebody in his team said it.
Yeah, well,
when it comes to Chavez, he'll talk shit about Canelo. He'll talk shit about the Reynosos.
Yeah, you know what you're seeing. You know what we might be seeing? A miniature Barrera and Morales right there. Then. That's what you're looking at right there. Then. You know what I mean? Like the Canelo look more like the Barrera, and the other guy more, and Chavez Jr. more like Morales, man. I guess because them not didn't like each other at all, man. The Mexican, bro, that's some really heated, some fucking. They put some Mexican sauce on that and put some pepper. And that sounds real wicked. That sounds hard, man.
No, but it's actually a reverse, CJ, because like Canelo didn't come exactly from a rich background either. Like he came in from a pretty tough area in Guadalajara. That area is the area that El Chapo controlled for a while.
See,
Whereas with Chavez Jr., you're kind of like the crown prince of the greatest boxer our country's ever produced. So you have that going into it. But the thing also that probably it's what probably makes more Mexican fans want Chavez to win and more Mexican American fans want Canelo to win. Canelo has more or less pretty much lived in San Diego for the past 2 to 3 years. He's bounced around, but he spent more time in the States because he's trying to learn English. He's not only trying to learn English, he's trying to be more marketable because he's getting more deals. He has to deal with Under Armour. He now has to deal with Tecate. Now they're going to do commercials in English and Spanish for him. So they do feel like, okay, you're abandoning us to the States. Where Chavez pretty much has stayed in Mexico. He kind of had to, though, because almost no sanctioning body almost no athletic board would take him seriously after the Bonfara fight.
Well, the WBC still fucks with him.
WBC's in Mexico, yeah.
They still fuck with him.
Yeah, WBC, yeah. Well, they kind of had to because, remember, Jose Sulaiman was his godfather.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm going to say. That means if he's godfather, that means Thingy Solomon's his cousin, isn't it? They're related, right?
No. Well, like I said, the godfather in the sense, like in the religion, he's the one that became the spiritual father in the baptism.
Yeah, but because he's that, then what's the other one? Not Jose Sulaiman. What's the other one?
No, Mauricio Sulaiman is Jose's son.
Yeah.
He's the one that's he's the one now in charge. He's the one in charge now.
Yeah, he still honors that. That's what I'm going to say to you. So, in their way, I'm sure some WBC belt will be on. What belt's on the line in that? What the Ring Magazine belt?
There's no belt actually on the line for it, but the WBC said like they wanted to make like a special belt like for this rivalry coming into it. And like somebody in the chat said, like somebody asked them, like how did Stavern get the mandatory versus Wilder? I'm like, well, Jose Sulaiman and Don King were pretty close back in the day.
Yeah, they were.
So this is kind of like a last favor.
I think Don King was the one who served up on Cuban Nelson to Chavez. He was the one that fight on. Because I think Cuban Nelson found him in Ghana. They put him against thing in it. You know what I mean? Them days they used to match people hard. You know? How can you put him against Salvador Sanchez? Cuban Nelson in his 11th fight. That's crazy. And he done pretty well, actually, you know. Done pretty well.
Yep. And now, actually, if you're watching HBO, they're re-airing Chocolatito versus Ronvazai and Triple G versus Jacobs.
Yeah, the same fight that I tell you what, you and Gus, or you and Mr. Doc, that combination makes me laugh. You know,
I don't. Send me the link for that.
Charlie, you see how it was last week, Charlie? I was trying
I know.
and Daniel was on it. Anything we said positive about about Crolla. Daniel was there shutting it down with Linares, shutting it down.
I know.
I became Hassan Whiteside for a bit. Like, okay, any of the crap, block it.
Yeah.
Nobody doing it.
Daniel, yeah, that wasn't happening, bro. Daniel was making sure that ain't happening because Daniel wants he wants the Thingy Garcia fight. He wants the
Mikey Garcia.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. While we're on the subject, shall we kind of break down the lightweight division?
Oh yeah, definitely.
From 1 to 10 or whatever.
I'd rather do that. I'd rather do it on a separate hangout, like so we just concentrate on that. This is just because otherwise it just consume too much. Right?
All right, the top 3 guys that in the division now is Linares, Garcia, Flanagan, and Robert Easter.
Yeah.
Oh, Robert Easter Jr. is a lightweight champion.
Yeah, he's the IBF. Easter's the IBF. Flanagan WBO, and Mikey Garcia. It says WBC here for some reason.
Well, he's a WBC champion.
Silver.
He's a silver champion, and
Right.
Linares had the diamond belt.
Right, that's right. Yeah, okay then. So, okay.
Yeah. And that's the thing that had to
WBC
like
Mikey.
Flanagan's number 1.
You know that prefer. Is that Gus back? Is that Gus?
Yeah.
Gus in the grave.
Gus is ready to troll.
I just had to have some dinner and watch a bit of Ip Man Part 3, man.
That's a good film, actually. We should with Mike Tyson.
No, the whole Ip Man series is legit.
Yeah.
Oh, which one? I thought you said number 3 because I see that one with Mike Tyson. That's pretty good. The first one was good though.
The second one, yeah, those were beautiful movies, man.
Yeah, they got the Grandmaster one as well. They done the Grandmaster one when he was Ip Man's teacher.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm still trying to because unfortunately my old copy got lost somewhere in the Straits of Hormuz.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, so listen to this, yeah.
Yeah.
They prefer Mikey. The WBC prefer Mikey to have it. He's more Mexican than Linares is. Linares is in Japan and he's from Caracas in Venezuela.
Yeah.
I think
that's right.
Mikey to have it, bro. I'm telling you, he's more Mexican, isn't it? That's what I think.
No, well, he's Mexican American. He considers himself more American than Mexican.
He still comes out like a Mexican. Robert, Eduardo Garcia, the whole of them. Come on. He can say what he wants about America, bro.
No. I'm saying that, but yeah, Robert Garcia, yeah, he's straight Mexican. He's
Yeah.
But
Mikey's more American, isn't he?
No, Mikey's just don't exhibit what you expect. He's more a quiet, like a Marco Antonio Barrera type of Mexican. Quiet, but bro, he's on it just as Mexican as everyone else, bro. They didn't look at the deck. Nah, man. Look, all I'm saying is that the WBC, they fast tracked him quickly. Mikey's sat out for like 3 years, 2 years. He's with Schaefer or whoever he's with. Bro, like, listen, the Linares, they don't care what they're gonna do, yeah. The WBC need to push that right there, bro. And
well, they did. They made it the mandatory. They made it the mandatory. I'm just waiting for that tweet from Suleiman saying negotiations for Linares Garcia to start tomorrow.
But you know what he needs to do? If I was Linares, I'll sit ringside for Crolla and that Petra. What's his name? What's his name again? Turbo Flanagan versus Petra. That little short, that Russian guy, short guy, bad, the tough little guy, you know, that Petra. He was in that Boxino tournament, innit?
Yep.
Yeah, he's pretty tough.
Zlatikanin took care of him, though, no?
Who?
No, he didn't face Petrov. He didn't face Petrov before. As far as I know.
Yeah.
Yes, he has.
Has he? Must have been early then.
Yeah, he's beaten Petrov. I'm sure he has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I think they both. I think they face each other in the amateurs, but
I'm sure he has beaten him.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm looking at this fight on HBO, and I keep looking at one besides ankles. Like those are Manny Pacquiao legs.
Yeah, he's got some.
It's from Thailand. The other one's from Philippines. I don't know why people keep trying to go on about that.
Well, no. The main thing is actually when it comes, there's actually been a few Thai fighters that have been called a Thai Manny Pacquiao just because of their stories.
he's got big legs because he was Muay Thai boxing for 4 years before he made the transition.
You know what's funny about him, yeah? You know what's funny about him, yeah? People call him a debutant, they call him a bomb, a road sweeper, and Matt Kellerman said you come out of the garbage to beat the best power. But Matt Kellerman was fuck. Like they got no respect, yeah. This guy lost his belt, yeah, on he got arguably robbed in Mexico over a cut. He was a champion, right? Respected as well. He didn't just take the belt, he beat the champion, I think the champion from Mexico, he brought him up. He beat him up in Thailand. Yep. He won the first bit. He battered him. Yeah, he won the belt fair and square off a legit champion. Then he got the belt taken off him, right? And then went on, and then they had him on bloody hiatus for 2 years. The moment they lost the belt, they threw Chocolate. The guy was deserving, like real deserving. He was a stay busy fighter of guys. Maybe didn't deserve the shot, but he's a legit world level guy. But people shit on him. So they're tearing him down to tear down Chocolito, and Chocolito with that. Chocolito's very good power, but that guy is very good. But I want to see that guy versus Inui. That's what I want to see, though, bro. Oh, that's the fight right there. No one can tell me nothing. It's a great fight that right there. You know what I mean? Inui, American debut against that Thailand guy. What a god! If that Thailand guy's legit, he beats up Inui.
No, they'll make that. If they make that fight, it'll be in Japan. It'll be in Japan.
Nah, why would it be in Japan?
Because Inoue makes mad money and gets a lot of viewers in Japan.
Yeah, but HBO is even going to be in Thailand because Thailand got money, you know. They got the prince or whatever. They come to watch their fights, or it's going to be in Japan. It'll be probably one of them two places. But it needs, if it's one of them countries, yeah, then maybe I can do commentary in it, so I'm not even going to mind, yeah. But the bottom line is, yeah, that guy needs to capitalize on his fame in America and try and put himself out there and beat one of the elite guys out there. That's what I would do, you know. Or why do you fight Kafai, whatever his name is, take him out. I'll go down to England, come to England now and try to take him out. That'd be good.
They only gave him 75k for that fight as well.
Yep.
So he's happy about that. He's probably his biggest person.
Well, yeah. Well, the purse rate. Let me see here. I think the exchange rate is 50 like Thai dollars for every $1 right now. So yeah, that goes a long way in Thailand. So
yeah, see, there you go. You got beer that Westerners coming over and chopping the Thai women make for cheap for about £2. So wait,
he'll make double that. I mean, they'll bring him back to the States. They'll probably give him about 150, I guess.
Yeah. Let me see here. Are most British fighters with a world title this asking from 54 Charles Swan? Are most British fighters domestic level with a world title?
No. And if they are, yeah, some of them like Quiggy is a bloody fraud. I mean, Regal was the real champion from time, and he never faced him. I mean, they just stuffed him, and I don't care if you try to say it's boring. Then there's no excuse not fighting the very best. If you want to be the best, fight the best, man. Quiggy's gonna get stuffed up, you know. He's with Freddie Roach, because Freddie Roach don't joke around. That's one thing about Freddie Roach. He's not fighting no peanuts. He made Amir Khan fight top.
Well,
yeah, that's what Roach is known for. He's not bringing no guy to carry no guy. If Quigg's over there, he'll serve him up and put him with some decent dudes in it.
No, I wouldn't say most at domestic levels, but there are a few who've obviously been the recipient of decisions like McDonald and Billy Joe, but no. But there are, I mean, Cal Yafai is a young champion, but he's definitely skilled in talent. So, but he's in a very difficult, in probably the strongest weight class in boxing. You'd say one of the deepest. So, if he loses, people will make that assumption that he's not very good. But EJ will know. I mean, we watched a lot of him in the amateurs. Man, this kid is damn talented, man.
Yeah, like if they should make assumptions about a Yafai being this talented, it should be his brother. We'll be blunt. It's like the Benavidez situation. The more talented one is David. We know that now.
Did you guys watch?
Yeah, but we don't know with Kelly. He's got 2 younger brothers, and I mean, but
Did you guys? Sorry, Chase. Did you guys watch Randy Caldera the other day on ESPN?
Yeah, that was a tough fight for him. Like that was a tough fight. Like, that scorecard should not have been there.
That guy was pretty good when he beat Stuart Hall.
Yeah, Ruiz. Yeah, Ruiz is a real tough fighter from Arizona.
His career just gone to shit, bro. Like he was pretty good on the scene, Randy Caldera.
He was, like I said, it turned out to be a really, really tough fight. That actually showed a pretty good thing with ESPN. Like, okay, you had the gimme fight with Marlon Esparza, making her debut. Okay, that was a gimme fight, and Clarissa Shields kind of shit on that fight.
How do you see Herrera get on?
Yeah, and no, they didn't show her. They didn't show Herrera, and they didn't show Toriano Johnson, like, because they only had a certain amount of time. And amazingly, all 3 fights went the distance, so they didn't have a chance to have a swing bout.
Man, if there's one guy in boxing you genuinely have some sympathy for, Herrera.
Yeah.
At one point he was the best at 140, but sadly, robberies, etc. Now he's fighting on for Wednesday or Thursday cards. First fight of the night, whatever else, not even being televised, man. That's the guy who's just fallen from grace.
Well, yeah, Mauricio Herrera, yeah, that was the whole thing.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, you're right, Herrera.
Yeah, well, a lot of that is on himself too, because he's known to have issues with alcohol. So a lot of that is also the fact.
Yeah, we know EJ's brought him on. We've spoken to him on the phone a few times here, man.
Yeah, because that's what Landy was talking about. I didn't know that. See, Landy was talking about. I didn't know that. I didn't know he had a problem because Landy kept saying that. I didn't know what Landy was talking about.
Yeah. Oh, meanwhile, like if you're checking Twitter, EJ, Jacob Rivera, a good friend from Jackal Boxing, he put in the gif of a crow and said, "Okay, I'll eat the crow with my terrible pick."
I told Jacob as well. I said, renege on that choice. He's ain't gonna happen.
Oh man! But the interesting thing is, every time I think of Crow, I think of a Miami radio personality named Brendan Tobin. And this involves baseball. Like he told like a player of the Miami Marlins, like, oh, he's never gonna hit 20 homers. The guy wound up hitting more than 20 homers, and like recently, like a month ago, he literally had to eat a crow. There's video of it and everything. Like that was disturbing footage.
It's like a guy I know over here I used to work with. He put on 1,000 pounds for Charles Martin and knock out Anthony Joshua. And I said to him, look, you might as well just give me the money because it's never going to materialize. I could not believe it.
Oh my God. I'm like, there's long shots, but that was a real long shot. Which, by the way, I probably have to apologize to EJ. Yeah. I have to apologize for EJ because I think after he fell asleep the second time, last week, we wound up talking about like the fighters at featherweight, like who would beat in, like, and then Mike from the Pop Box were mentioning that he thought Johnny Tapia could beat Roman, and we wound up going from that into talking about Charles Martin and Skid Row.
I did say, man, who's going to sleep first, Jason Quigley or EJ?
Oh man,
you guys are funny.
Oh man, but you know what? Okay, Tapia fought hard in that fight. Like, it still shows that Quigley is still a prospect, but I still don't want to see him again in the ring. I'm sorry. Like, after that beating he took from James Kirkland, I don't want to see him again.
Michelle Soro, that was a beating. That was
God.
No, he was doing reasonably well against Kirkland until
Kirkland became Kirkland.
Yeah, but Michelle Soro, that was the real systematic, almost savage-like beating.
Yeah,
I think probably took a lot more out of him.
That and Lemieux. Lemieux took his lunch money.
Well, whatever happened to this Michelle Soro? I thought he was a well decent fighter.
I think I don't know. I think he got injured.
Yeah,
because he was coming up. Yeah,
I think he's probably only got one defeat or something, but I haven't seen him in ring action for at least 2 years. I don't know where he is.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting fight because like I said, for his health, that I don't want to see him again. For his health, because you can already tell like the slurring is there, the lapse of thoughts are there.
Who was in his corner? I didn't see that fight. Who was in his corner this time for Glenn?
No, it was like I think it was his local promoter in Jersey.
His promoter was in his corner.
No, his local trainer from Jersey.
Oh, okay, all right.
Not his promoter.
Who you talk about, Glenn Tapia or Sora? Oh, Glenn Tapia.
Yeah, Glenn Tapia. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Boy, they just feed this guy to the wolves.
Yeah, they do, man. It's just not.
Like I said, as much as hard he showed against Jason Quigley, and granted, he showed that Quigley's still not there yet. He's still prospect at best. Still don't want to see him again. Still don't want to see him again. Still want to see him retire. Him sit down, be with his kids, and just relax and take it easy. Because we've seen what a fight like that can do. Like Tim Bradley talking about 2-3 months after the Provodnica fight, he was still slurring. So we know what the sport can do to people.
That was one of the worst decisions. Oof.
Oh man, that Provodnica should have won that fight.
There were so many 10-8 rounds in that weren't even scored. It was ridiculous.
But granted, you did. Yeah, that's. I remember. We weren't. I wasn't in the panel at that time, but just remember seeing that fight and just like how is Bradley still standing after the beating he took? And then he wound up winning the 140-pound title from Alvarado. And then he did lose to Algieri by the thinnest of margins.
No, because I felt he beat Algieri personally.
I personally thought after the first round it was just going to be a matter of when Provodnica was going to knock him out, but then Algieri decided to box him, and that it's one of the reasons why Provodnikov went now to Joel Diaz, because he was just known as a come forward straight fighter that just threw from brute strength. And Joel Diaz, if he teaches one thing well, he does teach defense. So he needed to focus on that defense and movement, which still surprises me that he still hasn't had a fight after losing to Molina.
No, yeah, Joel Diaz with his younger Mexican prospects is more of an offensive trainer. I don't see that dynamic of adding defense to a fighter like that. It's not really his DNA.
It's not. It's too late in the game to do it.
He's not gonna.
So, yeah, he's not gonna learn that at least as fast as you want to. But it's like he hasn't had a fight in a while, and I kind of feel bad that he hasn't, because he could still you could still rank him in the top 10 either at 140 or 147.
He's still got he's still got 2 fights with Showtime.
Yeah, he has 2 fights left, so they need to figure out what opponent he needs to do, because he has a U.S. promoter. I think it's Banner Promotions.
Yeah, it's Artie Palermo from Banner. Yep. Yeah, and the key was they were trying to obviously get him on the 3rd fight, big money fight with Adrian Broner. That was their plan for Showtime.
Well, they could still do that. He's at that level with Broner right now. So. But that's
for all the people that are shitting on Broner, man. I think this guy is surgical on the inside. I think he's lethal. I think his power is definitely there as well, because of his precision on short punches on the inside. I think he can do some damage still.
He can if he can go down to 140. I don't think his power translates to welterweight.
I think I think he can fight at 147 because he's surgical on the inside. You know, the way he was leaning on Granados and hitting him with some of the shortest left hooks and uppercuts, you know, that was surgical.
That was surgical, but then again, it was somebody like Adrian Granados. He kind of proved that he can't really fight somebody that's really aggressive and is probably on his same size or bigger than him. Like he proved that with Maidana. He proved that with Porter.
I still think he's got it, man.
Yeah, he came on strong in the Maidana fight. You know, he was okay. He was dropped,
beaten, but
he came back in the 11th in the latter round. So
he's very strong. He's very, very strong, man.
Yeah,
he's probably the strongest guy at 140 and 147. But he's very strong
as well.
No, Kel's probably the stronger guy at 147. But
probably.
No,
yeah,
but
probably most probably Kel, but.
That's why I say, like, if Broner wants to do it, I would say do it at 140, where you know your power can translate better. Because we remember Adrian Broner as a lightweight. That kid had pop at lightweight.
That's it. Adrian Broner is his own worst enemy. If he has an amazingly disciplined or his unfractured training camp where he just remains there, no distractions, nothing, gets himself, you know, good 3-4 months, I think he can come out and surprise a lot of people. But that's the conundrum, whether he will even do that, whether he has the discipline to do that. I don't think so.
Well, let's see. For the Maidana fight, he went away from Cincinnati. He went to the Army, actually, to the Army training site in Colorado. So he was trying. He was trying to do that. The problem is, unfortunately, he didn't know the punch that Marcos Maidana had. So, in that aspect, like I said, I still say that's one of the reasons why I say welterweight may be a bit too much for him. 140, he probably could do better. He just has to now learn to actually flow better with punches. Because my main criticism of him, other than the lack of discipline, is when you hit him, he has to mentally reset. Like he has to stop and mentally reset before he does any countering.
You think about it, Floyd fought Maidana twice. Broner fought Maidana as well. But the only guy, it was Amir Khan who actually put Maidana down and didn't go down himself. Makes you wonder how he did that.
Good footwork.
Good footwork, yeah.
Good footwork. He ran after that. When he got hurt in that 10th round, though, he did run and he was stumbling all over the ring.
Do you remember that body shot he landed with the left, though?
Wasn't it at a lower weight, though? Wasn't it at
40, I think.
That was 140.
140, yeah. So that could have been a factor as well. At 147, Madonna's just amazing, man.
Maidana's just better. I will still say this. Like, if anybody's watching this, you can call this blasphemy if you want. I still say on the first fight, Maidana beat Floyd.
Oh, I don't know about that. It was very close.
I had a 115, I had a 113 for Maidana.
Wow.
I had a 7 rounds to 5.
Maidana had a good first 6 rounds. He was probably
had
ahead
a good first 5 rounds.
6.
Yeah, and that's where Floyd turned it around. And the reason I say in that sense is when you look at Floyd, and it's probably the reason why I always say, like, okay, you're 49-0 officially. You're actually 47-2. And some people ask you, okay, who are the 2 that he lost to? I said, who are the people he actually? Yeah, who are the 2 people he gave a rematch immediately to? Castillo and Maidana.
Yeah.
Now, granted, in the second fight, he always did a lot better than the first. Like, he toyed with Castillo in the second fight.
You should have given De La Hoya a rematch as well, because that fight was very close, I felt.
Yeah, but at that point, at that point, Floyd burned the bridge with Arum. And throughout his entire career, even though he was building up Golden Boy, Oscar was always signed to Top Rank. So Floyd kind of burned that bridge. And it should have happened, but he could have been the one that said, I retired Oscar instead of Manny, but they're probably happy that they made a lot of money together as promoter and fighter. Because everything afterwards, like Hatton and everything, actually, yeah, pretty much everything else that happened afterwards, it was with he was with the backing of Golden Boy up to Maypac.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I don't agree, but I thought he just beat Madonna the first time.
Carpio is too partisan Latino. Don't even listen to him.
Yeah.
Oh no! Like I said, the second fights, yeah, Floyd mopped the floor of Madonna in the second fight.
Yeah.
He's anti-UK and too pro-Latino, so don't even listen to him. I don't even bother.
Yeah, it's all right. No. You could be pro-Latino that because I understand that. But if he said Castillo was a draw,
Castillo won the first fight. There's no doubt about that one.
Yeah, there's no doubt that he won the first
116, 112. You can even look at all of the CompuBox independent punch statistics. He landed. I think he landed 67 more shots, power punches, especially body shots. Yeah.
There he's gone in it. What about it was funny because you guys were talking about Herrera. I thought he drew with Danny Garcia. Some people say he beat Danny Garcia. I don't know. What do you think about that?
No, he won. He won versus Danny Garcia. Unfortunately, you're if you're a Mexican, you're not gonna win. You're not gonna get a decision in Puerto Rico. Against a Puerto Rican fighter.
I can understand that.
Against the Puerto Rican who goes back and can't even speak Spanish.
Yep. And who's that pretty much? And well, we had this discussion. I don't know if you were there, Gus. Like we had this discussion on a pound for pound report. Like Angel Garcia is kind of the reason why some Puerto Ricans are called, and I completely disagree with them calling it, but I understand why they call them part-time Latinos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Puerto Ricans are very proud of their Latino heritage. They're proud of their flag. They're proud of their culture.
Yes.
At the same time, they're still technically American citizens, and a lot of times they take that advantage for saying like, "Oh, okay, I'm some of them like Angel Garcia. That's the perfect example. You're Puerto Rican. You're proud of being Puerto Rico, yet you're walking around being bigoted to other Latinos."
Angel, he was born in. His family relocated to Philadelphia when he was 9 or 10 in his early years.
Yeah.
I did get that he was a part-timer.
Yeah. And interesting, there's an interesting note, like the whole culture between Puerto Ricans, like there's a completely different culture when you look at Philadelphia Puerto Ricans and New York Puerto Ricans. It's one of the reasons why Danny's not really liked here.
That's right. Yeah. I can understand that. When I went to New York, I found the Puerto Ricans were different to the Philly ones, but
the Philly ones are a bit more rugged now. Yeah. Like the New York Puerto Ricans, they're more like suave. They're more like the Papi Chulo type, where like the Philly Ricans, they're more rugged.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and they're more Republican. I find a lot of them are Republican, man. Believe it or not, they're not very democratic. Like, if you know what I mean.
Oh no, yeah.
A lot of them are very Republican, like a lot of them pro Bush and Reagan era.
Yeah, well, because I think Philadelphia benefited a lot. I think from some of the things that Reagan and Bush did, but then they said you go outside to New York and now Orlando's like become a huge Puerto Rican hub. It's almost 9 out of 10 people are Democrats.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
Because I know Miami was like Cuba and Haiti mixed together, man. When I went there.
Yeah. Oh, you had to be careful, yeah, because not so much careful anymore because Wynwood Wynwood got gentrified really, really quickly by the hipsters.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in Miami at a time where you had to know somebody from Wynwood to even walk around.
Serious shit, boy. Yeah, I know there were certain places that were like they had a big yellow line in the middle of the road, and there were people telling me like you shouldn't go here, you shouldn't go there. I went downtown Miami, but it was too late by then, man. I'd been all over Little Haiti and everywhere by the time everyone told me not to go there. You know what I mean? But I beach for a little bit.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Then, beach though.
Oh no, yeah, like. All right, so you went to downtown Miami. Like, were you there when the Miami Arena still existed?
The one social center.
Okay, no.
Yeah, if you mean the Miami Heat Stadium?
It was the first one.
Yeah. I was there. Yeah, that was 2000, and I went there in 2003.
Okay, yeah. Miami Arena was still around then because American Airlines Arena was built around 2000. Now,
and the Fifth Street Gym was a video store.
Yes. I remember.
That's how. Yeah. So,
I remember that store. I remember that store. Yeah, I remember that one pretty well. Yeah, but if you go to Miami Arena and you only went, I think, a couple of blocks west, you were in Overtown.
Okay.
And Overtown is one of those places where you had to know somebody if you're gonna walk around Overtown by yourself.
Yeah, it was fun, man. But the thing was, it's like because of my first name, because I got a Spanish first name, and I was with my girlfriend at the time, so I didn't really get much problems, if you know what I mean. I didn't get any trouble. As soon as they heard that I was British, then that's when. But most people just asked me for a couple of dollars, but it wasn't. I didn't get any problems at all. But I don't get any problems when I go America, but seem to.
You don't really, well, we don't give Brits a lot of issues until you guys start calling cookies biscuits.
Oh shit! Yeah. As sneakers trainers.
That's what I do in New York all the time.
Yeah, like okay, because if you're like, oh yeah, I need a biscuit with this tea. I'm like, we gave you a biscuit. This isn't a biscuit. Like, yes, it is. Pour some gravy on it. You'll love it.
Yeah, they were trying to give me an espresso. I was like, no, I want a PG Tips tea, please.
Yeah.
They're looking at me disillusioned, thinking, what the hell is this guy talking about?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, and yeah, when I first experienced that when I went to London,
yeah,
I went like, okay, I need a cookie. Like, what's a cookie, mate? Like this. Oh, you mean a biscuit? Like, that ain't a biscuit.
They pull out a packet of Maryland's cookies, yeah.
Yeah, I went like biscuits are buttery and delicious, and you've poured gravy on it. You are golden.
So what is that? What is a biscuit? Like a crumpet? What we would call a crumpet, or
a little bit. It's like a mixture of we call it an English muffin.
Oh yes. I know that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is a mixture of. Yeah. It's like Yorkshire pudding.
And what about dog biscuits? What do you call them then?
Well, they are dog biscuits. Like the only thing we have are dog biscuits.
All right. So you do call them biscuits, okay?
Yeah, because it's only them when it comes to dogs. Like with everybody else, because biscuit in human terms, they're soft, they're buttery. And depending on where you go, you either get them with a lot of butter or with cheddar cheese. Because one of the most famous biscuits known here commercially is Red Lobster. Red Lobster with the cheddar biscuits.
Oh, okay. Bloody hell.
Yeah, that one threw me off.
do you call crackers or rice bread? You know, oh God, I can't even say that word. That means something else in America. But I mean, you know, like Jacob's.
Cream
Do you
crackers.
call those biscuits? Like cream crackers? Yeah.
Crap.
That went
I mean-
over Daniel's head.
No,
No,
do you mean the square crackers?
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
that's right. Yeah.
Sort of very
Okay,
low
do you-
calories.
Okay, the official name, they're called saltines. We just call them crackers.
Okay then. All right, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. For a minute there, I'm sorry if anyone's listening. I didn't mean it. And then the other way, I just realized what that means nowadays.
Yeah. There's that. Yeah. Actually,
Yeah.
the biscuits wasn't even the funniest one. Is when I realized that you guys call potato chips crisps.
Yeah. That gets people. That always gets people.
I went like,
'Cause we-
okay. Say again?
We call chips because chips are like
That's fries. Yeah.
Yeah,
fries.
they're French fries. They're French fries. Yeah.
But they're like
See, to us,
fatter
there's a
French fries.
Yeah. To us, we differentiate between French fries and chips, although they're the same. Obviously, French fries are a lot thinner, sort of crunchy.
Yeah, those are just we call them just thick cut French fries.
Okay.
But when I laughed at it, I went like, okay, you need to get. I forgot where was it at. I think it was by the Museum of London, where I was at.
Yeah.
And there was like a little cart, and I said, okay, let me get some chips, and he gave me French fries. I'm like, I said, chips, not French fries. Oh, these are chips, mate. And then he was like, oh, you're American.
Yeah.
He gave me like a bag of like the British version of Doritos. Here you go.
So you guys are in for a shock because I think Scott Quigg is talking about opening a chip shop in Hollywood.
He would actually do well in Hollywood. He seems like the type of guy that would do well in Hollywood.
Probably would. He's a bit slow though. He's a bit slow, but it's Scott Quigg.
Yeah, he'll be serving Saveloy chips and then walking straight into the wild card.
Yep.
Yeah. Freddie won't tolerate that. Like there's things Freddie will tolerate if you pay him enough, but not that.
He'll get on with Scott though. He'll have a better relationship than he did with Amir Khan. That's for sure.
Yeah, Scott will be disciplined. Yeah.
He'll be very disciplined and
he doesn't tend to balloon up.
No. That could actually turn out to be a really good partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he doesn't have an ego, Scott Quigg, or nothing like that. That might actually work out for him.
Yeah, I could see. Like, there's some fighters that can work really well if they move. If they probably move to the States, to me, Flanagan will probably do wonders if he moves to the States because he has the base.
Yeah,
he has a foundation already there. He just needs to fine tune a couple of things. Both Furies would probably benefit a whole of a lot if they moved into the States, because if you let's just put it this way, if you put Tyson Fury with Abel Sanchez, he'll lose that NFL lineman weight in a hurry because Sanchez don't play. Like he'll have him run around with Triple G and Gassiev all day.
Yeah, that's true.
Nah, you're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to cage a character like that. No way.
You can because some of the crap that Tyson Fury pulls won't fly in California.
I could see him getting shot, man.
Be remotely interested about that.
Yeah, you'd have to kill a man like that. I could just see that happening. Somebody killing him. Seriously,
he'll piss off the wrong person. Yeah.
I mean, I've spent some time interviewing him, like, Tyson, him and his father, John and Peter.
Yeah.
I did 2 interviews with them back then. He's a remarkably astute guy. You know, this whole political campaign by the Daily Mirror all started with some of his articles that he did for the Guardian. You know, he made some very articulate points about conservative government's policies against the homeless, against certain communities. You know, it was people just totally ignored that article he did. He was very, very astute, very sharp guy when he wants to be.
Well, that's the thing, when he wants to be, and you can make the most best argument in the world, but if people see you already as a clown, they're going to ignore you.
I'll tell you something. There's one of the most generous persons you'll ever see as well. Donated, you know, I think it's donated pretty much at least half of all of his purses coming up. Yeah, almost like half. Yeah, literally half of his purses are currently donated. Extremely generous guy. Yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions about him that people just don't understand.
No, that's why the way they did a story with him on HBO, he came off more sympathetic than anything.
You know, those allegations.
Say again?
I tell you, I mean, in terms of those allegations, I interviewed. I've still got my PC. I did a 6-page document on it, which will still go up on my website at some point. But I did an interview with UCAD. I did an interview with the British Boxing Border Control as well. I had them for 2 hours trying to get into their case files, look at their case studies, look at the code, and I did VADA as well. But I'm still supposed to go back and finish it with them, trying to find out about their code. I'll reveal it in due course, but put it this way: the British Boxing Border Control and UCAD are certainly in breach of the World Anti-Doping Association's code. Certainly, their prohibited code list. For in terms of the time taken to actually populate their prohibited list, they've well exceeded it. So legally now they can do what they want, but it can be knocked out of court very easily. So they've literally shot themselves in the foot. They have 90 days, but they've allowed that to elapse so badly now.
Yeah, they have a little bit, but that's going to be the whole thing with Tyson. Like I said, he does stupid things, and like I said, that's overshadowed a lot of what he said before. But that's what that's me personally say that he has probably to get away from England and come here and probably get somebody with a trainer that's not gonna take his shit. Because, well, that and the fact that his uncle can't come into the country because of his felony conviction.
Yeah, he's gonna have problems with Huey, definitely. The same problems that Tyson had with Steve Cunningham. He just didn't look the same fighter that time.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, and Cunningham dropped him.
But Huey is different. Huey is not as chaotic. A lot more balanced, One, I don't know. I think Huey would be he'll probably acclimate a little bit better. I think with that, his father.
Well, the thing with Hughie's a lot more of a gym rat than Tyson is, so he stays a lot of times focusing on the craft going into it. The problem is going to be, though, this is going to be the same because number one, you're still in the shadow of your cousin, who, for all intents and purposes, never really lost the lineal heavyweight title, at least in the ring. And number two, if you ever try to make the big jump to the States, like I said, once again, you can't take your father with you because your father's a convicted felon.
Uncle.
You can't take your uncle with you because he's also a convicted felon. And it's not it's not like the charges that Joshua. I think Joshua could probably get into the States better because his charges are minor compared to the Hughie, the Fury family. Because as much as Joshua, got stopped for a pound of weed, he didn't kill a man. He wasn't caught in the massive drug ring.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? It makes you wonder, man. One of the most psychotically violent countries there is.
What's that?
The United States, but yet its policy on border control policy is just extraordinary at times.
Yep.
My friend of mine had problems getting there with a very minor misdemeanor. It was literally a warning. It wasn't granted a visa.
It depends on the country, like because now with with you guys, I think with your prime minister getting ready to like activate whatever article she needs to activate to officially make Brexit a thing, and now with this was before Trump, but Trump is going to bear the brunt of it. Like there were certain countries that were EU countries that you still needed a visa to get into, like Poland. And the EU pretty much retaliated, I think, last month by saying, okay, Americans could have traveled to the EU countries before without a visa, not anymore. You need a visa.
Yeah, my brother got stuck in the airport in Poland. He couldn't get it. Couldn't get entry.
Yep. And that type of isolationism is going to be crazy because unfortunately we're going to in this country we're going to experience a brain drain because a lot of the researchers, a lot of the doctors, particularly in rural areas, they come from some of the countries that were under the Muslim ban list by Trump. And places like India, people don't realize that.
Yeah, the problem is going to be widespread, certainly over here as well. There's already relocation with a lot of some of the investment banks as well.
Yeah, I've already seen that. Yeah, some banks already like moving out of London.
Some of the banks that I used to work with, Royal Bank of Scotland is thinking of moving its headquarters again. Deutsche Bank is moving.
Actually, Deutsche Bank is actually under federal investigation here. Because they're known as a major hub of laundering Russian drug money.
The Deutsche Bank, along with UBS and Goldman Sachs, are probably three of the worst banks in the history of banking.
That's gonna be insane. That's gonna be insane when this shapes it up in the end because
Japan have been hit with so many problems.
Yep.
They've had issues with Iran. They've had issues with Libya. They were investigated for 2008 for their creation of so many credit default swaps as well. So yeah, they've.
That's one of the reasons their investigation for it. But the main saving grace for them, at least here in the States, is that they're also the biggest lender to Trump. So Trump is probably going to make sure that their investigation, or at least attempt to try to make their investigation go away. I don't know how that's going to happen now after that embarrassment that he suffered yesterday. Republicans literally went 7 years trying to say, we're going to repeal Obamacare. We're going to repeal Obamacare. And the first chance they can do it, they have the House, they have the Senate, they have the White House. Not even a vote.
Yeah.
That's a big blow because normally presidents win their first legislative battles. Normally.
Yeah.
Like Trump is like the first one in a while that lost.
Yeah, the harsh reality.
Yep. Business is not business. Government is not business, and business is not government. People have to understand that.
Yeah, as they say, presidents don't make new friends. They lean on their old ones.
Yep. As well, it's going to be the same thing here in boxing as well. Because, yes, you're going to see how that shapes up ultimately. Because I can also see how that question was asked. Are some British fighters domestic level world title? Because British boxing has become so deep that a lot of the rivalries are just that. They're British rivalries. They're domestic rivalries. But both guys can be world level caliber. But it's seen as a domestic fight because it's all UK. Like if Crolla won, him and Flanagan, they're both world level fighters. But it would just be seen as just a domestic fight.
Think about some of the UK fighters who are on the cusp of fighting for world titles now. We've got two in particular. Well, we did have one, obviously, Gavin McDonald lost to Ray Varga, so when he stepped up, didn't materialize for him, but we've got Callum Smith and
Callum.
We've also got who's the other fighting for a world title soon? Super featherweight.
No, I think that is Steven. Isn't it Steven?
No, his name has just eluded me.
Like I said, I like the Smith family. It's sort of like, well, let's see here.
Callum is fighting at super middleweight, at super featherweight. He's fighting
Who? Liam Smith.
That's it. It's a fight I'm even going to be attending.
Oh no, it's Liam. Yeah. Well, Liam Smith, luckily, that probably has the most world recognition. Steven has probably the toughest out of the three, but Callum has the most upside of that family. Callum can take like the toughness of Steven and polish it up with what Liam has. Because he's young enough to do it. But Darrell's not going to be a joke either. And not to mention that, like the WBC, I don't know if you guys said this, like the WBC has also mandated now for the mandatory.
Liam Walsh, I was talking about.
Liam Walsh. Okay. Yeah. Liam Walsh. Yeah, I keep forgetting that they're fighting Liams. But let's see here. The WBC just made this fight. David Benavidez versus Porky Medina to be the mandatory for Callum Smith versus Darrell.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah, like David Benavidez, that kid's the truth, man.
Did Medina win his last fight? How do you get a shot on a losing streak?
No, I think he won his last fight. Well,
against who?
I forgot. It was a fight in Mexico, I think. So he stayed there, but you can make the argument. Well, not so much with Jack. You could definitely make the argument that he beat the Gale.
No,
I disagree there.
I can, because I can.
Daniel, your ability to score a fight is questionable, to say the least.
Very.
I know.
It's interesting though.
He did a good. Don't get me wrong. He did a lot of damn good work. You know, De Gale's body had literally changed color, so I can certainly see it from that perspective.
Yeah,
it was
he was doing a lot of
big
busy work.
To be fair, you can score it for Medina. Yeah, I won't be as harsh. Yeah, you can do.
Yeah, like I said, that's one of those fights. Like you can make the argument, but you can make the argument for De Gale winning too, because De Gale seems like the guy that always wants to turn around the second half of the fight.
But to me, it was just the whole card was just completely unnecessary. Him against Butte and him against Medina. Both of them were both lackluster because they both knew they were going to fight each other. It was just a case of concluding negotiations to where the fight was going to be in it. So both of their minds were just not even on the job at all.
Well, Jack got screwed in that one. Jack got screwed.
Yeah,
and that was Butte.
Totally screwed. Yeah.
Like he got screwed with that, and he technically got screwed with De Gale.
Yeah, absolutely. That I don't dispute at all.
No, he never. De Gale got screwed.
Well, yeah, look at his face.
Screwed twice. Yeah, no, he got hurt, but he got screwed, man. He won that fight, man. He did. Even though he got busted up, he won that fight. You can get busted up and still win the fight.
I know you can get busted up too, but one thing, it's one of the things I always like about Jack. He effectively attacks the body, and he did that more with De Gale.
I don't know.
Badou Jack is in my top 10 pound for pound list. He's number 7.
Please.
Has been.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, my definitive list, which is the list out there, makes the Ring Magazine's list look. Trust me, it does. I've developed my own criteria for it. Yeah. Trust me. Once it gets rolled out, whatever, Ring Magazine is gonna be. They're gonna be envious.
Well, let's look at it because Charlie did put a link for the Ring Magazine ratings in this fight.
Yeah, I did.
I'd say, well, if Charlie Brown continues on this path, we're going to replace him as a panelist with Snoopy instead, man.
Well, let's look at this. Okay, let's look at the lightweights. Obviously, Linares is number 1. He's proven that. They have the number 1 being Mikey Garcia, number 2 being Terry Flanagan, number 3 being Robert Easter. I could probably you can make the argument that you can try to switch out Flanagan and Garcia. You can, but it's pretty right. Then afterwards is Crolla, then Shakakov, then Sharif Borgere, then Richard Comey, Verdejo, Sadichanin, and Petrov.
That's right. Yeah,
I would probably.
I personally would have Richard Comey a lot higher, but that's me personally.
So would I. I agree with you there.
I felt he was my 2016 fighter of the year personally. 2 extremely dubious decisions. Otherwise he would be undefeated and fighter of the year in my opinion. So.
Oh man, that's shit.
I think he beat Robert Easter.
I think he beat Robert Easter. Winning against Robert Easter, marginally, very very close, but I had him winning.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah. Oh man, that one
against Danny Shafikov as well.
Yeah, Shakakov, that fight pissed me off. That fight pissed me off so much.
This guy has gone on he's gone fighting for hardly any money on the road in their backyards. He's a warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Like if I would put this list, I would probably put Comey. Well, now with Crolla suffering 2 losses in a row.
But Daniel, put him ahead of Comey got so badly robbed. The poor guy had to go back in Ghana and fight. Because he was afraid of yet another bad decision.
No, that I completely. That's why if I would make this list, I would have him at number 4 ahead of Crolla. Right now, because Crolla's just coming off 2 losses, and if you want to believe the scorecards, the second loss was traumatic. That was just such a wide score.
Charlie, that would be a decent fight over here in the UK, innit?
Yes.
Crolla and Richard Comey.
Yeah, that would be.
That would be
too hard to make either.
Yeah, because Richard has fought. I saw him fight at York Hall a number of years ago. So he'll go to Manchester. Ain't the problem. I think he resides in London, isn't it?
Yeah, he resides in London. He was signed to Goodwin Promotions for a little while, and Stephen and Eddie Hearn are they're quite close actually. They're quite good friends, so they could make that fight. They don't have any beef or anything like that, so
I think he wouldn't fight like Crolla though, personally.
All right. Actually, I'm now looking at their Ring Magazine's super middleweight rankings. They have it vacant.
Let's go to it.
Okay. Yeah, because well, they haven't updated it yet because they still have Badu Jack ranked there. They have James DeGale ranked number 1.
Which is right.
They have Badu Jack ranked number 2, which those two should be switched. They have number 3 Benzurdo Ramirez, number 4 George Groves, number 5 Andre Durrell, number 6 Callum Smith, number 7 Anthony Durrell, number 7 Arthur Abraham, number 9 Peter Chudomov, and number 10 Tyron Zeke.
Because officially, Badu Jack's record is two draws on his record, isn't it? His last 2 fights officially.
Yeah.
So yeah, they wouldn't have him won on the basis of that. But we all know both of them draws were highly contentious.
They were bullshit. We can say it, but they were bullshit.
Yeah, I thought Badu Jack for me is number 1. Period.
Yeah, like I can understand Zurdo being ranked high, being that high, but I would probably put, just based on experience, probably put Groves higher.
Given that Jack has beaten Groves, so he has to be higher.
Yeah. Jack is number 2 and Groves is
Hasn't
number 4.
he gone up to light heavyweight now?
Yeah, he has now. Yeah,
doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why they haven't updated the list yet. So that's why they'll probably update it in a week with the April rankings.
Groves shouldn't be at number 4. He shouldn't be higher than Callum Smith or Andre Durrell or Anthony, but they've got him higher.
They got him higher, yeah. Well, the thing is probably also that's going to change in a little bit once Callum faces Durrell.
Yeah.
If you could take wins? I like Callum in that fight because, like I said, out of that whole family, to me, he has the biggest upside. He can learn a lot more from it, and I think it is Anthony Durrell.
Look at that decision by Eddie Hearn as well. He could have outbid to have the fight over here, but he's not even remotely concerned because that's how much confidence he has in Callum.
Yeah, and well, I've always said, like, if you could combine the skill set of Andre with the tenacity of Anthony, you would have a hell of a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, both have something that the other lacks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
But the only worry for Callum is that his level of opposition recently been so derisory. He's starting to pick up some bad habits.
That's what I was going to say. I was just about to say that.
It's not his own fault, though. Like, think about it. Well, yeah, I understand. Badu Jack went for the money.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault. But if you are against low level opposition, then you should be putting them to sleep. Really, it should be to the point where you're putting them to sleep in one round.
Well, didn't he do that in one of the fights recently?
Yeah, that was a little while ago. You're talking about Muhammadi. Yeah, that was a little while ago.
Not Muhammadi. No.
Yeah,
I may be thinking of no. Which fight? Well, actually, guys, what fight was recently where?
Oh, you mean Rocky Fielding?
Yeah,
Rocky Fielding.
Yeah.
No, it was even after the Rocky Fielding. He put some guy out with some left hook, vicious knock.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Muhammadi. It was Muhammadi.
Like, well, Muhammadi kind of deserves it because his manager is a piece of shit. But
yeah, but when you mind you, he's fought who's he fought? Reynoso. I can't pronounce the other guy's name, and Luke Blackledge. So he hasn't really fought anybody.
Yeah, it was him I was thinking of.
Yeah,
knockout.
Okay, but that was in the 10th though.
It didn't matter. That was scary.
Yeah, it was a scary knockout. Yeah.
that was David Lemieux, Curtis Stevens-esque.
Yeah, that was a stuff from hell, that one.
Speaking of which, okay, Callum has a potential knockout of the year candidate in that, because I think that was in 2017. You have Mikey knocking out Sadichin like that, and then you have then you have what David Lemieux did to Curtis Stevens.
Yeah.
I see the Mikey Garcia knockout for me is I cannot have that there personally, because to me it was a free shot predicated by a cheap shot to the back of the head which shouldn't have been allowed. So you've got a guy discombobulated, head down, leaning against the ropes, and you've got a free shot. I do not agree with that. That shot to the back of the head. So for those reasons, I cannot have that knockout anywhere in the top 10, because I feel the referee should have intervened in that one personally.
Even though it started with the uppercut.
The uppercut did the significant damage, but there was a shot. There was a little left hook to the back of the head, which is an illegal blow, let's face it.
Oh yeah, that I agree with you.
So the final sort of right hook was a free punch. The guy was defensiveless, just lying, leaning against the rope. So you can't score that a knockout. For me,
well, you can, but technically, then you can make the same argument with Francisco Vargas and Takashi Miura in the 9th round. And in fact, actually, Vargas got 2 clean shots from that, 2 freebies.
See, I know that fight intimately because I've watched it many, many times, but the referee, he didn't have sufficient time to go and intervene when his glove touched down. So if you're landing a couple of left hooks after that, but to me, it was that fight that was never on the knockout list. It was a fantastic fight, but certainly not the knockouts.
Oh no, it wasn't a knockout because that fight ended in a TKO because Miura.
So what is your contention? I don't understand.
No, in the same way, like your complaint about Mikey Garcia getting a free shot. Shouldn't the same complaint be about that Francisco Vargas? He technically got 2 free shots.
But the referee had insufficient time to intervene. That's my point. His glove touched down. Vargas came straight in. The referee couldn't have called a break. He didn't have enough time to call the break.
Well, there's a good point.
This fight he did because Dejan was dazed, lying there. There was at least a second and a half before he almost exploded into that right hand. So there was, and the referee was right there, so he could have given him a warning or said, "Look, the guy is out. I'm going to give him a." I don't know what the rules was there a. I need to go check on the rules. Is there an 8 count on that one?
No, they didn't even count. He was out. We'll
have to see Garcia fight. Probably he has to fight one of those top guys that you were talking about there.
I would love to have it. Actually, Charlie
again.
Actually, Charlie,
go and say that again.
No, Charlie. What if it winds up being Garcia versus Comey?
Ooh, yeah. Wow. See, I'd have to back Garcia. I think outside right now, I like Comey though. Comey is tough. He's strong, but I don't know. I don't know if he's got the skill set to beat guys. Garcia is very good. I have to admit that. But he kind of went off my radar recently. I don't know with his level of opposition.
Yeah, Mikey Garcia generally, even when he was coming up, is a very boring fighter until he knocks out the opponent.
Especially this one.
Yeah, that's right.
Did EJ just wake up?
Yes, and EJ never fell asleep.
We heard you snoring, EJ. Don't lie.
No, man.
EJ, that was EJ's ringtone aside. Yeah.
Actually, okay, let me look at this because let me just
bring
EJ
into it. Go on.
Okay, EJ, let's start first with the hunt. Let's go look at the lightweight one because I'm looking at the ring list right now, and that's what they have. Obviously they have the lineal champion Jorge Linares. Then after him, Mikey Garcia. After that, Terry Flanagan, Robert Easter, Crolla, Shafikov, Sharif Borgeri, Richard Comey, Felix Verdejo, Dejan Sadichinin, and Peter Petrov. Personally, for the moment, I would have to take Verdejo off the list. And he's knocked out again.
Did he fall asleep again?
Yeah. I heard the snoring. There it is. Actually, let me look at this. Let me look at this right quick. Okay, I'm gonna go through each weight division now because I know Gus is in love with the little guys. So let's start initially at strawweight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The list they have it. Okay, the lineal is vacant. They have Waneg Mayanathan, number 1.
Manaitan.
Yeah, Manayathan. Yeah. Knockout CP Freshmart.
Oh shit!
I wouldn't have either than 1 or 2 personally.
Yep. And then they have Byron Rojas, Jose Argumedo.
Argumedo is the best. I think he's a golden boy fighter.
Yep. Yes, he is.
He's the best in the division personally.
Is that okay? And then they have Katsunari Takayama, Carlos Buitrago, Ruki Kano.
Yeah.
Sorry, Riku Kano. Shipue Concho, Sal Juarez, and Ryura Yamanaka.
I think
Argumedo
Yamanaka
number 1,
higher.
Manaitan number 2, CP3. That's the. And you won't get many arguments from people who know that weight division.
Yeah,
I don't really know it, but I'd go with that.
Yeah,
I'd go with that. I don't know that.
Manaitan can still. Given that he fights 4 or 5 times a year, he could end up breaking Floyd's record within 6 months.
Yeah, he's technically right now 45-0.
As I said, he fights 4 or 5 times a year, so he could have it within a year.
I just love this guy's name, Knockout CP Freshmart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
like
don't really know that division, but
yeah, like obviously, like I said, this division is pretty stacked. Like I said, when you don't even have Hickey Butler on the list, you can pretty much show that's a pretty stacked division.
He's moved up because Rojas beat him, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, no. Remember, he tried to move up to 108. I think he got clocked, and he went back down to strawweight.
He's campaigning at 108. Hecky.
All right. Actually, now let's look at 108. Now they have it vacant. Pedro Guevara, number 1. Akira Yagashi, number 2. Ganegak Lopez, number 3. Kosei Tanaka, number 4. Roichi Takuchi, number 5. Carlos Canizales, number 6. Randy Bertasorin, number 7. Milan Melindo, number 8. And yeah, you're right, Gus. They have Hickey Butler at number 9 and Kenshiro, number 10.
See, I don't know. Ganigan Lopez and Aduto have a rematch again.
Yeah.
But I think Kosei Tanaka is the best in that division. 22-year-old two-weight world champion. He's a freak of nature, that guy.
Yeah, that kid's true.
I have to agree with you. Yeah, I have to agree. I think Tanaka should be number 1 and Lopez should be number 2. I do think Lopez is the second best in that division now.
See, I had a lot of respect for Taguchi, but Canizares, that was an extremely close fight. If not, Canizares could even be marginally better. So I'm not sure whether those two are rematching. Until Taguchi beats him firmly in the rematch, you can't have him.
You can't have him ahead of him. Yeah.
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 So you'd maybe say. Maybe Yagashi has one of the belts.
Yeah, Yagashi has the IBF.
Yeah.
And Lopez has a WBC, Tanaka has a WBO, and Taguchi has a WBA.
Yeah. Taguchi obviously lost against Inui, but it was very early on. He didn't get knocked out. I think it was only a 10-round fight? Was it an 8-round fight? Can't even.
Yeah. I think it was a 10-rounder.
Yeah.
Just because of how obscene Inoue's contract is. Well,
I've still actually I got Tanaka, but no, I've got Tanaka number 2. I got Lopez number 1. You know, in my mind.
All right, now let's look at some of the hotter divisions. Okay, let's see here. This is 112. All right, they have okay. The Lineal's vacant. Kazuto Ioka number 1. Jonreal Casimiro number 2. Donny Nietes number 3. Rong number 4. Juan Carlos Rebeco number 5. McWilliams Arroyo number 6. Zhou Shiming number 7. Daigo Higa number 8. Vincent Legrand. Yeah, Vincent Legrand number 9. And Juan Hernandez number 10.
Hernandez is the best for me in there.
Like, get the hell out of that with ranking Zhou Shiming
there. Zhao Shiming should not be number 7. No, I don't.
He should be in the top 10. Hernandez has got the best CV there. Period.
Yep. And he does have a belt. He's WBC.
Yeah, he just
he has the best probably resume, but I put Donny Nietes above him. Higa is my personal favorite out of them, but I wouldn't put him higher. But I'd say Kazuto for me. Ioka is probably the number 1. He's where he should be. Yeah, even though he's got the WB.
He does.
I think he's where he should be. Yeah.
Well, to me, like in that division, once Chocolatito left, it was either between Nietes and Kazuto for me.
Yeah.
And Kazuto, like he does weird things, like in the ring.
Daniel, you know, did you just read out? What about Rex Choi from Hong Kong? Is he on that list?
Not in the top 10 right now.
He should be.
He should, like, you can give him Shiming's spot.
Shiming, see, this is it. I don't think Shiming is as bad as what people are saying. I think
he's good. He was good at a good amateur. Let's be honest, but he hasn't lit the world up since his term, bro.
Yeah,
he's turned pro for a lot of money.
But let's face it, he came in pro a little bit too old, and also he doesn't have the power. Like right now, if you ask him to, well, he'll do it for the money. If you ask him to move up and wait to fight Inoue, he'll be killed by Inoue, but it'll still draw because he'll just because the Japanese and the Chinese just despise each other that much.
I mean, look how horribly they got that whole thing with Shiming becoming a world champion. They were talking about champion from China, but they all forgot about when Rex, this guy from Hong Kong, was already a champion, and he's like, what are people talking about? You know, I mean, I'm Chinese, I'm a champion.
Well, this is just based on my personal time where I've been to Hong Kong. They don't consider themselves, a good amount of them don't consider themselves Chinese.
I've spent time in that region, Daniel. I know Asia very well.
I know, like I said, but I'm just basing it on my experience.
6 years I've been there, you know.
Yeah, I'm just basing it on my experience that I've met a lot of people. Like I said, because when I was in deployment, they told me to go to Hong Kong to go explore. I explored. I explored almost every inch of that city.
I was there when Chris Patton was there, you know, many a year ago.
Yeah, and when I was there, I talked to the people because obviously they knew English beforehand. They don't really think of themselves as Chinese. They know they're a They know they're like an autonomous region of China, but don't really consider themselves Chinese, especially around the Kowloon area because there's mostly Indians there. All right, now let's go to 115, probably the hottest division right now. Obviously, like I said, this list got updated March 21st for them. The lineal is vacant. Number 1 is Inoue. Number 2 is Sur Rungzavai. Number 3 is Chocolatito. Number 4 is Quadras. Number 5 is Estrada. Number 6 is Yafai. Number 7 is Concepcion. Number 8 is Jerwin Anjacas. Number 9 is McJoe Arroyo. And Koi Kono is number 10.
No, Inui cannot be ahead of Gonzalez for me.
Not yet.
No, because Gonzalez beat Quadras and he beat Sisigat Sorangvasai, so you can't have him at number 3. That's a nonsense. Gonzalez would still be 1 for me. Nui would be 2.
With the loss against Sisaket, that's what's made him made his rankings go down. And Inu is unbeaten, you know what I mean, with 10 knockouts.
Yeah.
And he's in a high position in a shorter space of time.
Yeah,
so
but
I agree with you. In some ways, he shouldn't be. That's the only thing. It's only because he's just had that loss. That's what's put him down.
Yeah. But then some people can make the same argument about Yafai, because Yafai is undefeated too.
Yeah. But he hasn't fought the opposition.
And that's what I mean.
Has fought. Yeah, it's about opposition. I mean, I like Khalid Yafai, but position. He looks good against Joe Bloggs, but we have to. It's now these fights now will define Khalid Yafai. His next few fights that he has.
He has 2 very good names on his CV, though.
Yeah, Concepcion. Yeah, Concepcion's not
a
walkover.
And Chocolatito's Christopher Rosales.
Yeah, so he does have a good pedigree in that one. But Inui's contract is just so obscene. Like, think about that. He either has to face a champion or somebody that's ranked in the top 3. That's his contract.
And he's beaten how many champions? He's beaten Taguchi. Last fight, he beat Koi Kono, destroyed him.
Yep.
Fought David Carmona, who just lost against Quadras.
Hernandez, he beat.
Yeah, he did beat Hernandez.
Yeah.
All right.
You. I think it's about right. You know. I think it's just about right.
That list is pretty hard to judge. Yeah, because that division is just so stacked now. But let's look now at bantamweight. Okay, they have the lineal champion correctly, Shinsuke Yamanaka. They have then number 1 Jamie McDonnell, number 2 Juan Carlos Payano, number 3 Lee Haskins, number 4 Anselmo Moreno, number 5 Marlon Tapales, number 6 Zanet Zakianov, Rashid Warren number 7, Zolani Tete number 8, Luis Neri number 9, and Libores Solis number 10.
You know me, I like Luis Neri a lot. I'd have him. I think he's the best in the division. 22, but Yamanaka is at this moment in time he's head and shoulders above, so he's firmly 1. I like Marlon Tapales. I'd probably have him too. He beat Paul Long Senior. He was a decorated champion for many a year. So Tapales, for me, would be.
I'd have him a lot higher as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Particularly with the loss that Moreno suffered.
Yeah, McDonald. You know, he got you know, Laborious Solis gave him an ass whooping, so I can't have him too. I don't know what you guys think, but I think that was a bad robbery.
And why is Jamie McDonnell above Lee Haskins? I think Lee Haskins is pretty good. He's one of the best on that list as well. I'd have him higher than Jamie McDonnell.
I think it's because he was. Well, they're also basing it how long he's been on that list. Like, at least in the Ring Magazine list, he's been 203 weeks on that list, where Lee Haskins has been in just 93.
And given that Jamie's 2 defining fights that he should have had against Randy Caballero, where he got the belt on the scales, and he was due to fight in Japan on the New Year's Eve card, and he missed that as well. So he's just had domestic level fights against.
Okay.
Who did he fight? Stewie Hall twice. Domestic level opposition. So I guess he's not really had a world class challenge for him to be definitively top 3. I couldn't have him up.
Not there yet. Yeah, not there yet. But
nah.
If you could give me the fight with Neri and Tete, I'll take it.
Yeah. Zalani is one of those guys. I think he's got all the talent in the world, size as well, but he's just not getting the fights. I know he's got a fight with Arthur Villeneuve from the Philippines for the right to be a mandatory. So if he wins that, then you could maybe put him in contention. But at the moment, I'd say Yamanaka 1, Tapalis 2.
Yep.
Zenit Zakaria, if he beat Rashi Warren, would you have him 3?
Yeah, I could say number 3 and then Neri after that.
Solis, yeah. Neri hasn't got the resume yet. He's just got talent in it, unbelievable talent. Solis has probably got the better resume, fought in the better opposition, but he's lost. That's the problem. So can you have him higher than Neri?
No.
Nah.
No, I can't. I can't. Yeah. Like with Tete, like I could just say, like on the list, you can make the argument for Tete being higher than Neri, but
yeah, you can. Yeah, because he's a previous IBF champion.
Yep.
So, and he vacated the belt without losing it. So yeah.
Yeah, and then, but that's the thing with Solis. Yeah, he lost. Like he's lost some tough ones. Like, and with Warren, he lost too. Like I said, that loss was pretty much bad. But we have to see how that shapes up, because bantamweight going to heat up a little bit. I do say though that Lee Haskins is a bit underrated. He does fly on the radar.
Yeah, he's a very slick fighter.
Yeah.
It just hasn't been tested yet. So maybe we'll see that this year or whenever it is.
I tell you what, when Neri finds Yamanaka, I think that fight's, they're talking about July or something.
Oh yes,
that's the one of the top 3 fights I'm looking out for. Period.
Mm-hmm. All right, now here's part of the list that's going to start to piss me off. 122. They have Delineo as vacant, even though that should be Rigondeaux.
Yes, it should be.
No, but luckily they at least have Rigondeaux number 1. They have Jesse Magdaleno number 2, Ray Vargas number 3, Genesis Cervania number 4, Nolito Dodero number 5, Moises Flores number 6, Diego de la Hoya number 7, Hugo Ruiz number 8, Yukinori Guni number 9, and Jonathan Guzman number 10.
Guni should be a lot higher. Period.
Yeah, he should be. That's a disrespect. Yeah, that's a disrespect.
I honestly still don't.
And Jonathan Guzman as well.
Good, yeah. They should at least be higher than Donaire. I'm sorry, Donaire at this point in his career does not deserve the ranking that he is.
Donaire shouldn't. I think Shingo Wake should be there ahead of Donaire personally.
Yep.
Yep.
But Diego de la Hoya is going to be the interesting one, because he does have a lot of upside. Is it enough though to get him past like the likes of Vargas and Magdaleno?
No chance.
Because watching, folks, like I'm not mentioning Rigo at all because none of these guys can beat Rigo at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But we have to figure out though how to get Rigo into a fight card. He was supposed to be on the Kodo card, but then
Yeah, he had a very good fight actually against Moises Flores. You know, that was a decent test against a much bigger, taller, rager guy.
yeah, and unfortunately, James Kirkland, quote unquote, broke his nose, which we kind of know is kind of bullshit. when you don't even offer like rescheduling, you just give people refunds. That's when it gets into it. Yeah.
This list pisses me off. I can't. It just pisses me off.
You tell me, like just the mere fact that Rigondeaux is not named the lineal champ pisses me off.
Yeah.
All right, now let's look at another stack division, featherweight. Okay, obviously they have the lineal vacant. They have Leo Santa Cruz #1, Gary Russell Jr. #2, Carl Frampton #3, Lee Selby 4, Abner Mares 5, Shubdubi Vedyeka #6, Oscar Valdez #7, Jojo Diaz #8, Jesus Cuellar #9, and Jorge Lara #10. I'm trying to keep my sanity here.
Yeah, so am I. Oscar Valdez should be higher, I think.
Oscar Valdez can easily take Gary Russell Jr.'s spot.
Yeah.
You cannot make me an argument that right now, just based on the resume, that Gary Russell Jr. should be even ahead of Carl Frampton at this point.
Jorge Lara is the wild card. He should be higher, in my opinion.
He's kind of dangerous there.
This kid's got power, man. He's
AJ agrees with the loud snore.
What did he do? What did he do to that fighter who struggled against Lee Selby? Knocked him out. Was it in the first round?
Yep.
Or second? Vicious.
I think it was in the first round. But like I said, if you're gonna make this list, I would probably you can make the argument for Santa Cruz. He had 2 great fights with Carl Frampton. Like I could see the argument.
He won both.
Yeah. And okay, you can have a #1, but I would put Valdez #2 and Frampton #3. And then I would probably move Mares to #4. Have Selby behind him.
Have Gary Russell in the top 4.
He hasn't fought almost anybody yet of note.
Let me see.
Who's he fought? Beaten Johnny Gonzalez recently, Patrick Highland or somebody.
Yeah, like he got Gonzalez.
He did, yeah. You have to give him credit.
That one I'll give him credit for. Yeah. And I'm probably basing my ranking of Valdez based on potential, because that kid has a lot of tools. But anything that you could give me. Yeah. Yes, EJ, we know he's your favorite too.
Can you put him on mute?
Wait up. Yeah, let me mute him right quick. Wait up. Okay, wait up. Where is it? Where are you, you little... All right, here we go. There we go, folks. Sorry for you guys to hear the story of VJ Boxing Live.
I thought EJ was snorting some pure Colombian or something.
Yeah. But you know what? Like I said, I'm basing Oscar Valdez mainly based on potential. But anything that you could give me to get Oscar Valdez versus Jojo Diaz this year, I will take. Because that fight's just going to be brutality defined.
What about that guy, the South African guy? Do you know anything about him?
Oh, he's a tough little bastard. Yeah. Like, him and Lara would actually make a good fight.
Isn't he fighting he's got a fight scheduled, I think.
I think he does. He does have a scheduled fight. Yeah.
Trying to think who it is. Has anybody got Box Rec up? I'm nowhere near a computer.
All right, wait up.
Let me have a look.
He hasn't got. Well, it's not showing me anything.
No, I thought he had a fight in the States, Connecticut. I think they were talking about.
Let me put his name up here. Wait up. Okay. All right, where are you?
We're talking about June the 24th or something. Saturday.
Which one, Lara or the South African guy?
South African.
Yeah. No, it doesn't say it here. It just says his last fight was against Tioshi Tamida in South Africa at the Orient Theatre.
Yep.
In Cape Town. That's what it's telling me.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, he doesn't have a. I think they were talking about a fight in Connecticut, but I don't think it materialized yet.
Because he's 1 or 2 with the IBF now, I think. So I think it was final eliminators for one of the belts.
Oh, I remember what happened. Yeah, I remember what happened. Yeah, he was supposed to fight Selby, but then something happened where they had to cancel the fight with Selby.
Yes,
I forgot what
that's
happened.
right. Yeah. Not drugs testing. It was
I think it was
a
visa
visa.
issues. Yeah,
it was
issues.
a visa. Yeah, he couldn't get a visa.
Yeah,
that was the whole issue. All right, now let's get into the junior lightweight. They have the lineal vacant. They have Lomachenko number 1. They have Orlando Salido number 2, Jezreel Corrales number 3, Miguel Verchert number 4, Takashi Miura number 5, Gervonta Davis number 6, Takashi Uchiyama number 7, Francisco Vargas number 8, Rocky Martinez number 9, and Jason Sosa number 10.
Can I go first? Because I love that division so much.
Go.
To me, first of all, it is a travesty. Vaseline Lomachenko cannot be higher than Orlando Salido. He lost against him, period. So that 1 and 2 is just... I'm sorry, I disagree. I think Jezreel Corrales has to be number 1 by virtue of that. Takashi Uchiyama was on the pound-for-pound list at number 9, the official list. So if he's beaten him twice, he has to be number 1 in the division. Just based on those ranking points and the way that system works.
Mm-hmm.
He has to be number 1. And he's beaten him twice in Japan as well. So I would say Corrales. I'm not saying he's the best, but I'm saying the methodology of the whole system, he has to be number 1. I'd say 2. Burchell would be number 2.
Well, actually,
Salido 3.
You go second afterwards, Daniel, and then I'll come after you.
All right.
Salido 3.
I agree with you, though.
Tank, maybe. All right, put him in at the 4. He's a champion. Why not? Vargas 5, Lomachenko 6.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
that's not bad. The main thing you have the valid argument that Lomachenko should not be higher Salido since he beat him, but then the second argument that can be made is but he was fighting at featherweight, so it's like but they're now they're junior lightweight. Those should be thrown out the window. There's 2 sides of arguments to that, and again, this is like a ranking that's probably more based on potential than anything. But with that said, because Corrales, did beat Uchiyama twice, I would probably have a number 1. Burchell number 2. I would have then Lomachenko number 3. Salido 4. And then Gervonta Davis 5. With Miura, Uchiyama. Actually, no. Yeah, Vero Uchiyama, Vargas, and then 9-10 pretty much staying the same.
Okay, I'd have Burchell number 1. I'd have Corrales number 2. I'd have Salido number 3. I'd have Davis number 4. I'd have Lemachenko number 5. I would. Yuchin.
Wait, well, where's
I don't think I'd put Miri.
Here, Jim. Is he not on the list, Daniel?
No, he's not.
Oh, that guy.
I'd have Uchiyama number 6, Mira number 7, and the bottom 3, 8, 9, and 8. I'd probably keep that the same. That's the only thing I'd keep the same. But I'd have Burchell number 1 for me.
I could see the argument for Burchell.
Definitely.
I can see the argument for Burchell being number 1. Like he just beat one of the toughest champions that division had in Vargas. But it's just mainly like it's true, like I said, like Corrales beat somebody that was lit on the pound for pound list, the official one for a while in Uchiyama.
Charlie, question for you: where would you have Nicholas Waters?
Let's not go there.
Okay.
I wouldn't have him on that list. And I never. I'll be real. I'm not Jamaican, so I wouldn't. He wouldn't have made my top 10 anyway. You know, to be quite honest.
Actually, where's Jason Sosa? He needs to be on that.
He's on a 10. He's number 10.
He's number 10. Yeah, I'd have him there. Yeah, Jason Sosa is where he should be, I think. Although he's better than both Japanese guys, I think.
I think Uchiyama's finished now. Yeah, I'd have him higher than Uchiyama and probably higher than Miura now.
Mm-hmm.
I have to see Miura versus Burchell before I make that assumption.
I think Sosa is the modern day Raging Bull, Jake LaMotta.
Ooh, that's actually got high praise there. Okay, we did lightweight. So now obviously let's go down to 140. Obviously Lenio is but Terrence Crawford. Then number 1 following him, Victor Posto. Number 2, Antonio Orozco. Number 3, Adrian Granados. Number 4, Ricky Burns. Number 5, Ricky Prograis. Number 6, Julia Sidongo. Number 7, Jack Catterall.
Wow.
Number 8, Edward Trojanowski. Number 9, Sergey Lipnitz. And number 10, Anthony Yigit.
Same order.
I have never heard of Jack Catterall, honestly.
We know about him. He's a Frank Warren fighter.
He kind of looks like he could be Teddy Atlas's kid from that picture.
Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong, but he got beaten against who was it? George Jaffe beat him, but they're having a rematch now.
Well, it's probably one of those things where he's beating on the card. Yeah, they have him right now. They have him. Yeah, he was robbed.
Basically, he was highly touted, but he got upset against. I think it might have been George Jaffe who lost against Miguel Burchell. He fought him out in Mexico, but now they're having a rematch because he's with Adam Booth, a new trainer now. So they're putting him in. But nah, you can't have Jack Catterall in the top 10. That's not for me. No.
like the fact that this is one of my favorite divisions and I've never heard of you, that should tell me something.
He's a southpaw, though, but I've never heard of the guy either. To be real,
what it is, Daniel. He's still young. He's still developing his craft, but he's not at that top 10 tier level yet. No.
Yeah, but this was a tough one to gauge because I can see the merit.
And Julius Dongo being sorry to cut you. I suppose this because he's got the WBA belt, but to be higher than Julius Indongo.
Yes,
are they basing that because he's only fought in Nambia? because he has only had one fight in Russia. He's never fought outside of Namibia, but this guy is dangerous, man.
Yeah,
this guy is very, very dangerous.
He's taking out Terrence. I'm telling people now.
That would be a
He's
good
taking
fight.
out Ricky Burns, then he's going to take out Terrence. That's going to win me a lot of money. That one.
Granada should maybe be. Maybe not actually, but I was going to say Granada should be a little bit higher. But
I tell you what, I think Granada's is where he's supposed to be.
I'd have O'Hara Davis higher than this.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, I'd have O'Hara Davis number 7. Yeah,
he'd be high.
I agree with that. Yeah,
boy.
Yeah,
definitely.
And even Josh Taylor is up and coming. He'd be on the fringes of sort of 9, 10. You know.
I'd have Tyrone Nurse above that Jack Carroll.
Actually, what's funny? Bartholomew's not on this list.
Has he gone up?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
He's at 140. Yeah. Well, Bartholomew wasn't even on the lightweight rankings either. So either way, I'm going to be pissed on that.
I'll tell you what.
But he probably hasn't fought yet. He probably hasn't fought yet.
No, I think he fought already once at 140.
It must have been somebody really, really low down then.
Yeah, it was like on the lower tier of the PBC fights. But yeah, I could see Paso. Like I could see Paso being number 1 just based on the fact that not a whole lot of the rest of the division has proven themselves yet. I could see that. But I would probably put Granados number 2 then.
Yeah, I'd put Granados number 2, man. That whole list is a travesty, man. Not having O'Hara Davis there as well. That's nah.
Yeah, Davis. Yeah, you have Jack Catterall, like say, who literally could be the long lost son of Teddy Atlas. There. But
I'd have Terrence 1, Indongo 2.
What about John Molina Jr.? Or maybe nah, he's probably not. But I'd have him definitely before I'd have Jack Carroll. So
he fluctuates too much. That's the thing. He fluctuates so much between lightweight and welterweight.
Yeah.
To do it and to have him in the front ranking though.
I see what you mean.
All right, so let me see here.
Yeah, we'll have to move from that one because that's
that's a tough price.
That's criminal, man.
Charlie, what's happening with Tyrone Nurse? Is he going to get a world title shot at some point?
Probably.
He's still got the British and the Commonwealth.
Yeah, as far as I know, he's got the British.
He's the British.
That's it. He doesn't have the. He lost the Commonwealth, didn't he?
Because he just
to Dave Ryan. Back in 2014, he lost it. Or no, it was vacant.
Yeah, it was vacant.
And then he lost it, and then he won the British title, and he's kept on to it. Yeah,
because he just Tommy Coyle. His last fight was it Limond?
Tommy Coyle, and then before that was Willie Limond.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. This list might the welterweight list might piss some people off. They have the lineal vacant for the moment. Number 1, Keith Thurman. Number 2, Kell Brook. Number 3, Sean Porter. Number 4, Manny Pacquiao. Number 5, Tim Bradley. Number 6, Amir Khan. Number 7, Errol Spence. Number 8, Danny Garcia. Number 9, Jesse Vargas. And number 10, Lamont Peterson.
No, actually, the champion should be Keith Thurman because he's got the WBA and WBC, and he beat unbeaten Danny Garcia, 2-weight champion. So it should be Keith Thurman just based on that. I'm not saying he's my favorite or whatever, but it should, because I picked Danny to beat him, but I got it. Keith Thurman champion. Kell Brook number 1 should be number 1. Sean Porter should not be number 3 at all.
Oh God, no,
that should be Manny Pacquiao.
Sean Porter needs to sit down, as EJ says.
Yeah. I'd have Lamont Peterson a little bit higher. I'm not even gonna say he shouldn't even be in that top 10.
No, he earned it. He earned it against
Against Canelo.
against Abinesian, he earned it. He earned that ranking. The problem, though, is I would probably put Kell Brook right now ahead of Keith Thurman. I would do it. I would probably have, by default, unfortunately, like I said, this is something I have to say. By default, I still have to say Manny number one.
I think a 70% Manny Pacquiao, a boxer at this stage, still beats all of them.
Yeah, that's right. Like number one by default has to be Manny, and then Cal.
Yep.
And you know what? This might be blasphemous to some of y'all, but I would then have Spence.
No, Spence is where he should be, I think.
If you're basing that on talent, eye test specifically.
Yep. I'm basing it on that, and then after that, then you would have Thurman, and then Bradley, Khan, Peterson.
Up there personally.
Peterson, and then I would finish it out most likely with Bradley. No, I already said Bradley. I would finish it out with Jesse Vargas and then Danny Garcia, number 10.
I would have Jeff Horn higher than Amir Khan, but that's me.
Jeff was not even on this list. Wow.
Because but Daniel, my point is, if you're going with Errol Spence based on eye test, then I can go on Jeff Horn based on eye test.
Oh no, that's what I agree. That's why I'm surprised he's not on the list, because he's Manny Pacquiao's mandatory technically.
If you're gonna say Jeff Horn, then you have to say Andre Berta. What about Andre Berta?
Too many losses.
And then you'd say, what about Adrian?
But what it is, Charlie?
He's moving back up. Go on. Yeah.
Berto has been a three-time champion, but I think that his better days have passed. Just in my humble opinion, I think Jeff is way up.
Yeah, when he fought Victor, something was taken out of him when he fought Victor Ortiz.
Okay.
Yeah, that one thing half of it, but I wouldn't have.
I agree with you. He's on the decline, but then it's I'd agree with you, but I just wouldn't have Amir Khan there at all. I think Amir Khan's on the decline.
They're both on the decline. That's why they should fight each other. But because you have a guy that in Berto that is basically, you can pretty much tell it's on the downside, but he can provide some exciting fights. And then you have Amir Khan, who has a cotton candy chin. The only difference is now is they're both trained by Virgil Hunter. So one of them would have to move in the gym.
What did Scorsese say on the pound for pound? I think Jeff Horn would dog walk Amir Khan. I think he's absolutely right, personally.
Well, yeah, just based on that chin. But yeah, definitely, Sean Porter's way too high on this list.
But the thing is, the boxing universe has been highly critical of Jeff specifically because they haven't seen him. I mean, I saw him in London 5 years ago. He was, at the same time as Errol, both of them were there. He impressed me when I saw him there. I think he's developed. He's a two-fisted puncher. I think he works the body. I think he can slip shots. I think he's strong physically. Just based on my perception, I think he's a very, very decent fighter.
Yeah. All right. Now, going up to junior middleweight. Now, this is how you can tell this list is somewhat outdated. That the lineal thing is vacant, but they have Canelo number one.
Oh God!
At 154.
At 154. Like I said, this is how you can tell this is outdated a little bit. Arislani Lara number 2, Miguel Cotto number 3, Jermell Charlo number 4, Demetrius Andrade number 5, Austin Trott number 6, Jarrett Hurd number 7, Liam Smith number 8, Michelle Soro number 9, and Erickson Lubin number 10.
What the hell is Michelle Soro? We were wondering what the hell is Michelle Soro. How does he appear on that list?
I'd have well, put it this way, I wouldn't have Canelo on the list.
No, he's not a junior middleweight anymore. So.
Yeah, that's right. You know what I mean? I'd have Eris Landry Lara number 1. I'd leave the lineal free, but I'd have Lara at number 1.
Given that he beat Canelo, reinforces the point.
Yes, that he did beat Canelo. I wasn't given the decision. I don't know what Cotto's doing there. Maybe someone could tell me. But I'd have Jamel Charlo number 2, Ade number 3, the other Charlo brother.
No, Jamal moved up to middleweight.
Okay, Jamal moved. Okay, so sorry, that would be Demetrius Andrade then number 3. Yeah, then the other Charlo, then Jarrett Hurd, Austin Trout. Yeah, I'd have him a bit lower. Austin Trout, probably number 8. Yeah, it's pretty much the list I'd have actually. I'd have Sorrow number 9.
Erickson Lubin needs to be there, man.
He is number 10.
He needs to be higher than that. He needs to be higher than Liam Smith, put it that way.
Yeah, well, like I said, I removed Canelo from the list because he's no longer a junior middleweight. So I do agree with Charlie that the lineal should be vacant for a bit. But I would have, I would definitely have Lara number 1. I would have Andrade number 2.
I'd have Jared Hurd too, personally.
Yeah. And then, like I said, Andrade number 2. Then I would have Jamel number 3.
Mm-hmm.
I would have Trout there number 4, just based on experience. Then Hurd, then Lubin. And then everything else would shape up as it is. Because, the main reason Cotto's there is because he's campaigned a lot more recently at junior middleweight.
Given that Demetrius is, he's a regular champion now, but he had the WBO belt before. So I suppose on that principle, probably put him number 2 then.
Yeah, because he didn't lose it in the ring. So
yeah, exactly. Yes, given that he's a 2-time champion, and irrespective of what people think, he's a tremendously gifted fighter, man. So even eye test or resume thus far, you would still have him extremely high.
Yeah. Now, I'm still one of the people that still says that if you put Jarrett Hurd and Erickson Lubin in the fight, I'm picking Lubin right now.
No, not.
But Liam is probably right at the tier that he's supposed to be, like 8, 9, and 10.
I'm one of those believers. I think Jared Hurd beats Demetrius Andrade. Personally, I think that it's a fight I've been thinking about a lot.
It would be a fun fight to see. Like I said, I wouldn't mind
they're very similar fighters. Very, very similar. They can both tall, rangy fighters, but they can both fight on the inside. I think Hurd is better than him on the inside.
So do I. I have to agree with that as well. I think Andrade hasn't. He's still living off that prospect title that they've given him. He was a great prospect, but he's now fully fledged professional. He should have, cemented that division as his own, and he hasn't done that.
Well, the guy who was kicking Keith Thurman's ass in the amateurs, what was it, 2 or 3 times?
Yeah.
He had as well. I saw one of them.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. Like, he never should have listened to Jay-Z. He lost that title because he listened to Jay-Z.
Yep, we would know all about that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on to middleweight, and let's have a little bit of laugh here. All right. Now, obviously, like, this is the Ring Magazine date, and it is true. Canelo is still the lineal middleweight champion, and then they have number 1 Triple G, number 2 Danny Jacobs, number 3 David Lemieux, Billy Joe Saunders number 4, Andy Lee number 5, Chris Eubanks Jr. number 6, Hassan Endam number 7, Antonio Cressida number 8, Machiev Suliki number 9, and Ryota Murata number 10.
So your boy Billy Joe, Daniel?
No. Until he officially signs the contract to fight Triple G, he's still Billy Ho. But
Billy Joe's number 1 for me.
Are you having a laugh? Yeah, I know you're having a lot.
Yeah.
No, I think it's pretty much in order. Forget Canelo there as lineal. I think, yeah, Golovkin number 1, Jacobs number 2, yeah, Lemieux number 3, Billy Joe number 4. Yeah, that's pretty much all right.
Yeah, those 4 are pretty
Have that.
well.
Andy Lee number 5. Yes, yeah, I agree with that. I wouldn't. Chris Eubank Jr. Isn't he the IBO super middleweight champion? So
Yeah, that's kind of iffy when it comes to it. I would probably have Endom ahead of him right now, because Endom technically is gonna, and this is why I laugh at the WBA. He's gonna fight for the WBA interim belt, the belt that Eubanks had.
Right. Yeah.
Endom has got one damn good win. He beat that Kurtzidis dude.
I'd have the guy that beat the Jamaican brother in that top 10. Durichenko.
Alim? Do you mean Alim?
No, Sergey.
Sergey Dimit.
Oh, okay.
Dimichenko. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. The guy who beat Kimel Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I'd have him there. I'd have and I'd have Alim as well, the guy you just said as well. I'd have him on that list above Saluk, that guy there.
Saliki.
Yeah, Saliki.
I'd have him above that. I wouldn't have Murata there either.
No, Murata hasn't earned it yet. He hasn't earned it yet.
No.
But it's a list that's a pretty solid. That's what I mean. Like I said, the number 1, number 2 guys, they've proven that last week that they are the number 1 and number 2 guys.
Jacobs would be number 1 because he won the fight.
But then Golovkin would be lineal then, surely.
Yeah,
Surely Golovkin's the lineal champion.
Yeah, if anything, I would say that Canelo would probably be behind. He'll be just by merit right now, based on the fact that he's actually campaigned that middleweight longer. I would have him behind Lemieux, and probably behind Saunders right now. But that's me being a fair broker here.
So Billy Joe number 1, Jacobs 2 for me.
But you know what? Right. But you know what? Lemieux earned that ranking. I have to give him that. Lemieux earned that ranking because that was a scary knockout of Curtis Stevens.
Chris Eubank number 3, Kurtzidis 4.
Gus ran out of British middleweights.
Yeah, he's taking the piece.
Oh shit, what's his name?
All right. Okay, let me see here. Now, okay, let's move on about it to light heavyweight for a bit because Gus is going to get stuck for a bit. Now,
move to light heavyweight because
we went over super middleweight already.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have the lineal as vacant because they stripped Stevenson of it, but they have Andre Ward number 1, Sergey Kovalev number 2, Stevenson number 3, Eldar Alvarez number 4, Artur Betev number 5, Joe Smith Jr. number 6, Nathan Cleverly number 7, Alexander Gosovic number 8, Sullivan Barrera number 9, Marcus Brown number 10.
Yeah,
Adonis is number 1. I don't give a fuck who says what.
No,
period. He's number 1. Period.
No, he has a case. He does have a case. Like they stripped him for inactivity, but he still did not technically lose that lineal belt. He does have a point.
Damn right.
No, he didn't lose it.
Until Andre Ward rematches Kovalev and beats him conclusively, he cannot be number 1. There is too much.
That one's a little bit.
After he beat Tony Bellew, he beat Fonfara. Okay, big fight. Then he had the Sukotsky or whatever his name was. Sakio Bika. He beat him.
Former champion as well. Yeah, he's beaten champions.
Yeah. Some good names, but then when you think about Carpensee and Thomas Williams Jr. in the last, let's say, the last 16 months, and now he's fighting a guy that you and I have never heard of, called Sean.
Oh, you mean Monahan?
But remember, Joe Smith Jr. didn't want anything to do with that fight.
No, he did. He did. This is the thing. No. This is the thing, Gus. Unfortunately, because
no. This is the we've actually been in contact with these people. No, he didn't want anything to do with the fight. He didn't want to go.
So he spoke to Joe LaGuardia.
He didn't want to go to Canada for the fight.
No, that's why they wanted to fight in New York. But I'm telling you why though, because unfortunately, Star Boxing hasn't had a really, really decent house show in New York ever since that insurance bond issue came up, since that was made into law. So they were trying to make the fight in New York and try to get as much money as possible because they need to pay their fighters. Otherwise, they have to take their fighters out to places like Connecticut or New Jersey or Maryland where they don't have as much clout. The problem, though, is when you're doing that is you also have to remember that
smoke screen. That is what that's the official word, what they're saying, but that is a complete smoke screen.
No, well, that and the fact that you also have to remember Yvon Michel just doesn't do business in the U.S. He just doesn't. So whatever fight with Stevenson, it's always going to be in Canada. That's why when Scorsese tried to say, oh no, Scorsese tried to tell me, oh, Stevenson's coming to your area. Like, dude, that fight's going to be in Canada.
Yvon Michel fighters are fought all around the world. They fought in London. There is no, there is no argument that he's only restricted in Canada.
No, I'm not saying this. I'm saying he doesn't do business in the U.S. That's why the whole business with Bietabev and Sullivan Barrera pissed me off so much. You knew you were not going to send Bietabev to Miami, and you also knew that you were never going to get Sullivan Barrera in Canada because his visa won't let him travel to Canada.
Yeah, but ultimately in Canada, they'll generate far more money because there's internal pay-per-view on some of their regional channels as well. But they license them out, so they'll generate far more television revenue. So if it's ultimately down to meeting their purses and their demands, then it makes financial sense for the fight to be in Canada.
No, but that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though, Gus. Why would you make a fight? Why are you trying to make a fight and know you're going to take it in Canada with a guy that can travel to Canada?
Joe Smith Jr. can travel to Canada. He doesn't have any traveling restrictions.
He doesn't, but like I explained, his promoter's trying to get as much money as possible so he can have a house show in New York because he needs money for his fighters in New York.
Sorry, but that argument doesn't make any sense at all. When you're going to be leveraged with all of the other issues there, that doesn't. He'll generate far more money in Canada, even for the promoters.
It will, but unfortunately, what's going to wind up happening is most of that card's going to be Yvon Michel fighters. It's not going to be Star Boxing fighters. That's the issue. That's been the issue for a while with Star Boxing.
We done this one before, didn't we? We done the tournament, so I'll leave this one because I remember we was arguing for time about Beterbiev, and he's would he beat Kovalev? And he probably would.
He beat him in the amateurs.
I get what you mean about Stevenson in terms of ability, boxing ability, and being a southpaw. But until we get that Andre Ward fight, I can't really gauge anything. And we should have had that fight by now.
Yeah.
But then the Kovalev one, and Ward took that. He got knocked down. He got up and won every round after that. You have to say that Ward is number one in that division, whether he's boring or not.
Yeah.
Whether you think Kovalev won or not.
Stevenson 1, Beterbiev 2, Cleverly 3, Ward 4, Kovalev 5. That's my official list.
I'd have Berbiev number 3. I'd have Stevenson above Kovalev. I'd have Ward as the champion, as the actual lineal. As he has 3 belts. I'd have Stevenson as number 1, Berbiev as number 2, and then I'd have Kovalev as number 3. Cleverly, like I said, I think Cleverly should still campaign at cruiserweight.
Yeah, he should. He should. But then he runs into Tony Bellio again. That's the issue with him. Like, okay, I go back to cruiserweight. Oh, guess who's there? Big Tony. Like, God damn it.
Bellio is number 1, baby.
Well,
yeah, he is.
Actually, then from that point, let's go into the cruiserweights. Obviously, the lineal is vacant. Number 1 is Alexander Usyk. Number 2, Murat Gassiev. Number 3, Tony Bellew.
No way.
Number 4, Denis Ledebev. Number 5, Krzysztof Glowacki. Number 6, Marco Huck. Number 7, Marius Bierdis. Number 7, Ferhat Arslan. Number 8, Ferhat Arslan. Number 9, Ilunga Makabu. And number 10, Yunis Dorticos.
Yeah.
Used to be some Junu.
Dorticos looks like Michael J. White in that
Yeah,
picture.
he does. I suddenly got like the best of the best vibe out of that picture.
I don't agree with that list at all. I wouldn't have Usyk. I saw Usyk as an amateur. He used to have a little wisp, like a little like a Tintin kind of hairstyle back in the day. He used to have a little wisp of hair. No, I don't really rate
when
that
he fought
guy,
in
man.
the Olympics. Yeah.
You remember that, don't you? He had that crazy hairstyle. I'd have Bellew as number 1. Yeah, I know people laugh, but I'd have him as number 1. I'd have Marco Huck as number 2.
Oh,
yeah, he's been champion for, he's lost that belt and won it back. I don't know how many times.
Yeah,
he's a legend of that division. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I could see that. It's like Pacquiao in a sense. Like you almost want to give to him by default.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what?
Yeah,
he's finished now, though.
Yeah. The thing though is, I would agree with Charlie for the moment. Like I would agree with Charlie for the moment. I would have Bellew number 1 and Usyk number 2. Then I would have Ledebev, because that's my boy.
Mm-hmm.
Ledebev is my boy. Okay, number 2.
Shit.
Bellew beat Ilunga Makabu for a vacant belt. Usyk beat Glowacki, who beat Marco Huck in Poland. So Usyk has to be number 1 above Bellew.
But look what Bellew just did against David Haye.
Is that all you're basing it off? Who else did he fight before that? That's my point.
But remember, plus he's broken Evander's record as well in process of doing it. So he's done it quicker as well.
That's true.
So you can't penalize him for having too many layup fights.
Well, that's true. And actually, we have to remember, Bellew did say he himself regards Usyk as the best in the division.
Yeah, but that that doesn't mean anything, man. That don't mean anything. I think give Usyk a few more fights. Give him a few more fights, and then he can take that number 1 spot.
I think what Gassiev murders Bellew. Literally murders him.
Gassiev has the tenacity to do it. Gassiev has the tenacity to do it.
No way.
You know who Mario Gassiev reminds me of? Remember that character Zangief from Street Fighter?
Yeah.
Oh. Actually, no. Oh yeah, the chest hair. Yeah, I can see the chest hair.
He just needs the Mohican kind of thing. Yeah, but outside of Lebedev, who's he beaten, man?
And that's a big close.
This is a big question, and then you've got to say all his fights. Majority of them have been in Russia. He's had a few in America. A few televised ones. He had the no contest one. He had the one against Rodney Moore.
Yeah.
And the level decision was controversial as well. So
yeah, but this
yeah.
one's tough. This one's tough just
Why didn't
because
he stop?
that fight with
Why didn't
Gasly
he knock
Leatherman
out?
was so close.
Yeah, some people say he beat Lebedev, but I think why didn't you knock him out? If you're a killer, if you're such a killer, you're not you know to knock a guy out. I'm right at the moment. I'm sorry, I'd have to put Bellew number one for beating Hay, who is a former undisputed cruiserweight champion.
That's what I'm basing on. Like I said, that's why I agree with right now for the moment. Bellew being number one.
A one-legged Hay at heavyweight. Does he get a lot of credit for that?
What if he beat him? What if Hay beat Bellew? Do you think there'd have been that injury? And how do we know he didn't just jar his ankle? You know, sometimes when you jar your ankle when you're walking down the street.
Oh yeah.
You know, sometimes you've jarred your ankle. That's what he done. I don't think he broke it or anything. I think that the whole thing was a lie.
No,
I'm sorry. I've seen this for years with Hay. I've seen this for years from when he was on Satanta.
He officially had surgery to rub.
I know that. I know we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
That Hay's like the kid. I was saying that he's like the Kieran Dyer of.
Yeah.
Right. He's like a sick note. Since the amateurs, his body, because he overexerts himself in training. Definitely. That's what it is, right? He's very explosive, and he's always been like that from a kid, and he should have learned by now. I just think he's never submitted himself to a trainer, never had that respect, and he's always done things his own way. Other than when he was with Adam Booth. Adam Booth really didn't want him to carry on after the Valuev fight. He wanted him to retire, and that was it, because he knew his body couldn't hold up. So I can't accept any of his excuses anymore. So I have to give full credit to Tony Bellew for that win. I can't say he was one-legged. Well, it's a bit of a liberty.
You know, Charlie, I agree. What I'm saying is that he ruptured his Achilles in the fight. It wasn't a pre-existing injury.
Yeah, that's the hard point. And you have to even it out with the fact that Bellew broke his hand in the fight too. So you had a one-legged fighter fighting the one-handed fighter.
Handed fighter, yep. Yeah.
Plus, I'm sure he did his rotator cuff again because he was stretching out his right hand. I don't know whether there was any official word, but to me, that was what I thought was one of the main injuries.
But don't you think it's like the boy who cried wolf? Because in a way, he's pulled out of fights and not been injured. Let's be real. You have to say at least one of those injuries against the Tyson Fury was. Come on, man. He pulled out of that. He pulled out with a back injury, if you remember, against Vladimir Klitschko. You forget this. They were supposed to fight in Stamford Bridge. He pulled out with injury then.
And look what happened when he got.
And then he had the broken toe, didn't he?
Yep.
He pulled out at cruiserweight. Remember after David Price had given him a spanking.
In sparring, yeah. And Tony Bellew as well.
Bellew was still as an amateur.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've met Hay's a nice guy. I've met him. He's a nice enough guy, but I just think it's like I said, it's like the boy who cried wolf. So in that sense, if you look at it from that way, the victory over him for Tony Bellew would propel him. You know, the same way you were saying Stevenson is number one, and you kind of bent me there. You kind of have to see the same thing with Tony Bellew.
Like I said, there's merit there for Bellew. Like I said, but for the moment, like there's gonna come to a point where Usyk is gonna overtake him.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a point, but we're basing it right now at the moment. Now let's go into.
Can I go back and revise my light heavyweight? I'll have Darnell Boone number one. Sorry, knocked out Stevenson. He should have. He almost knocked out Ward, and he beat Kovalev in the first fight.
That was a close fight too. Yeah, that was a close fight.
Close fight. There's no.
Didn't he knock down Ward as well?
Yep.
Yep, he knocked out. Yeah, he
And he
did.
knocked
Yeah.
Kovalev down twice in the first fight.
Yep, like Darnell Boone is the guy. Darnell Boone is basically right now has become like the Brooklyn Brawler of the light heavyweight division and the super middleweight division. You send him out to see if the guy has the goods.
You got to give this guy props, man. To go in the ring twice with Stevenson, twice with Kovalev and Ward, and do so well against all of them.
Yeah,
that's some respect there, man.
Yeah, that's why they say if once you know your prospect has reached the cusp, then that's when you schedule the fight with Darnell Boone, because he's the one that's going to tell you whether or not he's got the goods or not.
They should give that guy the lineal championship just as a reward, man, for being fucked over so many times.
Yeah. Now
let's
go to the heavyweights. Now they still have that Tyson Fury as the lineal.
My boy, damn right.
Now, number one, Vladimir Klitschko. Number two, and this is going to piss Gus off, Deontay Wilder. Number three, Kubrat Pulev. Number four, Luis Ortiz. Number five, Anthony Joshua. Number six, Joseph Parker. Number seven, Andy Ruiz. Number eight, Dillian White. Number nine, Dominic Brazil. And number 10, Big Baby Miller.
Where's Tony Bellew, man? You should be there, no?
No.
He's still a cruiserweight. He's still legitimately a cruiserweight.
Yeah. That was like a prize fight for him. That was just
He literally said it. Yeah, he literally said it. This just to get my kids to have a feature set for his kids. Now let's talk about the bullshit on this list.
Yep.
I'm sorry, because okay.
What about Charles Martin? No, joking.
No, but okay, I can accept Fury being the lineal because he didn't lose it yet. I can accept that.
Yep.
But you can't give Klitschko the number one ranking right now.
No, you can't.
You can't now right now. Like it's not like a Pacquiao situation. Like the division is good enough now where you can see some guys legitimately beat him.
I would have him number one in the absence of Fury.
No, I wouldn't.
Then I would probably have right now, because based on experience, and this is just based on experience, I would probably have number one.
Deontay Wilder, I bet you.
Deontay Wilder has to be based on experience. Just based on experience, based on lineage.
Daniel, your methodology is flawed, but carry on.
No, because then you're gonna hear number two is Luis Ortiz.
Okay.
He's got the skill set to do it. Number three is Joshua.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would put Klitschko number four. Then Andy Ruiz, because I do, after watching that fight the second time, I do think he beat Joseph Parker. I would have Andy Ruiz.
Right. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, and then Parker right afterwards. The bottom three, it's a little bit tricky because Brazil is at the right place. Dillian might be a little bit higher. Big Baby Miller has not done enough for me to be right there, number 10 yet.
That's right.
If anything, I would probably give it right now a merit to Carlos Takam.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. Fury should be lineal. I would not have Klitschko there. Pulev wouldn't even be on the list. I have Luis Ortiz number one. Luis Ortiz, based on being a prospect and skill set, everything. Him number one. Joshua number two. Wilder number three. Parker number four. Ruiz number four. Because in my eyes, he beat Parker. Parker number five. This is where it gets tricky. I wouldn't have Miller on that list. I'd have Christine Hammer.
Hammer's a good choice. Hammer's a good choice.
Because he beat David Price.
Yeah. Actually, I would you know what? No, before Takam, I would probably put Chisora. Because he got blatant robbed in Dillian White. He got robbed in Dillian White. You know that.
I agree with you that it should be Carlos Takam. If you're gonna have Derek Chisora, you might as well have David Hay.
No, fuck that.
Carlos
Fuck that
Takam, Carlos Takam is good. That's a good choice, I think.
Where's my boy Povetkin, man? I'm pissed off he's not there.
He's done for drugs, wasn't he? So
yep.
Nah, I don't believe any of that bullshit.
He's indefinitely suspended by the WBC, and he has to do an even more stringent VADA testing out to get licensed.
He's gonna be out of boxing for a good year or two, and he hasn't fought. He ducks everybody, man. I know he fought Klitschko, but he just ducks everybody, man. When he was with Teddy Atlas was making him duck people. He's just. Is he still with Teddy Atlas?
No, he's not. I think he's with a Russian trainer.
Russian thing now, but he's just ducked everybody.
Joe Gallagher's going to be training him there.
He'd do a better job.
He might do a better job, yeah. The thing with Povetkin, that's what makes it a little bit worthwhile, is the fact that, like I said, you could tell the talent is there. You can tell the talent's there, but he just fucks up by doing drugs.
Olympic gold medalist, yeah, he's no mug.
Yeah, like he's in you could tell the talent is there. Like now, granted,
did he win that gold medal authentically, or is it drugs? Because you see, once you do drugs, there's a question mark over your whole career.
He was tested 13 times that during that time.
Yeah, in Athens, the Athens Olympics,
extensively, yeah.
Because there were suspicions even then of the scale of the drug testing program that Russia had.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be real with you. He's not exempt, sorry, from the thing. I'd have him off the list.
Yeah.
Until he can prove his innocence, like, you know what I mean? I'd have Carlos Takam instead and Christian Hammer.
Check this out. According to a report that I managed to acquire, only 30% of all athletes at Rio were tested. Only 30.
I can see that. So, the thing about it, like, it's one of the things that makes drug testing at the Olympics incredibly hard. You're doing so many events at the same time that it's almost impossible to get all the people drug tested all at the same time. The issue, though, is that's why Russia was able to develop that doping program so thoroughly, because they knew that they had a 70% chance of getting away with it.
Not only that, it's blatant. It's obviously ties between their ministers and the head of sort of Lamine Diack. So they had direct ties, and it was just blatant backhanders under the ABC policy.
Well, it was amazing. Like the whole Russian doping thing. Like I said, I'm not seeing that level of sophisticated programming in doping or sophisticated level in the legal activity that went up all the way up to a head of government since. Like, I know you guys probably not have heard of this because it's American football, but since the days of SMU.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Because the Russian doping program goes all the way to Putin. The SMU program went all the way to the governor of Texas.
Right.
And those were two different things. Like Russia's doping with SMU was paying off players, even though philosophically I do agree that those college players should be paid.
Yeah, but remember, Putin wasn't. He's not been officially implicated. It only goes up to the sports minister at the moment. But we know, but there's no evidence on that part yet. Certainly in the report that was published. I mean, I have that report here.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. But I think most of the judgment.
The Russian minister works at the behest of Putin, but there's no documentation connecting him in with that. Even though the agencies do work for him and not who were tampering and sort of destroying the samples that only he could have given the authorization, but they haven't managed to uncover any evidence of that.
All right, now let's
Well,
go into the.
either way, he's not on the list.
Yeah, either way, he's on the list. Either way, because you screw up once, okay, but when you screw up twice,
that's my thing.
Yeah,
that's just my thing. Yeah.
Now
So Charlie,
let's
you
go.
You got Luis Ortiz higher than Joshua, yeah? Is that correct?
He does.
Yes, just based on skill set, though. Just based on skill set at the moment. After this Klitschko fight, then he'll be number one.
Do you think he was? Do you think he showed those skills against
Dave Allen?
Malik Scott?
In Malik Scott. I knew you was gonna say that.
That fight was just...
I'm not having a go. I'm just posing a question.
No, he showed it against Dave Allen though, and Dave Allen's
He showed it, and he showed it against Brian Jennings. We have to give him that too.
Yeah.
Now
Dave Allen was walking him down, though.
Mind you, Dave Allen walks everybody down, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, this guy's got no fear of no man.
Because he did. I think he's done over about 100 rounds with the Klitschko's as well, Dave Allen.
Yep.
And they couldn't put him on his ass either. So he's quite tough.
He's a tough little bastard. Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll probably be on the list in a year or two. So
yeah, he
now
will be. All right.
Now here's where the part where we're probably all gonna laugh our asses off. The Ring Magazine official pound for pound ranking.
Oh God.
Here we go. Number 1, Andre Ward. Number 2, Sergey Kovalev. Number 3, Triple G. Number 4, Chocolatito. Number 5, Terrence Crawford. Number 6, Lomachenko. Number 7, Rigondeaux. Number 8, Canelo. Number 9, Yamanaka. And number 10, Inoue.
I'm glad Inouye's on there because he should be on there.
And Inoue should be a lot higher than that.
In Inoue, I could probably just basing on this list. And Rigo should be high. Like just based on the loss, I would probably put Rigo in Chocolatito's spot. Number 4. Bud is where he should be. He's number 5. He has to get that Pacquiao fight to push him higher. But you can tell he's in that division. It could possibly be a welterweight, probably be heads and tails above everybody in those divisions.
Yeah, I mean, he gets no credit for a John Molina defeat. Adrian Broner beat him up, so you're just taking his leftovers. So, even if he unifies the division, he beats a Ricky Burns or a that's not really going to elevate him.
That's not gonna. Well, he technically he already unified 2 belts, so
he's got to
get the other 2.
He's got to go up to 147. That's the only way he's going to.
I don't think Ward should be number 1. And Kovalev should not be number 2.
No, that's
personally.
a joke. Oh my God.
Not at the moment.
That's
Yeah.
a joke. Yeah. Golovkin is probably right at number 3. I'd have Canelo. Boy, I don't think I'd have Canelo in the top 10.
Canelo's a tough situation. Yeah.
Top 10.
Canelo's a tough situation because remember, the way they had him at junior middleweight and middleweight, it depends on what weight he campaigns in. If he stayed at junior middleweight, then I could justify him being on the list. But he's now fighting above that, so I can't.
Where's Leo Santa Cruz? Not there.
Not there.
He should be there.
Yeah.
Well,
Adonis Stevenson should be on that list.
3 for me.
Maybe number 10. I'd have Adonis Stevenson, and that's where your argument. I agree with you. If you're going to have Ward and Kovalev number 2, then you might as well have Stevenson on that list.
I mean, how can you have Sergey Kovalev so far ahead of Adonis Stevenson? Sergey Kovalev's best win is Bernard Hopkins. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
Hopkins got beaten by Chad Dawson, and Adonis knocked out Chad Dawson. So how can Kovalev be so much higher than Adonis? Just by that
crazy.
methodology, it's impossible. You cannot.
Because then we're gonna go into this argument again. But did Adonis not just finish what Andre Ward started? Because Andre Ward decimated Chad Dawson in that fight.
Yeah, but he weight drained him sufficiently, though.
And also, where's Keith Thurman? Or Kell Brook? Where's Keith Thurman? Because he's got the 2 belts.
Well, that's the thing. Like, would you take him? And he'll be in the lower end, but in the lower end, definitely. Let's remove Canelo from the list, and let's add Thurman. Would you have him above Yamanaka though? Yeah.
He's beaten a 2-weight undefeated champion.
You have to say isn't it? Yeah. And he was the Ring Magazine champion, wasn't he?
Wait a minute. No. I think they stripped the Ring Magazine from him.
Okay.
No, actually, no. They never gave it to him. Because
that was at 140. Sorry, I'm thinking of 140 when he was at
140. 140 he had it. 140 he had it.
Yeah.
I think Yamanaka personally is a much better fighter, technically, aesthetic than Keith Thurman, in my opinion. Yeah, much better.
I agree with you, but let's just base it on the competition. Last fight
on the resume, and that then, and given that Yamanaka is fought exclusively in Japan. Has fought good.
I agree with you. He's a better fighter, but I think off that last victory. But then again, saying that, no, okay. Then if you take Canelo and you put Yamanaka there, then you could put Thurman number 9.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like I would remove Canelo from numbers just because he hasn't proven himself yet as a middleweight. And
I also think Lomachenko shouldn't be on that list either.
That's kind of difficult though. That's kind of difficult, but
Agreed.
I do agree that Yamanaka should be ahead of Thurman to me. Like I know he's the better fighter, but unfortunately both Yamanaka, but Inoue hopefully not. Well, especially not. They do succumb to the disease of only fighting in your country.
I'll tell you
what. Leo Santa Cruz
that list.
Definitely be on that list. Leo Santa Cruz, definitely.
I think here's the situation with Santa Cruz, because they're still trying to negotiate that 3rd fight with Frampton, but the WBA has not ordered the mandatory with Morris.
Okay.
So, if he could get that 3rd fight with Frampton and win, yeah, he's definitely supposed to be on the list. But if he's forced to fight Morris,
he still make the list because Morris is pretty good.
His Morris is pretty good, but he's already beaten him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that. But it wouldn't make a difference if he beats Morris or if he beats Frampton at this stage in a rubber match, because he should still be on that list regardless. For coming with it.
Charlie Brown, you're absolutely right. I mean, in my anti-corruption stroke, anti-robbery stroke, unpolitical list, which is on my website, I haven't got Gennady Golovkin there, I haven't got Saul Alvarez there, and I haven't got Rigondio specifically because of ring activity in that. He hasn't fought anybody, but on talent-wise, no doubt. But given that he hasn't fought, he is in there. I've got Badu Jack in there. I've got Leo Santa Cruz in there. And I've got one Francisco Estrada there as well.
Okay.
You know what's difficult when it comes to the Badu Jack situation? It's the same thing with Canelo. Like I can justify Canelo being on this list if he would have stayed at junior middleweight. I could justify it.
Badu Jack should be the unified champion, super middleweight.
That's the thing. And with Jack, now
magazine.
Yeah, but now we're having Jack a light heavyweight, where for a very long time he hasn't been tested in yet. So
That's my problem with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the issue is going to be with Jack is though, okay, you're going to try to get the fight with Stevenson because the WBC rules allow you to do it. People keep forgetting the WBC rule states that if you're a champion and you move up in the weight division, you automatically get the right to challenge the champion in that division.
And what about Sisuke as well? Should he make that with that fight recently, that win over Gonzalez?
You got a point. If that's the way the official system works, that if you beat a pound for pound guy, then maybe you should take their place.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part that's difficult, because if we're going to base it off a loss when it comes to it, actually no. Lomachenko's weird in a sense. Like we understand, like, this is mainly just based off the fact that you've just seen like a great amateur record, and like I said, you're still kind of iffy about those eight wins he had in the World Series of Boxing, whether you should count them or not.
What is a better win for Lomachenko? Is it Gary Russell or is it Nicholas Waters?
It's Nicholas Waters.
It's Nicholas Walters, because the main thing about it is with Gary Russell, like, yeah, he thoroughly beat him, but Gary Russell went all 12 rounds with him. He made Nicholas Walters quit.
Yep. And it was super featherweight, wasn't it? The Gary Russell fight was at featherweight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it was when Gary Russell was up and coming.
Yeah, it was when he was. It was when he was a prospect. Yeah. Now,
when he was a champion.
No, Gary Russell wasn't a champion yet. That fight was for the vacant title. It was for the vacant belt.
Yeah, it was for a vacant title. Yeah, it was. He wasn't a champion yet. He had a whole heap of wins against bums, Gary Russell, but he wasn't. He was just making a name for himself.
Yeah. And that's my big issue when it comes to Gary Russell. Why that ranking was so high for him? I'm just like, okay, yeah, he beat Johnny Gonzalez, but then he went down and fought a guy named Patrick Hyland. It's one of the reasons why, like, I think Mike asked on a Power Report that if you're gonna pick, he asked it on my show actually. If you can pick which division Richard Schaefer and Sutherland are gonna start this like World Series Super Tournament, I would pick featherweight, because it's easier to make politically, and it would force Gary Russell Jr. and Lee Selby to finally prove themselves.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but then Vasily Lomachenko, you can't have Top Rank paying off Zanfer Promotion step aside money so he can slip in and get a fight with a shot Rocky Martinez. No. You can't have that. That's a travesty.
Well, think about it this way. Martinez was going to go down one way or another. It was either going to be by Berchelt or it's going to be by Lomachenko.
Yeah, but that's my point. You can't have Lomachenko on there if he's not fulfilling his obligations, and he's.
That's right.
Technically, in all technical aspect of it,
I've given you the technical breakdown. That's the official.
Well, wait. Let me think about it. Okay. Let me think about it. Okay. No. Rocky Martinez had that 130 belt. Rocky Martinez was the one that was trying to pay Berchelt step aside money.
No, you're wrong there. Nope. No, Top Rank paid Zanfer Promotions step aside money so they could get. Berchelt was coming back of an injury because he had the interim belt.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about the interim belt. Like I said, okay, the middle of the pack, you can somewhat justify based on talent level. Like, I get why they have Rigo there.
Mm-hmm.
I get why they have
Rigo.
Yeah, I get why they have Rigo there. I get why they got Lomachenko there, and I get why they have Canelo there. But the top four, unfortunately, after that loss, you have to take Chocolatito out of there. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
And
Charlie, what is the time in the UK?
It is 10 to 6.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did lose an hour sleep. Yeah.
Where are you guys?
I'm in New York, so it's only 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Okay, all right.
It's about to be 1 o'clock in the morning here.
And where are you, brother?
I am in Europe, but I'm out the country at the moment.
Okay.
Okay, so he's not that much different in the time zone.
Okay.
But here's the thing though, like there's a case to be made for Andre Ward at number 1, but it's paper thin.
I wouldn't have him at number 1 personally.
Yeah,
that's me personally.
No, me personally. Like if you're giving me these guys, these 10, by default, I would probably say Triple G number 1 by default, and then Ward number 2. Like I said, I get the case for Ward being number 1, but it's very, very paper thin at light heavyweight. They're basing it off what he did in the Super 6.
Mind you, when you think about it, I suppose as well, if that's the case, I'd probably have Crawford number 1. They're all unbeaten. They're all unbeaten. Them guys, Ward, Crawford, Golovkin, Yamanaka, Furman, but Furman's not there. But
Thurman's not there yet, and that's what makes it difficult. Like I said, the issue with this list is the Canelo issue, because, like I said, okay, you base that ranking off the fact he's junior middleweight, but now he's going to be a middleweight, so you have to remove him off the list. Like that. That's probably one of the reasons why, like I said, it's why Bado Jackson on the list. Yeah, he pretty much was the best fighter at super middleweight, but now he's moved up to light heavyweight. You don't know what you're getting yet.
Daniel, very quickly, is EJ still live at the moment?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
How long has this hangout been going for now?
I don't know.
6 hours.
But we're gonna have to end it soon.
Yeah, EJ gave us the ability to actually say to the chat, but he never gave us the power to end it.
Yeah, listen.
That's right.
What time is?
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm about to watch this replay of the Chocolatito Runcevite fight again, because
you're gonna watch it again, yeah?
Well, yeah, that's brutality at its finest.
Yeah. I've got to do one video and then I'll probably watch that as well. I've got it here. I'm gonna watch the Linares fight actually. The Linares and
yeah, you definitely need to watch that fight. Revise your scoring.
No. It stays the same, but I'll see you guys next week.
Definitely. Okay, what is next week? Let's look at the schedule while I'm at it. Let's look at the schedule. Okay, because it's gonna be April Fool's Day somewhere.
Oh,
actually, it is April Fool's. Actually,
yeah.
All right, let me take a look here. Okay. Oh no, we have on the 20th on Tuesday. We do have Barthélemy versus Blanco.
On Tuesday.
And then on Saturday.
PC card, yeah?
Yep, Fox Sports 1. And then on Saturday, we have Hook versus Breedish. We have another Golden Boy card. We have Antonio Orozco versus Keandre Gibson.
Hook against Breedish, that's from Berlin?
That's from Berlin. Actually, the name of the town is
Dortmund.
Yeah.
Berlin, I could have gone there live and seen it.
Yeah, and then Westfalen, Dortmund, and Nordheim, Westfalen. Yeah, and that one, because then afterwards,
Ricardo Mayorga's fighting on Saturday as well.
Oh God.
Yeah, in Nicaragua.
Okay, actually, funny story when it comes to Ricardo Mayorga. He actually went into MMA for a little bit, and got beaten up pretty badly by a Cuban whose government name is Rene Martinez. In Miami, though, he's known as Level.
Oh shit!
Because the thing is, one, as he says, he levels and falls out, and number two, he is one of the founders of one of the most notorious street gangs in Miami, the Latin Syndicate.
Okay.
Like it's been known for a while. Like he's actually has a documentary made out, and if it actually, you guys are okay. Do you guys get Dogfight on Netflix in the UK?
I'm not sure. I think so.
Trying to type it in because it's a movie that's based on like the backyard fights in Dade County.
Okay. Yeah.
And they showed a part of what Level was doing, because what brought Level to mainstream success was the fact that his mom took him to the Latino version of Judge Judy. It's called Caso Cerrado.
Okay then.
And she took him to court.
Gents, I catch that one, yeah. I'm gonna be signing off.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Go
then,
ahead.
Well, pleasure, gentlemen.
Later.
Take care, man.
Take care. Yep. And what wound up happening is they took an interest in his story, because like if in Miami you either know Level or you know of him.
Yeah.
And they actually went out and they filmed one of his backyard fights. Telemundo did.
Okay.
So they have this entire documentary out where they come to an effect. Actually, before I leave, because it's about maybe 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm gonna send you the link in the chat.
Okay then.
All right, it's a video. Yeah, it's a video of how they were. Let me just hear, because I'm putting off the original one. Let me see here, because there's like various trailers of it.
Yeah.
But let me see here. All right, let me see here. Actually, no, this one is a good one. Yeah. Here it is. This is his documentary. Like, this is a documentary about his whole life story, about how he came up from Miami, like I said, from founding one of the most notorious gangs in Miami to actually said to he's become a pro MMA fighter.
Okay.
All right, let me just send the link over to you. Like I said, you can watch that while making the video and then watching the Linares again. Let me put it here in the chat. All right.
Thanks.
There it is.
Thank you, my brother.
No problem.
Okay.
And on that note, EJ, if you were up and to hang out and eat some nice tea and crumpets in the morning.
Yep.
And everybody, thank you for joining us. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.